Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Compared to Su Qing's bouncing movements, Jiang he seemed to almost fly, lightly and nimbly hopping up to hang there. Then, mimicking Su Qing's style, she brushed her hair back, perfectly replicating his gestures. Cool. Su Qing snapped a few photos, then jogged off to retrieve the basketball and handed it back to Zhao Yu. With a basket of groceries in hand, he walked home with Jiang He. With these skills in basketball and soccer, the national team might have hope. If only Jiang He were a woman. Ever thought about opening a martial arts school? There's so much fake kung fu these days. If you taught the real stuff, you'd definitely be packed. Teach kung fu? Jiang He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, not now, but maybe later. Have you ever thought about it? It's such a shame for real Chinese martial arts to be lost. Su Qing's mind wandered to Lin Chong, the legendary martial arts instructor of the 80,000 Imperial Guards. Setting aside all the chaotic restrictions and challenges, if Jiang He rejoined the sports world as a coach, whether for long-distance running, sprinting, weightlifting, or ball games, she could claim a grand slam. But then they'd likely introduce rules banning Chinese kung fu from competitions. Otherwise, the Olympics might be over. That said, genuine traditional martial arts still had practitioners among the masses, like those who could pierce bamboo with a soft sword. Such skills, however, couldn't be taught casually. Almost forgot. Kung Fu is meant for defeating enemies, not for casual teaching, Su Qing remarked, snapping out of his thoughts. If everyone learned martial arts like at the end of Shaolin soccer, society would be in chaos. Not everyone can stay as laid back as me. Han Fizi had warned long ago. Martial heroes violate the law by using their skills. Such figures, often arrogant and convinced of their invincibility, would rely on some powerful faction to act unlawfully. Others, riding on their fame in the martial world, would form gangs of followers and enforcers, ultimately disrupting societal order. Jiang He showed little interest in opening a school, her mind still preoccupied with completing her self-media business loop. She absently twirled a long, new red string around her fingers, having wound it multiple times. Back home, she unpacked the groceries, but instead of cooking right away, she disappeared into her room. When she emerged, she held the crescent-shaped jade pendant she had brought with her upon arrival. The original short string had been replaced with a long red string, which she handed to Su Qing. I saw someone selling this string outside for 50 cents, so I bought one. You can wear it around your neck. You're giving it to me? Su Qing was surprised. Does this count as a token of love? It doesn't. Watching Su Qing hang the pendant around his neck, Jiang He turned and walked away. Initially, she had planned for him to wear it on his waist, but after observing others, she realized no one wore such items on their waist anymore. At most, people used them to hang keys. Don't lose it, she called back. I won't. This must mean a lot to you, right? Are you sure you're okay giving it to me? Su Qing examined the jade pendant, turning it over and over. He wasn't knowledgeable about such things and couldn't tell its quality, but the smooth texture felt nice. If I'm giving it to you, then it's yours. Feels like it carries some special meaning. It doesn't, Jiang He denied calmly. She had worn it since childhood. Her second mother had said that if she ever met a good match, she could give it as a token of affection. If not, and it was just someone from their clan, it wasn't worth giving away. In that case, she could keep it tucked away for emergencies or pawn it for some money. Pawn it? That was unnecessary now. When she first arrived, she had considered it, but Su Qing hadn't asked for it. So now that she was giving it to him, well, it was just as now, simple as that. Thinking along these lines, Jiang He pulled a yogurt from the fridge, poked in a straw, and sipped. Previously, Su Qing had taught her to peel back the lid, but after buying one herself, she discovered it came with a straw, making it easier to finish the thicker layer at the bottom. What are you still staring at? Jiang He noticed Su Qing was still intently examining the pendant. I'm checking if there's any tiny engraving on it, like to my daughter Jianghe or something. There's nothing. Yep, I've already noticed that. Jianghe took 2 hard sips, the yogurt container making a squeaky noise as it emptied. She then tilted the box in her hand and sat at her computer desk. Bored, Su Qing tucked the pendant under his shirt, keeping it close, and sat down at a small table beside her, casually rubbing her leg as he watched her play games. Is there any way to get those outfits in the game besides spending money? Jianghe's character still had the default look, with no fancy costumes. Among all the characters, hers was one of the few wearing a silly Christmas hat from last year's event. After seeing players in the duel arena slashing around like maniacs, she had only recently begun paying attention to character stats. Before, she just equipped whatever the game provided and smashed through levels. Jianghe ignored Su Qing's leg padding and only remembered her shoes after a moment. Deciding it didn't matter, she let him rest her leg on his lap, leaning sideways in her chair as she controlled her character roaming the land of Arad. Most costumes have to be bought. Sometimes events will give out a piece or two, like that hat of yours. It's ugly. That's because you didn't collect the full set. There's also a Christmas outfit and pants. If you wore those, it'd look festive. Su Qing massaged her leg to relieve her tension. Grocery shopping was no easy task, and Jianghe's activity range was expanding daily. Ever since attending that lecture, she seemed to have discovered a new world. She used to ignore flyers handed out on the street, but now she pored over supermarket sale flyers, always wanting to stock up on deals. No matter how far it was, she'd walk there on foot, notifying Su Qing on WeChat. He still couldn't fathom how she managed to trek to a supermarket 8 blocks away just to buy discounted tissues. When you're clearing maps, clothes don't matter. Skills take care of everything. But in the duel arena, you have 2 choices. First, keep using this weak account with a shabby Christmas hat to beat opponents and climb the ranks, showcasing raw skill. Second, get a fancy set of gear, crush your opponents with power and equipment, and climb even higher. Jianghe shook her head. I haven't lost yet, so spending money isn't worth it. You've only played for a few hours. Eventually, you'll see how important equipment and costumes are. Su Qing was unconvinced. Although she'd been live streaming for several days, she only played for an hour a day and hadn't even broken 1,000 points. It had been a while since Su Qing last played, so he wasn't sure how the current scoring system matched up with the old duel arena ranks. But he figured it must be low tier based on her opponents. The high ranks were bound to have plenty of cheaters. Since Jianghe hadn't encountered any, she probably wasn't there yet. I have a Christmas hat, Jianghe said, pointing to her screen. She decided to wear the ridiculous hat and dominate the duel arena. What does Christmas mean? Is it about the birth of a saint? She hovered her mouse over the hat, examining it. When she first started the game, she only focused on farming and wore whatever she had. It's a foreign holiday. An old man wears this hat and a red suit, delivering gifts in stockings, Su Qing explained. I saw him once as a kid. Later, when he got too old, he handed over the business to me. I'm now the appointed successor for China, responsible for delivering gifts. What do you want? Just hang up a long sock, and I'll put your gift inside. Jianghe shifted her gaze to Su Qing's face. Seeing his sincere expression, she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She hadn't yet learned how to roast him. Of course, Jianghe knew what the long socks were for. That day, after dinner, she saw Lu Jingfang's short skirt and stockings. When she got home, she tried them on again, smooth and silky, incredibly comfortable. But as soon as she imagined wearing them in front of Su Qing, her courage vanished. She was sure he'd cling to her and demand to see. Jianghe was certain Su Qing liked those socks, especially since they made her calves look even longer after putting them on. Her gaze fell on Su Qing's hands, which were busy massaging her legs. Thinking about how her sock-clad calves would feel in his hands, she instinctively pulled her legs together and drew them back slightly. I can wear this hat and show you, Jianghe said, pointing to her character on the computer. The hat was red with a fluffy pom-pom on top. You said it. I did, Jianghe stammered, feeling like she had just agreed to something momentous. Oh, well, she thought. It's not like he can beat me anyway. If people were like game characters, Jiang he would be a max-level pro, while Su Qing would be a lost newbie wandering the map. In that sense, he did resemble a guide NPC. This dual arena allows you to change equipment. The more you win, the more gear you can swap out, making you stronger and stronger, Jiang he explained. She picked up a small notepad from beside the computer, scribbling on it while mumbling, "The clothes I bought mostly boost attack speed. The gear I'm switching to also increases attack speed, so I need to balance that out." "There's a calculator on your phone," Su Qing helpfully pointed out as she struggled with basic arithmetic. "Really? That's even better." Watching her calculate each piece of gear, Su Qing shook his head. Every dungeon and fighter player was a math wizard. In any game, as long as numbers were involved, posting on the DNF forums would summon a horde of enthusiasts eager to calculate even down to 4 decimal places. Players routinely obsessed over optimizing gear sets, endlessly discussing how to eke out an extra few thousand points of damage in a game where hits dealt billions. "In the land of Arad, there's a legend," Su Qing said. "If you strengthen your equipment to a certain point, a big demon monkey will appear and ask, 'Young man, do you have a dream?'" "I'm not a young man." "I know. I just meant to say, don't bother with strengthening. Strengthening costs gold." "I'm not touching it," Jiang he replied firmly. She had tried once, but backed out when she saw the expense. Gold equals money, and every coin she had was painstakingly earned by grinding weak monsters. She even hesitated to repair her equipment, once tried to use junk weapons until they broke before selling them. That didn't work either. Shop prices dropped along with durability. Old Ma, the profiteer, seeing Jiang He's gaming career take off, Su Qing felt a deep sense of relief. A homebody was far preferable to a wandering heroine. He no longer had to worry about her sneaking out at night to play ghost or storming the world with a bag and a sword. Lunch that day had been spicy stir-fry, Jiang He's first attempt. The dish, with its bold flavors, was easy to prepare and relied on the right mix of seasonings and ingredients. As they ate, Jiang He considered whether to live stream a few more duels each day to speed up her gear upgrades. But glancing at Su Qing, she decided against it, mindful that he'd have to accompany her. Outside of streaming, she still had to grind for gold, scout the auction house, monitor prices, read guides, and learn better controls. Her days were packed and productive. Since moving here, Jiang He had made significant progress. If she went back now, the accountant could probably retire early. Not that retirement was a thing in the village. He'd more likely become a teacher for the kids, teaching them to read. Knowledge is power, after all. If everyone could read, their village might become the wealthiest in the area. Once, while dining out, Jiang He noticed fried locusts on the menu. Though too hesitant to try them, she researched recipes online. If there was ever a locust plague back home, they'd know how to deep fry the pests. Holding her bowl, Jiang He's eyes drifted to the red string around Su Qing's neck. If she couldn't go back, staying here to watch Su Qing try to trick her didn't seem so bad either. In the afternoon, Su Qing got a call from Qin Hao. After days of being busy, he had finally arranged to meet Lu Jingfang to confirm his suspicions. "I just hinted at it, and she spilled everything," Qin Hao said. "Her family's been pressuring her, and she—" "Hold on," Su Qing interrupted. "What do you mean, spilled everything? You make it sound like an interrogation." "Well, that's basically what it was. Anyway, my first love ended before it even started. I haven't told my dad we broke up yet, so don't encourage him to set me up again. Let me enjoy some peace and quiet." Qin Hao issued this warning with a hint of relief. The lingering doubts that had been eating at him felt like a sword hanging over his head. Now was resolved. No more inner conflict, just the freedom of being single again. "This could have been disastrous," Qin Hao continued. "Imagine if she fell for me over time while flirting with someone else and even married me. Who would suspect something like that? Who could prove it?" "I suggest planting some trees on Arbor Day," Su Qing replied. Ending the call, Su Qing returned to the living room, where Jiang He's game music resumed after a brief pause. "What were you doing just now?" he asked, setting aside his thoughts on Qin Hao. "Playing a game," Jiang He replied, her eyes glued to the screen. "I mean earlier, when there was no sound." Her sheepish expression was familiar. Su Qing was reminded of classmates secretly opening flashy websites in computer labs while pretending to work. I was still gaming, Jiang He insisted. The screen showed only one active window. All right, but don't get into anything weird. That guy on the phone just told me his ex likes women. It's creepy. Yeah, pretty creepy, Jiang He muttered, her attention on the game. Su Qing wasn't bothered by her indifference. Whether she was annoyed, confused, happy, or impatient, Jiang He always looked captivating. Even her perfunctory replies were charming. The afternoon passed quickly, and it was time for Jiang He's stream. She tied her hair back and put on a jacket, waiting for Su Qing to turn on the TV before entering the duel arena. Over the past few days, a few familiar usernames had come and gone in her streams. Despite low-tier matches, there were surprisingly regular viewers. Who Big Tongue Tree has entered the live stream. This user always joined promptly at 7 p.m. with a "Here I am" before falling silent. Jiang He rarely spoke during streams, focused entirely on the game. Whenever she did talk, viewers seemed to leave. Standing behind her, Su Qing noticed that the camera angle made it look like Jiang He was sitting between a Zhong Kuei statue on the right and himself on the left. Apart from game sound effects, a faint female voice could occasionally be heard narrating. What's going on here? A new viewer joined, puzzled by the static scene of Jiang He, Su Qing, and the Zhong Kuei statue. Thankfully, the characters in the game were still moving. This is gaming. Whenever Jiang He encountered a question, that was always her answer. It wasn't that she wasn't moving. Her hands were definitely active, and her eyes were glued to the screen. At first glance, the screen seemed static, but after watching for a while, you'd notice she was alive and well. This was what set her stream apart from others. Most other streamers filled their rooms with non-stop chatter, background music, and booming game sound effects, creating a lively atmosphere. But here, Su Qing had forgotten to add background music. Both of them preferred peace and quiet, so the only sound were the crisp clashes of combat in the game. It gave the impression of focused gameplay, with hardly any talking. A new viewer with the ID Lon Xiu Da went silent. Who the hell doesn't know this is gaming? Asterisk. On the screen, two characters were fiercely battling. One unleashed a dramatic combo called Fury Blossom Sword, only for every move to miss. The female gunner fired a few rounds mid-air before gliding away. But the real question was, what's going on in the background? After a moment of silence, Lon Xiu Da asked. The background, huh? Hu De Tongshu replied, that's Zhong Kuei. Yeah, it's Zhong Kuei. Jiang He echoed mid-PK, agreeing without much thought. Slam! Lon Xiu Da exited the stream. 2 minutes later, Lon Xiu Da re-entered the stream. They couldn't resist. They had to figure out what was going on. No incessant chatter, no background music, just one person gaming, with Zhong Kuei looming ominously in the background alongside another figure in an awkward pose. It seemed human, but if it were a wax figure, it was eerily lifelike. Wait, did it just blink? Lon Xiu Da. Did you see that? The person in the background just blinked. Hu De Tongshu. No way. It's a wax figure. How could it blink? Lu Renjia. Exactly. You're seeing things. It couldn't have blinked. Lon Xiu Da. Swan Nai Mei Xiao Nu. Haha. You're going to drive them crazy. It's a person. Jiang He clarified between matches, glancing back earnestly. Hu De Tongshu. Streamer, stop messing around. Get the person in the background to move. He's being punished. He can't move, Jiang He said, shaking her head. She turned briefly to look at Su Qing, who shot her a sidelong glance before resuming his focus on the news. In a tiny stream, with just a handful of viewers, people were free to banter. How long is he standing there for? Lon showed it it couldn't help but ask. It was all too strange, like he was a bodyguard. I told you it's a wax figure. Why don't you believe me? For my analysis, this must be the lost Hua family fist technique. Nonsense. The Hua family fist technique is all about breaking stone slabs. This is clearly the immovable Qing technique. The quirky viewers treated the stream like a chat room, turning it into a lively debate. Jiang He pursed her lips, recalling Su Qing's advice to let them be. She didn't engage and let them chatter away. Streamer, play some music. For some, streaming was about watching. For others, it was about leaving the stream on as background noise, enjoying the chatter or music while doing other things. While PK battles were more entertaining than grinding, they could still get monotonous. The chat demanded some tunes. Jiang noticed the requests, glanced back at Su Qing, still engrossed in the news, and didn't bother him. When the match ended, she refrained from queuing up for another. "I'll figure out how to play music. Just give me a sec," she said, fumbling to set up background audio. The chat went silent, save for Swan Nai, Mei Xiao new typing out instructions. When a stream had few viewers, it felt cozy, less chaotic, and more like hanging out with friends, chatting and gaming. Rain brushes frost leaves, brushing away bygone days. Clouds shield autumn geese, hiding a decade of moonlight. I push open the window, hands full of rustling memories. A cold pillow, a flickering candle, filling me with melancholy. The soft, flowing melody filled the stream. Surprisingly, it perfectly suited the quiet atmosphere, instantly enhancing the viewing experience. 66,666. Now this is a vibe. Huda Tongshu gifted an ice cola to the stream. Jianghe's in-game gunner, wearing a silly Christmas hat and default attire, continued to dominate the PK arena. The young girl, the bizarre figure, Zhong Kuei, and the sounds of hey-ha, clack clack, created a peculiar tableau. If you listen closely, you could even catch snippets of news about poverty alleviation efforts in the background. An hour flew by. Su Qing finished his breathing exercises as he ended her stream, stretching lazily in her chair. Today, the stream hit a peak viewership in double digits, a big step forward. Someone gifted me something today, an ice cola. He gleefully removed her jacket, pulling her hair free and letting it fall loose. It felt strange to keep it tied for too long. "Good omen. Congrats on earning a few cents," Su Qing teased, stretching before grabbing 2 colas from the fridge, handing one to her. "Here, my treat too. But everyone seemed more interested in you than my gaming," he pouted. "That's normal. You're not in a high rank yet. No one likes watching low-level stomps. I'm helping draw viewers and keeping them around. Just keep saying I'm being punished if they ask." Su Qing didn't mind. If it were him, he'd also be curious about a bizarre stream like this. Next time, record your matches. Post the gameplay videos later. If you keep this win streak and hit 1,600 points, people will start digging up your old matches for replays. He was already at 1,000 points. Su Qing had checked. 1,500 was a decent rank. At that level, stomping noobs would be tough, but if she could do it in shabby gear, her skills would shine. As for maintaining the streak, Su Qing didn't even entertain the thought. Money could overcome skill. Other players could bulldoze through matches in their Ferrari skins, and she'd only have one chance to avoid mistake. If you run into any big-name streamers and take them down, though, that'd be huge, he mused, stroking his chin as he considered whether to buy her some gear. "Sure, I'll take them down," he responded confidently, sipping her cola through a straw. More Leda-like that way. "It's 8 o'clock. Want to cuddle up and watch a movie?" Su Qing asked. He hesitated before slowly rising from her chair. "We can watch a movie, but why do we have to cuddle? We could lie down instead. This sofa folds out." Su Qing demonstrated, pulling a lever to flatten the old sofa into a bed. He was dumbfounded. She'd never realized the sofa had this feature. "I don't want it. Put it back." All right. That's why I've never replaced it. It's multifunctional," Su Qing said, reluctantly returning the sofa to its original state. "Should I turn off the lights?" He asked. "Of course. I want to shower first." "Sure," Su Qing agreed readily. He chose a 2-piece pajama set to avoid any wardrobe mishaps. She still remembered the time Su Qing playfully lifted her chin with a finger and teased, "What a lovely young lady." She suspected he'd realized she wouldn't actually hit him for that, so she had to stay on guard. As for the shower, it wasn't to avoid being sniffed again. It just felt better to watch a movie feeling fresh and clean. Jiang, he finished her shower, carrying 2 damp pieces of clothing back to her bedroom to hang up. When she returned to the living room, she was wearing a new pale yellow pajama set embroidered with falling leaves. It was short-sleeved with matching shorts, leaving her fair arms and legs exposed. She immediately regretted her choice. It felt even less modest than her old sleepwear. What if Su Qing suddenly licks me? Jiang, he glanced down at her legs, conflicted. Su Qing had joked about licking her before, and now, freshly showered and squeaky clean, she wondered if he might actually try it. Why are you just standing there? Su Qing, who had been using pliers to fiddle with a metal ring, noticed her pause. He set the tool aside. I was deciding whether to bring Wintermelon to cuddle with us. Jiang, he pointed at the cat, feigning thoughtfulness. She picked up the fluffy creature, turned off the living room light, and handed Wintermelon to Su Qing. For you, she said. Why are you giving it to me? Su Qing asked, baffled. Wasn't this for you to hold? No, it's for you. Jiang, he insisted, pushing Wintermelon into his arms before plopping down beside him on the sofa. She slipped an arm behind Su Qing, mimicking the way he had held her before, and leaned her head cautiously against his shoulder. What's this about? Su Qing looked at Wintermelon, thoroughly confused. Would you prefer I hug your leg instead? Jiang, he asked innocently. Su Qing sighed. All right, fine. She'd preempted his playful antics by turning the tables. So sly. Although they were already engaged, and she'd even entrusted him with her mysterious jade pendant, Jiang, he still wasn't used to physical intimacy beyond a kiss here and there. Su Qing knew it was his fault for getting too handsy before, and now she had her own ways of preventing weird things from happening. The movie started as planned, the cuddling continued as planned, but Su Qing knew better than to entertain any interest in her legs tonight. What are we watching? Jianghu Air NV. Ash's purest white. It's about the Jianghu of a bygone era. Jianghu? Jiang, he asked curiously. Not the Jianghu you're thinking of. It refers to a set of rules and a way of life outside ordinary society, a small world of its own. Things like loyalty and courage are what define their Jianghu. The so-called Jianghu was more of a thematic undercurrent in the film. The NV, children of the Jianghu, were just a group of small-time gangsters drinking cheap liquor, worshipping Guan Yu, and dancing to disco. The film, with its distinct Jiazhanka style, told the story of ordinary people caught in the tides of changing times. Jiang, he sat like a boyfriend would, with one arm around Su Qing, occasionally reaching out to pet Wintermelon with her free hand. The cat looked extremely aggrieved, but had no choice but to endure their attention. Do you think this jade pendant is why you ended up here? Maybe one day during a thunderstorm, I'll show up in your village with it. Su Qing speculated, fiddling with the pendant and adjusting its position when it pressed uncomfortably against his chest. Jiang froze. How could that be possible? It's just an ordinary jade pendant. That's how it always is in novels. The pendant either contains a hidden master, a secret technique, or the power to cross worlds. If my gums start bleeding, I'll try biting it to see if it recognizes me as its owner. Then, maybe you shouldn't wear it. What if it actually does something? Jiang's tone grew serious. What if there's some truth to those stories? You don't want it back so you can go home? Su Qing asked, pressing the jade pendant to his forehead in mock experimentation. Relax, I'm just joking. There's no way it's that magical, Su Qing chuckled, slipping the pendant back under his shirt. And even if it were, it's mine now. No takebacks. Jiang, he didn't respond. She was lost in thought. When she'd arrived in Su Qing's world, it had been like walking straight out of the peach blossom spring. She'd simply wandered into a grove, and before she knew it, she was in this steel jungle of a city with no way to return. The pendant had nothing to do with it, probably. As the movie played, Jiang, he grew more introspective. Meanwhile, Su Qing stepped away briefly to use the restroom. Wintermelon took this opportunity to escape Jiang's grip, scampering off into the darkened room. By the time Su Qing returned, Jiang, he was leaning against him, visibly drowsy. Her head rested close enough to his chest that she could hear his steady heartbeat. Slowly, her breathing evened out as she drifted to sleep. Su Qing noticed and gently jostled her arm, but she didn't stir. Some martial artist, he thought with a smirk. Where's all that vigilance now? He pulled her closer, catching the faint fragrance from her freshly washed hair. As he held her, he felt a calm contentment settle over him. The night was quiet, peaceful, and ordinary. A perfect evening for a martial hero and her companion. Witnessing the passage of time always evokes some emotions. Brick-sized mobile phones have evolved into smartphones. Rural paths now lead to high-speed railways, and video halls have disappeared, replaced by televisions. Watching the movie from start to finish, Su Qing was fully engrossed. Jiang, he was nestled in his arms, falling into a deep sleep. Occasionally, Su Qing would stroke her hair, and she remained still, as if she'd completely let her guard down. Although she still resisted certain actions, she seemed to have tacitly allowed this closeness. Watching movies now required a shower first, followed by cuddling. Even if she was still resistant, if he insisted on touching her feet, she wouldn't strongly oppose it. Perhaps it was because of the jade pendant he had gifted her. Su Qing touched the jade pendant hanging around his neck, perfectly deciphering Jiang He's behavior. As the credits rolled, the video window minimized automatically, and the computer screen brightened slightly. He glanced down at Jiang He's sleeping profile, holding her quietly for a moment before leaning down to kiss her gently. She didn't wake. I once dreamed of wielding a sword and traveling the world to see its splendor. But now, with this warm girl in my arms, all I want is to stay home and hold her. Realizing it was already past 10 p.m., Su Qing decided to try moving Jiang He into the bedroom. Carrying her inside while she slept would undoubtedly leave her so touched tomorrow morning that she'd cry and beg him to move back into the master bedroom. Moving carefully, Su Qing adjusted his posture and lifted Jiang He, who neither snored nor drooled. Carrying a girl wasn't like Jiang He's method of grabbing a piglet by an arm and a leg to toss it into a pen. Instead, he carried her princess style, as it's commonly called. Jiang He only weighed about 100 jin, making it an easy lift thanks to Su Qing's training and the fact that she was a girl. Everyone knows there's a vast difference between carrying 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of a girl. While rice might be hard to lift, carrying a girl is effortless. He could even spin around or jog a few steps. Jiang He's eyelids fluttered as Su Qing moved, but she made no other movements, as if bewitched into staying still. Su Qing placed her on the bed and shook his head at the sight of her fair arms and legs peeking out from her pajamas. You know this is entrapment, right? What's entrapment? It's making me think you're asleep, so I take advantage, only for you to catch me red-handed. Seeing Jiang He open her eyes, Su Qing mischievously placed his hand on her knee, sliding it down her calf to her foot, giving it a playful squeeze. He then quickly retreated to the door, pulling it shut behind him to shield himself from her kicking. This way, I'm not taking advantage of you. Good night. Being openly cheeky is different from taking liberties while she's asleep. Su Qing prided himself on his cleverness. After making sure Jiang He's door was secure, he returned to the storeroom, grabbed some clothes, and washed up. Once clean, he sat back at his computer to mull over the movie he had just watched. Bin Bin was the leader of a gang of hooligans. They swore allegiance to loyalty in front of Guan Yu's shrine, substituting wine for blood in their oath. However, this so-called loyalty was nothing but a fragile illusion. They were numerous, but lacked organization, discipline, or an industrialized chain of profit. Their unity relied solely on the personal charisma of their leader and the vague, outdated notion of loyalty from the old Jianghu world. They were like a pile of loose sand. He wrote and paused, then rewound the movie to rewatch key scenes. A sprawling 5,000-word article flowed from his fingers, and by the time he finished, it was already midnight. You're still not asleep? Jiang He's head peeked out from master bedroom, catching sight of Su Qing still in the living room. He was dressed in matching blue pajamas, with a can of cola and a straw on the table beside him. Man, the last time she had offered him a straw, he said, using a straw is too girly. Just about to sleep, Su Qing replied, stretching and yawning as he stood. You can't sleep after your nap? No, just go to bed early. You too. She even cares about when I sleep now. Su Qing sighed, turned off his computer, and finished the rest of his cola before heading back to his storeroom. Jiang Yi's presence had subtly improved his life. Su Qing used to think that his nocturnal lifestyle would age him quickly. By 30, his hairline would have receded dramatically, and living to 60 would suffice. Now he felt he could live to 80 and still be spirited. As for everything else, there wasn't much change. Liking a girl often motivates a man to work harder, to earn more for a better life. This had little to do with Jiang Yi specifically. Lying in bed, Su Qing wasn't sleepy. It had been a while since he stayed up so late. Feeling unexpectedly energetic, he picked up his phone, lowered the volume, and began scrolling through a video site. The latest buzz was about traditional martial artists being crushed by MMA fighters. It was unclear whether it was hype or real challenges. Any sensible master would know their limits and avoid humiliation, but perhaps some believe their own myths after years of pretending. If someone from the traditional martial arts scene staged a dramatic comeback, they'd undoubtedly garner immense attention, a clear path to fame and fortune. But Su Qing had no interest in pursuing this. Human relationships depend on compatibility. Upon reflection, if someone solely driven by financial freedom were trained by Jiang Yi, they might seize the opportunity to challenge MMA fighters, stirring up a frenzy. They could promote traditional martial arts while raking in profits. While this sounded appealing, putting oneself under the spotlight would invite intense scrutiny from netizens, who would dig into every detail of one's past. Given that most people didn't believe in traditional martial arts, the sudden emergence of a youth defeating MMA fighters would immediately be suspected of staging. Investigations would follow, and even if nothing could be pinned on Jiang Yi, plenty of complications would arise. Practicing martial arts was about strengthening oneself, not showing off or picking fights. In a moonless night, the stars shone exceptionally bright. Su Qing raised his hand to his face, clenching his fist slowly in the darkness before closing his eyes. When he woke the next morning, sunlight was streaming in, and faint noises could be heard from the living room. Opening the door, he saw Jiang Yi practicing swordsmanship. The master bedroom spaciousness gave her plenty of room to move, and she wielded the 3-foot-long sword with vigorous precision. Do you know the evil repelling sword technique? Su Qing shuffled to the bathroom in slippers and asked curiously when he came back to sit on the couch. Now that he trained his stances at night, his mornings were more relaxed. Evil repelling sword technique? Jiang Yi turned the sword in her hand and shook her head. I don't know it. I'll teach you. It goes like this. Su Qing didn't know any sword techniques himself, but opened a mobile game on his phone, demonstrating a set of moves performed by a character named Master Ko. That's from a game, Jiang Yi scoffed, giving him a look that screamed, idiot. I can't even do earth-shattering slash. Earth-shattering slash was a special move in the game she streamed, where a swordsman struck the ground, summoning lava in a flashy display. Just try the move. Perform it. The move. Yes. Jiang Yi frowned, but eventually understood his meaning from the action shown on Su Qing's phone. The evil repelling sword technique. I can't, she flatly refused, her face impassive. It's so simple. Give a shot. I'll cook breakfast afterward. No need. I'll make breakfast. I'll do laundry. I'll wash the dishes. I'll even help you grind in the game. Faced with Su Qing's hopeful gaze, Jiang Yi wavered. After all, it was just a move. Fine, I'll practice it then. Great. Su Qing readied his phone to record her. However, Jiang Yi snatched the phone and tucked it in her pocket, intending to return it after practicing. Is this how it's done? Jiang Yi gripped the sword, keeping a serious expression as she stepped back in her room, far from Su Qing, before attempting the move demonstrated by Master Ko. Su Qing felt his nose heat up. What's wrong? Jiang Yi looked at him, startled. Nothing, just a small problem. Su Qing stuffed tissue into his nose, awkwardly unsure whether to stand or sit. Who designed such a suggestive sword technique? I think. I'm feeling unwell today. Breakfast is up to you. Su Qing clasped his hands in mock surrender. I'll cook tomorrow. Jiang Yi said nothing, sheathing her sword. Seeing Su Qing's ridiculous look with tissues stuffed in his nose, she realized him cooking wasn't realistic. While Su Qing lounged on the couch, reflecting on himself, breakfast was soon ready. Afterward, he sat at the computer to help Jiang He grind in the game, a promise he couldn't avoid. Jiang He, meanwhile, sat where Su Qing usually did, engrossed in her books, occasionally marking passages with a pen. She had given up on a brief history of time after finding it too dense. Now she alternated between how to master emotional intelligence and humor and communication, both of which she found enlightening. She also followed several relationship blogs on WeChat. Once Su Qing noticed, he helped her filter the accounts to avoid dubious content. Though Jiang He was clever and unlikely to be misled, it was better to be cautious. He left one or two questionable accounts for her to critique as negative examples. Grinding in the game was monotonous. After working on a few accounts, Su Qing grew restless, tempted to use cheats to automate the process. However, imagining Jiang He's sharp glare or her gnashing teeth if the accounts were banned made him rethink. Unable to continue, he decided to handle some real tasks. Leaving Jiang He at home, he strolled outside. The residential complex's electronic gate system was finally operational. Uncle Zhao sat under a large umbrella nearby, his chair slightly closer to the gate. Delivery riders now had to register before entering. From May, we'll need electronic keycards, right? Yep, in about half a month. Have you applied for yours? Better hurry up. Got it. I'll head over now. Su Qing chatted idly before wandering to the community center, which wasn't far, but not somewhere he often went. Inside, he saw Aunt Chung Yulan managing forms for registration. Seeing her in charge was a pleasant surprise for Su Qing, simplifying the process. While filling out his form, he chatted with her. Originally planning to register his own keycard first and return later for Jiang He's, he realized there was no need. Also, give me a form for someone else, he said, smiling as he wrote. Why didn't she come herself? I was out for a walk and ended up here. Might as well handle it to save another trip. Name, Jiang He. Age, 19. Occupation, freelancer. Last year she was 18, this year 19. Flawless logic. Some renters needed to provide photocopies of their ID cards for registration, but homeowners like Su Qing had it easier. Soon, he had 2 electronic key cards in hand. Only 19. Huh. Aunt Chung remarked as she glanced at Jiang He's form. Guess she can't get married this year. Who said we were getting married this year? Su Qing was surprised. I did. Just a thought. You think way too far ahead. Su Qing was at a loss for words. After a moment, he added, we haven't even dated long enough yet. We'll get married when we're ready. Besides, she doesn't have any family back home to handle her paperwork. I'll have to find time to take her back and sort things out. She doesn't have family? Yeah, it's been a long time since she's been back. I'll see if we could transfer her residency to Jiang City. You've got your work cut out for you, Aunt Chung said with a smile. Getting her registered in your household would be nice. She's a good girl and knows how to manage things. She's great. Last time she even went with you to collect eggs, Su Qing chuckled. He figured the lecture events Aunt Chung organized wouldn't last long. People had been discouraged before, only showing up because there were freebies. Who wouldn't grab free stuff? Aunt Chung said proudly before sighing. But my daughter won't bother with it. She says it's a waste of time. Yet she wastes time watching TV and munching sunflower seeds all day. All right, I'll let you get back to work. Su Qing noticed more people entering the office, so he tucked his hands into his pockets and strolled back home, wondering if Jiang He had finished grinding in the game. When he got back, Jiang He was still hard at work. Her long hair cascaded down her back as she concentrated, presenting a focused and diligent image. A frugal and capable Jiang He, Su Qing thought to himself. Someone complimented you today, said you're good at managing things, he said, placing one of the electronic keycards on her desk. What is this? Jiang He asked, holding up the thin blue plastic card with a small hole in it. It's a key. The new gate outside requires this starting next month. Attach it to your keyring. Oh, okay. After finishing her game, Jiang He fetched her keychain and hung the electronic keycard on it. She lifted the keys to examine them. Living here had led to her accumulating all sorts of little trinkets. Aunt Chung complimented you. Su Qing continued with a grin. She even said we'd get married this year. I asked her where she got that idea, and she said it was just her own thought. He laughed, adding, but you're only 19. Legally, you can't get married yet. Although, strictly speaking, Jianghe's actual age would qualify her as an ancient granny. Her physical and biological age was as fresh as her straw shoes. 19 is too young. Yep, practically an old spinster by now. I'm not an old spinster. Jianghe protested, clearly sensitive to the term. She was young, after all. Let's set aside the issue of being old for now. Anyway, it smells nice, and it's smooth to the touch. In the afternoon, after Jianghe finished moving bricks, Su Qing eagerly wanted to learn sword techniques. While Tang Quan could enhance physical fitness, a 3-foot-long sword was the perfect prop to show off and fulfill a martial arts dream. Zhao Guest adorned with a fine turban. The Wugo blade gleams like frost and snow. In 10 steps, a man falls. Over 1,000 miles, none remain. Although one couldn't casually swing a sword at people these days, it was fine to imagine oneself dressed in flowing white robes, standing atop a mountain peak, sighing deeply. The world has changed. Then, the sound of swords would rise, and a single strike would illuminate 19 provinces. Speaking of swords, Su Qing's favorite was the description in the Sword of the Third Young Master, Yin Shisan's 15th strike. It was a move transcending the limits of nature, an undefeated technique, but when executed, it caused an unexpected reversal. Yin Shisan used it to kill himself because it was too fearsome. Though absurd, when Su Qing first read that, he was as bewildered as Xiaofeng facing Yin Shisan's corpse, staring blankly for a while before letting out a sigh. Of course, Jianghe's sword techniques lacked the depth and spirit of the novels. Hers focused on practical moves for killing, simple and efficient. But Su Qing was still enthusiastic, insisting Jianghe teach him how to twirl the sword. Who would spend years making martial arts costume dramas for their channel if they didn't genuinely love wuxia? That's it. Holding the long sword, Su Qing couldn't help but want to hack and slash. It was like how he used to swing sticks around as a kid. Was this what they meant by, a blade in hand stirs the intent to kill? Following Jianghe's instructions, he turned the sword slowly twice, feeling its weight. With your wrist as the pivot, keep the sword aligned to your arm's sides. Draw circles forward and downward, keeping the blade close to your body, and complete the motion with the tip of the sword. Jianghe patiently guided him by the hand. Sword twirling was a basic skill in swordsmanship. Though called flower, it wasn't about creating literal blooms. A more accurate term would be sword whip. It was a technique, not just flair. At the peak of the twirl, the speed could become astonishing. By concentrating force at the tip of the sword, it could easily slice through iron sheets, achieving effects beyond simple slashes or thrusts. After teaching him the basics, he left Su Qing to practice on his own. Once he got a feel for wrist strength, they could move on to other basic moves like strikes, thrusts, blocks, and parries. Regardless of the move, wrist strength was key. As for footwork, the foundation from Tang Quan would suffice. If you want to master it, you'll need to practice for several hours every day until the moves are second nature. When someone attacks, you shouldn't even have to think. You'll instinctively react with the most effective counter. If you hesitate, the opponent will stab you before you can act, Jianghe advised from her desk, glancing at Su Qing while fiddling with her mouse. So you guys fight purely on instinct? More or less. Martial arts are about ingraining techniques into your reflexes. Beyond talent, it's a contest of who reacts faster. Instinct is faster than thought. The way you're flailing that sword now, I wouldn't even have to think to. Su Qing shuddered. Wait, don't say such scary things. I'm just practicing for fun, not stabbing people. He wouldn't take the sword outside anyway. If he did, Qin would arrest him. Practicing at home was purely for self-amusement. Maybe someday, if he got a regular job like Su Wenbin suggested, and there was a talent show or something. Punching routines looked silly, but swordplay? That was another level of cool. Initially, when he let Jianghe move in, he thought about squeezing some martial arts manuals out of her. Now, he could count that as a dream fulfilled. Though it wasn't exactly practical, It was something he genuinely enjoyed. This was just a hobby, like scrolling through Douyin or reading novels. Su Qing practiced seriously for over an hour until his wrist ached. Rubbing his arm, he took a break to continue tinkering with his collection of iron rings using pliers. If he didn't do it now, he'd end up spending the evening helping Jianghe stream for an hour, then watching movies, leaving him no time. Life had quietly become busy, mainly because he had taken on so many things. His channel, film reviews, stock trading, martial arts, each required time and effort to build up. Fortunately, these were all semi-entertaining pursuits, and he could share them with Jianghe. Su Qing enjoyed it all. After joining the iron rings, finishing half a sleeve for his chainmail, he turned on his computer to record a video and update his followers on his progress. By 7 p.m., Jianghe had put on a coat, tied her hair, and prepared her gaming setup for her stream. Su Qing turned on the TV, stretched his legs, and stood behind her, resuming his stance practice. He's here. He's here. Why does it look like he hasn't moved since yesterday? Did he stay there all day and night? Someone says you've been standing there since yesterday, Jianghe said, turning on her music and warming up her wrist for the PK matches. Su Qing ignored her. Mere mortals, what did they know about physical training? Lie like a bough, stand like a pine, sit still like a bell, and walk like the wind. Right now, he was a pine tree, and everyone knew trees couldn't move. But people could climb them. Streamer, are you talking to him? Why isn't he responding to you? That's because he doesn't like talking. He just enjoys standing perfectly still, Jianghe quipped. Then, after a moment of thought, she added, kind of like Feng Yuxiu. He's a martial arts fanatic. Su Qing's eyebrow twitched slightly. Was Jianghe learned to talk nonsense now? Birds of a feather flocked together. If she stayed around him any longer, would she become like him? Feng Yuxiu practices by kicking wooden stakes every day. Have him try kicking one too. The viewers found it amusing. Martial arts enthusiasts were rare these days, but they weren't unheard of. Just a few years ago, someone had live-streamed their entire stay at Wudong Mountain learning Kung Fu. If Su Qing could pull off something impressive like kicking a wooden stake, it would be a hit. Getting two different kinds of content in one stream? What a win. Has anyone seen him move? Why does he feel like a fake person? The barrage of comments floated across the screen. Actually, he's just a wax statue. Who did Tong Shu? Right, a wax statue. I can vouch for that. Lan Xiu da. The 20 or so viewers in the stream, some of whom had seen Su Qing before, began to egg on the newcomers with tall tales. Why don't you try standing still in that pose? If you can last 10 minutes, I'll call you impressive. No way a real person can stand motionless for this long. Lying in bed, Huda couldn't help but laugh as he typed. He tried imitating Su Qing's pose 2 days ago and barely lasted a few minutes before his arms went sore and his legs began trembling. If he hadn't seen Su Qing talk when he first entered the stream, he would have been convinced the guy was a mannequin. This kind of stance isn't something you can mess around with, Jianghe explained while pressing keys on her keyboard. If you practice incorrectly, you could injure yourself. Just watch and don't try to imitate it. When he first started, even his posture was all wrong and had to be corrected repeatedly before he got to where he is now. The number of viewers fluctuated, but the stream held steady at around 20 people. Jianghe felt content with that. She knew that growth took time. After all, even crops needed to ripen before harvest. There was no such thing as instant success, and the more viewers she gained, the faster the growth would accelerate. Her job was simply to play well and thoroughly dominate the arena, while wearing her silly hat. Holy crap, has anyone noticed the streamer hasn't lost a single match? Really? I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy watching the guy in the back. What's so great about someone standing still? I'm waiting to see if he'll blink. +1. +1. Just then, a phone rang on the table. Su Qing glanced over, paused his stance practice, and picked it up. It was Wang Zijuan calling. Hello. Holy sh***. What the heck are you doing? Wang Zijuan's voice was incredulous. What do you mean? Su Qing was confused. I'm at Galba's place, watching your stream. Holy crap, what are you doing? Practicing the sunflower manual? Wang Zijuan was staring at Jianghe's gaming screen, but Su Qing's sudden movement on camera made him feel like he'd seen a ghost. Su Qing glanced at the computer screen, smirking. Get lost. Do you need something, or can I hang up? I'm not done practicing. Damn, you're something else. Let's grab a meal sometime. I come back from a trip, and you're already deep into the sunflower manual. Goodbye. Su Qing hung up and returned to his stance. He glanced at Jiang He's stream, where a flurry of comments floated by. He moved. He's alive. He looked at me. Why does this feel creepy? It seemed the viewers were more interested in him than in Jiang He's gameplay. Something about that felt off. Su Qing scratched his head and stepped back to continue practicing his stance. Stances were a fundamental part of martial arts. Tai Chi stances, health stances, Baji stances. The market was full of instructional material, and traditional martial arts masters were always showcasing a variety of them. He wasn't worried about anyone stealing his thunder. Evening stream shenanigans. Later in the stream, someone with the username Wanwu Songji Wang Dashao entered the chat. Wanwu Songji Wang Dashao gifted Sky Wings X1. Stand for another hour, and I'll send more gifts. Whoa, big spender. I want to see how long he can last. Impressive. Jiang He, startled, turned to Su Qing. Someone's offering you more gifts if you stand for another hour. Boo. Wanwu Songji Wang Dashao. What the heck? Su Qing almost picked up his phone to call Wang Zijuan back. This guy was just here to mess with him. Nope. I said an hour. And an hour it is. Oh. Jiang He turned back to the screen and informed the viewers. He said no. You don't have to repeat everything. They can hear us. All right. Jiang He blinked at the recent gift. It seemed like it was technically Su Qing's earnings and had nothing to do with her. The situation was becoming a bit strange. She ignored the banter in the chat and started her next match. An hour later, Jiang He's stream peaked at over 50 viewers. Early viewers were busy misleading the newcomers, and most of the chatter revolved around Su Qing and Zhong Kuei, her game avatar. Jiang He felt like a mere background character, toiling away at her matches. Small, weak, and pitiful. They all seem to be watching you, not paying attention to how many matches I've won. Jiang He muttered after ending the stream. That's just your imagination. Su Qing reassured her. They're watching you play the game, and they only talk about me because they've got nothing better to do. If I started a stream where I just stood for an hour doing nothing, no one would watch. Is that really true? Of course. Why would anyone watch me standing still? That'd be ridiculous. Jiang He thought about it and agreed. Her mood lifted slightly. A martial artist's journey ending halfway would have been too pitiful. I'm just here to fool around. Play games with you so you don't get nervous. Plus, being on camera avoids issues with the platform. The focus is still your gameplay, so don't overthink it. How much was that gift worth? About 100 yuan. You'll get a cut. Maybe a few dozen. A few dozen? Jiang He had noticed the 10,000 gold bean price tag earlier and thought it was super expensive. Yeah, since you're not signed with the platform, they take a big cut. Even if you sign, the platform still takes a share. We'll talk about that later. If you do well, they'll send you an invite. Once that happens, we'll decide whether to sign. Signing comes with a lot of rules and quotas, which could be a hassle. Was the stream recorded? Su Qing asked. You can upload it. Videos can earn passive income, just like the ones I make. Every 1,000 views, earn about 1.5 to 3 yuan. We'll be in the same business. He handed over the task of uploading the video to Jiang He, figuring it was something she should learn. Meanwhile, he picked up his pliers and iron rings to continue his chainmail project. On signing contracts. If you sign, I have to sign too, since this account is technically mine, Su Qing explained. But even if I wanted to, I wouldn't sign. Platforms impose quotas, like how many hours you must stream each month. Being free is better. He summarized the 3 common types of streamers. Platform-signed streamers. These are the elites, offered contracts with base salaries, promotional resources, and a good revenue share. But only top-tier streamers qualified. Agency-signed streamers. These often fell into scams. Agencies took half the platform share, then split the remainder with the streamer. Although agencies helped boost popularity and gift revenue, they often came with exploitative contracts that were hard to escape without paying hefty fines. Freelance streamers, the path Su Qing chose. Freelancers had no restrictions on where or when to stream, but lacked promotional support, making growth slow. Gift shares were meager, but freedom was priceless. Su Qing hoped Jiang he would eventually transition into a food streamer. For now, helping her fool around in gaming was a way to learn the ropes. If she ever got big enough to warrant a platform invite, they could reconsider signing. The real money comes from videos. If you save your recordings and upload them, people will keep watching and revenue will snowball over time. This isn't pointless work. The next steps? Jiang he didn't rush to upload the video. Instead, she reviewed the stream at double speed, noticing how funny Su Qing looked standing still in the background. After some thought, she asked, "Why don't you try standing for half an hour, then spend the other half working on your chainmail?" That's unnecessary. Su Qing imagined live streaming as chainmail crafting and shook his head. Stance practice is novel, but manual work is boring. If the project were nearly finished and looked impressive, it might spark interest. Right now, I've only got half a sleeve. No one even knows what I'm making. You do think things through more than I do, Jiang he admitted. You're already thinking more than before, Su Qing replied with a chuckle. Really? Much more. Su Qing smiled, reflecting on how much she had changed. She was even joking now, like that crack about Feng Yushu earlier. A new beginning. I'm officially in the same business as you. Jiang he excitedly announced after uploading her first video. Although she didn't fully understand how content creators made money, the act of posting a video gave her a sense of satisfaction. It felt like she was catching up to Su Qing. Back when she first moved in, she envied how he could sit at home watching movies, editing videos, and earning money. You're learning my martial arts, and I'm learning your trade. Technically, I should call you master, and you should call me master. We'd be each other's masters. Try calling me master, just once, Su Qing teased. Can you not be so weird? You just don't get the humor. So what should we call each other? Su Qing. Jiang he refused to play along. What about when we're married? Call me. Let's talk about that later. You'll understand the fun of this someday. Su Qing sighed dramatically. The thought of Jiang he calling him master filled him with giddy anticipation. Though short and stocky, Qing had a body full of muscle from years of training. Even with some added weight, he was still solid. Su Qing, on the other hand, had hit the gym briefly during college, but had spent most of his time post-graduation cooped up at home as an online creator. They weren't on the same level. That Qing Hao couldn't win immediately was baffling. Are you even trying? Use some strength. Wang Zijuan egged them on from the side. Qing Hao gradually exerted his full power, but Su Qing's arm merely trembled slightly without budging. Are you two putting on a show? Wang Zijuan was unimpressed. Before he could finish complaining, bang! Su Qing's arm was slammed onto the table. He chuckled, rubbing his wrist. I can't beat you. Qing Hao looked stunned. Even though he'd won, it didn't feel like a victory. What kind of miracle pills are you taking? I told you it's the old man in the park. Cut the crap. It's not crap. Look at this. Wang Zijuan pulled out his phone and showed Qing Hao a video of Su Qing practicing. If it weren't for the moving game interface and sound effects in the background, the video would look like it was frozen. Su Qing stood motionless, staring off-screen, while the in-game character Jingwei loomed menacingly in the background. Performance art? Qing Hao remained skeptical about martial arts. Too many so-called masters had been beaten senseless by combat experts. He couldn't help but think, I could probably handle it too. What is this, some kind of monkey kung fu? Kung fu. Look at that stance. It's brimming with righteous energy. He must have learned it from somewhere. While Wang Zijuan and Qing Hao continued debating, Su Qing checked his phone for the time. It wasn't 7 yet, so Jiang He's usual live stream battle hadn't started. Live streaming had its perks. Whenever Su Qing wanted to see her while out, he could just open the app and watch her immersed in duels. He could even chat with her via comments. Did you see how he used a napkin to cover the table? Isn't that a bit delicate? It's definitely the Sunflower Manual. Wang Zijuan seized on what he considered solid evidence. Man, I just bought this shirt. Do you know how filthy these tables are? Su Qing was exasperated. The shirt was a surprise purchase from Jiang He. Or maybe not so much a surprise. She'd been out grocery shopping and bumped into Aunt Chung haggling over clothes at a roadside stall. A buy one, get one deal tempted her, and she bought two, one for herself and one for Su Qing. Teach me. I want to learn, Wang Zijuan said eagerly. You can't. It's too ethereal, and your foundation is weak, Su Qing said, shaking his head. That wasn't his judgment. It was what Jiang he had once told him. A weak foundation could lead to disastrous results. To practice safely, one needed to first improve their fitness with regular exercise for a few months, building good habits before diving into martial arts. Wang Zijuan didn't make the cut. You could learn it, Su Qing said to Qin Hao. What nonsense. I'm not interested. Qin Hao had zero enthusiasm for standing still for an hour. He'd rather do 200 push-ups or spar with someone. Are you guys drinking? I can't drink, but I'll grab some for you. Qin Hao's voice faltered mid-sentence. He stood abruptly, his gaze fixed on a group of people who had just sat down not far away. His expression darkened. Su Qing raised his head, puzzled by the sudden shift. In that moment, Qin Hao's stance transformed. His left leg slid back slightly, feet crossing in a balanced position. His abdomen tightened, his posture leaning forward slightly. Even the muscles in his neck and shoulders visibly tensed. It was an unmistakable combat-ready stance, so intense that it made Qin Hao seem like an entirely different person. Not the usual burly, jovial guy, but a predator poised to strike. What the hell is he looking at? Su Qing subtly followed Qin Hao's gaze, but saw nothing unusual. When their eyes met, Wang Zijuan blinked rapidly, too scared to turn his head to look. This kind of silent, ready-to-strike aura made the situation feel more serious than anything they'd encountered before. Go get it, then, Qin Hao said, sitting back down while pulling out his phone under the table. I'll go. Same as always. Su Qing asked. Yeah, Wang Zijuan replied. Su Qing brought back the drinks and sat down. Wang Zijuan chattered on about Su Qing's armor projects while Qin Hao kept glancing over at the nearby table. After about 10 minutes, another group arrived to order food, and Qin Hao's tense demeanor finally eased. With a brief nod to his friends, he got up and walked away casually, only to suddenly lunge forward. Holy crap, do we need to run? Wang Zijuan jumped up and instinctively moved aside, holding a skewer of grilled mushrooms, unsure whether to eat it or put it down. Run for what? Su Qing asked, standing by him with a paper cup in hand, watching the scene unfold. The street stall owner, startled, stood to the side clutching a bottle of chili powder, ready to intervene. Before he could, one of the men pulled out a pair of silver cuffs, causing the owner to quietly retreat. The whole altercation was over in moments. Qin Hao turned back to them, waving cheerfully, a look of satisfaction on his face. Without a word, he got into a car and left. Did he just score some big points? Wang Zijuan muttered, finally taking a bite of his mushroom skewer, still processing what had just happened. Seems like it. Not like in the movies, though. Shouldn't there have been a dramatic standoff with a shout of freeze, and then a wild chase scene with overturned tables and chaos everywhere? Su Qing glanced at the distant table. This was way sneakier. They just quietly called him back up and nabbed the guy. Better not mess with him. I swear I felt killing intent earlier. That guy, how damn, he scared me. Wang Zijuan rubbed his neck, still shaken. It was supposed to be a fun hangout with friends, but Qin Hao's sudden transformation had thrown him off completely. The way Qin Hao had stood up, brimming with aggression, made him feel like he was looking at a stranger. That kind of presence wasn't something Wang Zijuan could ever match. If Qin Hao had been exposed and that person had tried to run, there was no doubt in Wang Zijuan's mind that Qin Hao would have pounced without hesitation. I didn't dare move. My God, Wang Zijuan muttered, still recalling Qin Hao's earlier stance. Su Qing, however, didn't seem as affected. He was more impressed by the sudden shift in Qin Hao's demeanor. Looks like he earned some big points for this one. Next time, we should make him treat us to dinner. Maybe it was because of his own martial arts practice that Su Qing wasn't as shaken by such changes. He'd felt a similar chill the first time Jiang he had drawn her sword, even occasionally when she pointed it at him during practice. Over time, though, he'd grown immune to it. Still, this sudden reminder of how much people around him were growing and changing left Su Qing a bit introspective. Wang Zijuan, on the other hand, felt the difference most acutely. Su Qing had been thriving as a content creator while also mastering martial arts. Qin Hao was a literal protector of the city, someone you'd typically only see on TV. And then there was Wang Zijuan himself, still the same as ever, wandering aimlessly like he had back in college. With Qin Hao gone, the food they'd ordered seemed a bit excessive. Fortunately, Su Qing's increased appetite more than made up for it. He ate enough to match Wang Zijuan's consumption twofold, ensuring nothing went to waste. You know, Su Qing said, holding up the last skewer of poor kidney, if a pig is weak, does its kidney still count as good for boosting energy? Wang Zijuan froze, staring at the skewer in his hand. He thought about it for a long moment, but couldn't come up with an answer. Also, Su Qing said after finishing his drink, don't waste money sending gifts during my streams. We're just doing it for fun, and most of the money goes to the platform anyway. You're just throwing money away. After eating their fill, Su Qing said his goodbyes to Wang Zijuan, grabbed a cab, and headed home. Back at home, Su Qing opened the door to an unusual sight. Jiang he wasn't at her usual spot by the computer. Instead, she was lounging on the couch, watching TV. Fresh out of the shower, she was wearing a loose silk pajama set that left her looking effortlessly relaxed. When she heard him enter, she glanced up at him, her face filled with a rare pout. You're late. What's wrong? Su Qing asked, still preoccupied with thoughts of Qin Hao's earlier actions. When you're not there, no one watches my stream. Jiang he looked at him pitifully before lowering her head again. Su Qing was momentarily stunned. Only 2 days ago, he had reassured her that her audience came for her gameplay, not to watch him stand motionless like a statue. Yet tonight, the moment he skipped the live stream, her viewership plummeted by more than half, with many viewers asking where he was. Su Qing rubbed the back of his head, unsure how to respond. He hadn't expected that those ridiculous viewers would tune in just for him standing still. But what surprised him even more was Jiang He's reaction. Was she sulking? Su Qing couldn't help but grin. He walked over and hugged her from behind. Jiang He leaned her head against his chest and muttered, Am I only good for breaking bricks? She paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up, catching Su Qing off guard and head butting his chin. Why is your head so hard? Su Qing asked, rubbing his jaw in pain. You've been drinking, Jiang He said, sniffing slightly. Yeah, you smell bad. Is it that bad? Su Qing lifted his shirt to sniff. Beer didn't have a strong scent, or so he thought. I just showered and changed into fresh clothes. Don't make me smell like alcohol. Jiang He shifted away from him, clearly displeased. Su Qing sighed. She wasn't wrong. The last time he drank too much during New Year's, the lingering alcohol smell had clung to the bed for 2 days. Jiang He had eventually stripped all the bedding and washed it thoroughly. Fine, I'll go shower. As he headed to the bathroom, Su Qing couldn't help but reflect on how much Jiang he had started to manage his life. It wasn't through harsh demands, more like subtle nudges. Was this some innate skill women were born with? When he came back out, freshly cleaned, Jiang he had already returned to her desk, engrossed in a video editing tutorial. She was using the software Su Qing had set up for her. Today, I saw someone arresting someone else. Their stance was so impressive, relaxed overall but with tension in their neck and shoulders. It was like they were ready to strike at any moment. I don't think I've ever seen you like that. Ready to strike? Jiang he mused, setting down her mouse. Her hands naturally dropped to her sides, and she glanced at Su Qing from the corner of her eye. Su Qing froze. In that brief moment, he felt a palpable sense of danger. His back broke out in a cold sweat, and his heartbeat spiked. This must be what that black dog felt when it ran away. What was that? Su Qing stammered, licking his lips nervously. He wanted to hug her, but instinctively stepped back instead, plopping down on the couch. That's not quite right. When you first approached me, I wasn't on guard because you just wanted to give me an umbrella. Su Qing replayed countless memories in his head and suddenly felt a chill. If you think about it, you haven't held my hand in a while, Jiang he remarked casually. What? Su Qing turned to look at her, But Jiang, he was staring intently at her computer screen, not saying another word. Well, okay, let's fix that, Su Qing said, awkwardly reaching out. Recently, he'd been more focused on finding ways to hold her legs, which had indeed made him neglect her hands. He reflected on this lapse in affection as he stood behind her, holding her hands and guiding her through video editing. Earlier, was that killing intent? He asked. No, it's your own instinctive reaction to danger. Jiang, he replied without looking up. It's complicated, but basically, being around you makes me feel safe. But when I encounter someone like that black fatty earlier, my instincts tell me to be cautious. Would he ever hurt you? I don't know, but I know you wouldn't. Then why did you scare me earlier? Su Qing complained. Jiang, he looked puzzled and turned to him. Didn't you want to see it? They were so close now that Su Qing could feel her breath against his face, a clean, fragrant scent. He instinctively followed the breath downward, lowering his head, but Jiang, he frowned slightly and pushed him away. You still smell like alcohol. You forgot how you forced me after drinking? Su Qing grumbled, dissatisfied. If you can beat me, you can force me too. The residential complex was old but quiet. With summer approaching, the days grew longer and nights shorter. People stayed up later, and many windows in the buildings still glowed with light. Su Qing lay sprawled on the couch, clutching a copy of the complete Sherlock Holmes. He completely disregarded Jiang He's earlier advice about how lying down to read would strain his eyes. Instead, he pulled the couch closer to the window, leaving a crack open for the breeze. The weather was getting hotter, though it wasn't warm enough to turn on the fan just yet. The cool breeze drifting through the window brought a serene and cozy feeling. Sometimes, doing absolutely nothing, just lazily lying there, reading a book or closing your eyes to think, was enough. Time slipped away unnoticed, and then you'd fall asleep, waking to embrace a new day. Su Qing couldn't even remember the last time he felt so at ease. A year ago? 2 years ago? After pondering for a moment without finding an answer, he placed the book over his face and closed his eyes to rest. Jiang he had started imposing rules on him, and that wasn't a good sign. Underlying message was clear. Either stop drinking or stop trying to kiss her after drinking. Trying to have both options would require an overwhelming show of force, but Su Qing knew that was impossible. While the idea of outshining the master was conceivable, no amount of confidence could convince him that he could overpower Jiang he and force her to endure his alcohol breath. She had been training from a young age, while he was just a latecomer to the martial arts world. Her struggles in chaotic times gave her an edge that he, with his peaceful life, couldn't match. The idea of forcing anything was thrilling, but ultimately it was just fantasy. The only way forward was to outsmart her. Are you asleep? Hearing Jiang He's voice, Su Qing resisted the urge to move. He remained still under the book, pretending not to hear. His mind wandered to how he might avoid being overpowered in the future. If they ever shared a room and Jiang He turned over, pinning him down, well, that would be a disaster. Just as he was mulling this over, the couch sank slightly. Then, the book was lifted from his face. Su Qing resisted the urge to react, curious about her intentions. Is this some kind of entrapment? You're misusing the term, Su Qing replied, opening his eyes to see Jiang He's standing over him. Entrapment means you're trying to catch me doing something suspicious, right? I need to have ill intentions for you to bait me. You don't, so what am I supposed to fall for? What kind of ill intentions? Jiang He asked. What kind of ill intentions? Su Qing countered, pretending to look serious. Well, it's not like you'd suddenly kiss me. Even if you did, I wouldn't resist. That doesn't count as ill intent. Ill intentions mean I don't want something, but you insist on doing it anyway. Oh, Jiang He turned away, feeling unamused. Just moments ago, she thought about sneaking a kiss while Su Qing seemed asleep. Realizing she was still holding his book, Jiang He returned to place it back over his face. Would wanting to punch you while you're asleep count as ill intent? Can you even punch me in secret? If you hit me, I'd wake up. And if you knock me out first, I'd definitely figure it out when I woke up sore all over. It's not exactly a secret. Su Qing reached out on instinct, grabbing her hand and pulling her down beside him on the couch. Now, sneaking a touch when you're asleep is different. You wouldn't even notice. I'd be satisfied, and you wouldn't lose anything. Isn't that a win-win? Jiang, he stared at him blankly. I was just asking. She settled beside him, watching as Su Qing absent-mindedly played with her hand. Oddly, it felt comfortable, probably because his face was covered by the book. Without his intense gaze, the situation didn't feel awkward. Jiang, he reflected on this. Maybe that's why his habit of holding her leg had made her self-conscious before, because he'd always looked like he was savoring the moment. Looking down at her calf under her nightdress, Jiang, he kicked off her slippers and curled up beside Su Qing. She rested her head against his chest, cautiously taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. It was incredibly relaxing to lie here with someone she liked on such a peaceful night. Don't move. Seeing Su Qing about to remove the book from his face, Jiang, he pushed it back over him. What kind of weird quirk is this? Su Qing asked, bewildered. It's not weird at all. Jiang, he snuggled closer, much like she had while watching movies with him. Only now they were lying down instead of sitting. With his face covered, it felt safe, as if Su Qing were temporarily blind. He could only hold her without doing anything else. Did you get addicted to this after the last time we cuddled? Su Qing tightened his arm around her waist, trying to understand her perspective. Girls naturally liked hugs, kisses, and being held. It was instinctual, especially someone like Jiang He, who'd lived through swordplay and chaos, might find warm embraces addictive. But why insist on covering his face with a book? Was it to pretend he was asleep? Su Qing smirked at the absurdity of it, amused by the modern twist on the old idiom of covering one's ears to steal a bell. Jiang, he responded with a quiet hum, not saying much, just savoring the warmth of the moment. She thought about falling asleep like this, but quickly dismissed the idea. The potential consequences were too daunting. Sleeping on a couch won't lead to having children, will it? Su Qing froze. Haven't you seen those illustrated guides? Why would I look at such things? Didn't second boss teach you how children are made? Su Qing licked his lips, suddenly feeling guilty, as though he were corrupting an innocent girl. She did, Jiang muttered, deciding not to elaborate. Shut up. I get it. Su Qing's fingers traced along her waist absent-mindedly. He was pretty sure she didn't know. Why would second boss explain such things to her? Back when Su Qing was young, it was the age of crude curiosity and limited information. He and Qin Hao had once stumbled upon a dubious CD and secretly watched it at Qin Hao's house. They were utterly shocked and believed for a while that babies came out of butts. Su Qing couldn't even remember how he eventually cleared up that misconception. School gossip probably helped. In such an environment, kids naturally learn the truth over time. Jiang He, though, had neither school nor mischievous peers. Her life was all martial training and chores. Any real knowledge would have to wait until she got married or stumbled upon it accidentally. Maybe a trip to the local brothel would have enlightened her, but she likely hadn't been to one either. If you keep squirming, you'll end up having kids, Su Qing warned when he felt Jiang He shift against him. Jiang He froze, lying stiffly on his chest, unsure what to do. I'm just feeling hot. I'll buy you a fan tomorrow. Okay. Jiang He nodded, then moved her arm slightly, brushing it against his. His touch felt cool and soothing. There's a fan in my room, too. I could find it for you. But it's not great to use fans this early in the season. It's bad for your health. Hand fans are better. Su Qing's room doubled as a storeroom, where he'd shoved the fan when Jiang He moved in. It was probably buried in a corner. Speaking of martial artists, weren't they supposed to be immune to cold and heat? A calm mind, as the saying went, brought natural coolness. Then again, Su Qing wasn't sure how true that was. Most of his understanding came from TV dramas. Do you really feel hot? No, it's just, Jiang He hesitated, trying to explain. It wasn't about the temperature, but a restless feeling, like a tiny flame flickering inside her. Forget it. No more cuddling. Jiang He sat up abruptly, leaving Su Qing behind on the couch. She padded back to her desk and sat down, a determined look on her face. If moving around could calm her down, so be it. But if Su Qing's warning about having kids was a lie, she needed to know. Su Qing finally removed the book from his face, rubbing his nose as he got up. Wandering over to Jiang he leaned down to peek at what she was doing. What leads to having kids? Jiang He had already closed the webpage. You. Shut up. Okay. Seeing Jiang He's flustered expression, Su Qing wisely refrained from asking further. Some things had to be learned in private, and he respected that. For the record, touching feet doesn't lead to having kids, Su Qing explained. Of course not. Jiang He gave him a look that screamed, Are you stupid? She knew that much at least. If touching feet could cause pregnancy, the world would be overrun with people. Well, there's a course on it in the 9-year compulsory education. Su Qing scratched his head. He thought about ordering a book online to help her learn, but it felt awkward. Did she really need to learn about this now? Baidu's results aren't always trustworthy. Don't believe everything you find there, Su Qing said earnestly. He fell silent for a moment, then added, It's like liking shoes. It's not normal. Most people wouldn't understand it. But when someone really likes you as a person, sometimes. So you're finally admitting your shoe fetish? Jiang He asked smugly. Yeah, I admit it. Su Qing nodded. There was no point denying it. Jiang He already had her conclusions. At least she wasn't shocked. That lack of reaction said it all. Liking Jiang He's grass shoes and little heels wasn't some insurmountable hurdle. After all, it wasn't about the shoes themselves but how she looked in them. The lines were blurry, but that was fine. You had my grass shoes before you liked me. Jiang He pointed out unconvinced. At first, I thought they were antiques. Antiques are valuable. With the money, we could buy a big house with a vegetable garden. You'd love that, right? Why would I bother farming if I had a big house? Jiang He rolled her eyes at his logic. Sometimes Su Qing was shockingly dense compared to his usual sharpness. What would you do with a big house then? I'd hire someone to do the farming, of course. Fair enough. Every farmer dreams of becoming a landlord. Failing to get her to lift her legs, Su Qing gave up. Instead, he grabbed Jiang He's hand, gave it a firm kiss, and stood up to leave. Good night. Good night. Don't trust everything you read online. Just skim it. Su Qing left the living room to her, knowing she'd continue her research on having kids. Without understanding the truth, sharing a bed before marriage would remain out of the question. Ancient people seemed to fear childbirth, likely due to the dire conditions of the time. Giving birth was akin to walking through death's door, with save the mother or save the child scenarios haunting many. Su Qing remembered hearing that phrase in a drama once. It always left him cold. In those times, choosing to save the mother often meant losing the ability to have more children. For common household, that could mean the end of the family line. But modern times were different. With today's medical advancements, having 1 or 2 kids wasn't a big deal. Su Qing hoped Jiang He would eventually see this and approach the topic with a calmer mindset. Reflecting on the absurdity of discussing children at their age, Su Qing shook his head, laughing to himself. Ever since Jiang He arrived, normalcy seemed to have flown out the window. He rummaged through the storeroom and found the old fan buried in the corner. After dusting it off, he set it aside for summer use. As Su Qing was preparing to sleep, a knock on the door echoed. It seemed this was Jiang He's first time knocking on his door in the middle of the night. Su Qing's body tensed, thinking, what's meant to happen will always happen. So, after searching up childbirth-related issues, is this the moment? Jiang He stood at the door with a hand cream Zhou Suji had previously gifted her and her phone in the other hand, showing a shopping app. This is almost finished. I found the same name online, but it looks different. Is there an identical one? The living room computer had already been turned off, signaling bedtime. Su Qing, noticing Jiang He's retreating step as he looked at her with glowing eyes, responded, Nothing, nothing. You're just looking for the same one, right? Su Qing pulled up the official store and found the exact item. Jiang He leaned closer to check, her face twisting at the price. Wow, it's this expensive? And he sure went all out. Call her mom. Before Jiang He could respond, Su Qing was ready to place the order. Jiang He hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I'll just use DeBayo instead. That's what I use. You'll use this? Then I'll buy it myself. You'll... Su Qing hesitated before handing the phone back. Fine. After all, the default address was hers. Last time, she had even bought herself a grocery basket. Don't skimp on it. Your hands are getting softer and smoother. Oh, Jiang turned and walked away with her head down. Before entering her room, she glanced back to see Su Qing still standing by the door. After a moment of thought, she pushed him back into his room and closed the door. Returning to her room, Jiang stared at the price on her phone and the cream in her hand, conflicted. She touched her soft hands, indeed smoother. For the past few days, she had applied the cream morning and night, and her hands smelled fragrant too. Carefully squeezing out the remaining cream, she rubbed it in for a while. Staring at her phone, she mused, wasn't DeBeo just as good? Su Qing's large bed was soft and spacious, unlike the cramped storeroom bed, where reaching out could touch both edges. Jiang, lying down in the darkness, turned her phone back on and stared at it for a while, thinking about how it felt leaning against Su Qing on the couch earlier. Slowly, she hugged her blanket tighter. His arm felt so comforting. For a second, I even thought of pulling off his pajama top. No, I'm a lady knight. I can't do such things. The next morning, Su Qing practiced his sword techniques for half an hour. He felt good, but hadn't yet mastered producing the clear, ringing sound of the blade like Jiang could. He was still figuring it out. Just as he finished, Qin Hao, who seemed to have worked overnight, called him, sounding excited. I discovered I have a special ability. What ability? Golden words. Yesterday, when Wang Zi and I were getting into a car, I joked that if we were with you guys, we'd probably run into something to grab. And guess what? A blind rat stumbling onto a dead cat. Holding his sword, Su Qing lazily turned it over in his hands, imagining Qin Hao would never guess he was playing with a 3-foot-long weapon at the moment. I'm serious. At KTV last time, I joked about running into someone we knew, and we ran into you all. And even on my first day at work, Qin Hao rattled on enthusiastically. Are you sure this isn't just your jinx mouth? Golden words, I tell you. Fine. If you're ever broke, just scrape some gold off your tongue. What did you catch last night? Just some scammer. Su Qing didn't believe half a word. A mere scammer wouldn't have provoked that kind of reaction, like running into a nemesis. Ignoring Qin Hao's dinner invitation, Su Qing guessed the guy just wanted to try catching something mid-meal. Foolish and reckless, like a turkey trying to find patterns in random events. Golden words. He turned to Jiang. You're the one with a golden mouth, sweet as honey. Jiang had no idea what he was rambling about. If I use a sword and you fight barehanded, could I beat you? Want to try? No, just asking. Su Qing had no intention of swinging a sword at her. Winning or losing wouldn't end well either way. The day passed quickly, with Su Qing practicing sword techniques and boxing, his body warming up and loosening. He packed up and decided to bring Jiang home to visit his parents. Jiang held Su Qing's hand, swinging it lightly in the warm late spring sunshine. She mulled over how to address his mother. Call her Annie? Or Mom? It felt awkward since they weren't officially married yet. At home, Zhou Suji, unusually, wasn't out playing mahjong and was instead cleaning. Hello, Annie. Jiang greeted her politely, only for Su Qing to squeeze her hand. She discreetly squeezed back. Mom, where's Dad? He's not coming back for a few days. Oh, Su Wenbin's work, mostly involving research and preservation, often required long trips. It wasn't about eagerly digging up tombs with a shovel, but involved tedious, time-consuming processes like planning and expert consultations. In Su Wenbin's study, Su Qing spent the morning flipping through books about history and artifacts. Many important items were locked away in cabinets, leaving the rest accessible for casual reading. As he skimmed through, he felt a spark of curiosity toward historical relics. Sitting in his father's usual chair, he immersed himself in learning about ancient times, something that hadn't really interested him before. When lunchtime arrived, Su Qing came out of the study to find Jiang already seated at the dining table. She handed his phone back to him, and he noticed the wallpaper had been changed. The previous picture, taken during winter, showed Jiang bundled up like a waddling penguin. The new one captured her at the riverside, fishing with a long ponytail flowing behind her, one hand holding a fishing rod, the other propping her chin as she stared thoughtfully at the water. Zhou Suji glanced at him as he returned. What were you doing in the study? Learning about history, understanding cultural heritage. You. Zhou Suji's tone was laced with skepticism. What do you mean, me? It's in the Su family genes to love ancient artifacts. Su Qing washed his hands, grabbed his chopsticks, and joined them. Without Su Wenbin around, the meal felt oddly subdued. Look at Su Xian. Su Qing began teasing, falling for a 1,000-year-old spirit. My dad is in 1,000-year-old tombs. Me? Huh. Enough nonsense. What about you? Zhou Suji glared at him and turned to Jiang He. Eat more veggies and ignore his ramblings. And those aren't tombs, they're cultural relics. Jiang He stole a glance at Su Qing, recalling stories about Su Xian marrying a snake spirit. Zhou Suji added, it's getting hot now. Eat more bitter melon to cool off. Soak it in salted water before cooking to remove the excessive bitterness. It'll taste much better. Isn't the bitterness the point? Jiang He blinked, confused. Zhou Suji paused, caught off guard. Exactly. Su Qing burst out laughing. If it's not bitter, might as well stir-fry cucumbers instead. His laughter made Jiang He's naive comments seem even more adorable. Mom, Jiang He's cooking skills are already better than yours. She's always experimenting with recipes to make my meals tastier. She's learning fast. Oh, listen to you bragging. Zhou Suji shook her head, realizing Su Qing only came home to show off his girlfriend. After eating, Su Qing retreated to the study, digging into stories about Wu Zetian's reign. It amused him that his father, so seemingly refined, had a collection of speculative historical materials. Perhaps Jiang He's interest in martial arts and ancient customs had influenced him. He now found himself increasingly drawn to Tang Dynasty history, even questioning the feasibility of legendary feats like those in the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Could Li Shimin's legendary victory, where 3,000 soldiers crushed 100,000 at Hulao Pass, have actually happened? Perhaps if those 3,000 were all elite warriors, it might have been possible, like tanks rolling over infantry. While Su Qing mulled this over, the door opened quietly. Jiang He stepped in and leaned over his shoulder to see what he was reading. Are all these history books? Yeah. Feel free to read anything, but make sure to put it back where you found it. Otherwise, my dad will go nuts if he can't find something. Got it. Jiang He nodded, but didn't touch anything. Instead, she leaned closer to look at the book he was reading. Her curiosity about modern knowledge seemed to mirror Su Qing's interest in ancient times. At one point, Zhou Suji peeked through the door and saw the two huddled close together, almost touching. Shaking her head, she muttered about the scene being too much and quietly closed the door. Hearing the click, Jiang He glanced back, then at the handwritten notes Su Qing had set aside. She flipped through a few pages and suddenly blushed. Why are you reading this kind of stuff? She asked, her face red with embarrassment. Su Qing feigned innocence, then remembered what she'd picked up. It was one of the more scandalous pieces among his father's collection. He quickly responded, this is serious historical research. Don't look at it through a judgmental lens. Serious? You expect me to believe that nonsense? Jiang He glared at him, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Su Qing chuckled, realizing there was no convincing her. All right. Let me explain what male concubines were. They're just, Jiang He stammered, unable to articulate what she'd heard in vague terms. In her mind, it was akin to knowing that feet couldn't be touched by others but not understanding why. It simply felt improper. Come here. I'll teach you how to view history objectively, Su Qing said, tugging her arm gently. When she resisted, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her onto his lap instead. You're poking me, she exclaimed. Fine, you better stand up then, Su Qing said with a sigh. Being a man in his 20s, certain reactions were simply beyond his control. Jiang He looked at the study shelves filled with books. So, this is all about history? Do you think there's anything about my village? Possibly, Su Qing replied. If second aunt's martial arts skills are so legendary, maybe there's a mention somewhere in the archives. Who knows? She might even rival famous figures like Hong Fu Nu or Gong Sundanyang. The study felt like a treasure trove, and while Su Qing's historical knowledge came mainly from dramatized novels and TV shows, he was starting to take it more seriously. When Jiang he stayed quiet, an indescribable aura seemed to radiate from her hair to her toenails. She sat reading with her brows furrowed, studying intently. Su Qing rested his chin on his hand, watching her. After observing her for a long time, he realized that the unique air about her came from her posture. Unlike most people who lean their elbows on the desk while burying their heads in books, Jiang he sat with perfectly straight shoulders and a ramrod straight back. Suddenly, Su Qing had a strange idea. Feigning casualness, he extended a finger and poked her waist. Jiang he shot up as if she had a spring under her. "What are you doing?" she snapped. Su Qing looked at his finger, thought for a moment, and then stood up. "I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back for dinner." Jiang he couldn't figure out what poking her had to do with him going out. She raised a finger as if to poke him back, but hesitated and gave up, feeling it was a bit childish. In the afternoon, dark clouds gathered over Jiang City. The weather at this time of year changed quickly, but the clouds weren't dense enough for rain. It was just overcast. If it were to rain, it wouldn't be until the next day. The wind rustled the trees in the residential complex, and Su Qing stepped out alone. He took a turn and entered another building to find Qin Hao. Annie often says the human world is wonderful, where men farm and women weave the days away. The door opened to reveal Qin Maokai, with Huangmei Opera playing from the oversized phone on his table. He turned the volume down as soon as he saw Su Qing. Su Qing glanced around and noted that the only other living being on the balcony was Xiongba, the family's dog. "He's out again. He left after lunch. Didn't he just get off work this morning?" "Exactly. No clue what he's always so busy with." Qin Maokai scratched his head, a resigned look on his face. Truth be told, he envied Su Qing. He seemed to do nothing all day except wander around like a carefree immortal. "What a life you lead, man. This little broken site is fun, right? It's great. So much stuff on there. Look at this." Su Qing chuckled as he watched Qin Maokai fiddle with his phone. "As long as you're having fun, just try not to argue with my dad in the comment section of my videos. You two are practically a meme now." He poured himself a cup of tea and continued. "My dad types with a 9-key input method. You use handwriting. You're still no match for him. He insists on arguing with me." Qin Maokai thought about it. It was true. While Su Wenbin quickly typed out a line, it took him forever to scribble out a single response. It was frustrating. "You two should just send each other voice messages on WeChat. Problem solved. You're just stirring things up, aren't you?" "No, not at all." Qin Maokai put down his phone and went to his cabinet. "What about your girlfriend?" "She's home reading. Let's have a drink then. I got a bottle of Snake All liquor. It's good stuff." "No thanks. If I drink, my girlfriend won't let me kiss her." By mid-afternoon, Su Qing had drunk 2 cups of tea and helped Qin Maokai follow some popular content creators to keep him entertained instead of constantly sparring with Su Wenbin online. "Making videos looks pretty easy," Qin Maokai remarked, watching Su Qing's editing clips. "It could be easy or hard, depending on whether people like it." "Well, I like it. By the way, how's he told me you're making armor?" Qin Maokai grew excited as he dug out the chainmail Su Qing was working on. One sleeve was already finished and hung on a coat rack. "Can you actually wear this when it's done?" "Of course. Why else would I make it?" Su Qing gestured toward himself. "You just pull it over like this. The whole piece will probably weigh 20 or 30 pounds. Walking around in it will sound impressive. Once it's done, let me try it on." "You seriously?" Su Qing was speechless. Like father, like son, both Qin Hao and Qin Maokai were itching to wear it. "Your frame's too big. I made it to fit my size, though it'll be slightly loose." "Oh." Disappointed, Qin Maokai stared at the armor for a while, then suddenly brightened. "I'll make one too." "What?" "I've got time to spare. I'll make my own, and we can wear them together to walk around town." Qin Maocai's enthusiasm was palpable as his beard twitched with excitement. Back in his day, he didn't have the chance to play with such things. All he had was mud to sculpt with. Watching Su Qing live out his childhood dreams stung a little. TCH. Armor is every man's dream. Walking around town in armor, you can go. I won't. Su Qing shook his head vigorously. Back in the day, you'd be accused of rebellion for this. Even now, it's not a great idea. Watch out. Housie might arrest you. He wouldn't dare. Su Qing chatted idly with Qin Maokai for a while longer. He left after explaining that he wasn't looking for Qin Hao for anything urgent and just wanted to drop by. Back home, Jiang He had come out of the study and was sitting in the living room, chatting with Zhou Suji. The two seemed to get along well, their faces lit with smiles. Su Qing could tell Jiang he had picked up a lot from her conversations with Zhou Suji. Back already? Zhou Suji greeted him. Yeah, back. Did you find Housie? Nope. Just had tea with Uncle Qin. Zhou Suji shook her head. Su Qing rarely spoke much with his father, Su Wenbin, while Qin Hao could chat endlessly with Su Wenbin. Similarly, Su Qing and Qin Maokai always had something to talk about. It seemed true that fathers and sons were mortal enemies in their past lives. Back in their apartment, Su Qing set about continuing his chainmail project. But before he could release Jiang He's hand, she gripped him tightly. What did you just say on the street? She demanded. Su Qing froze, realizing she was out for blood. Her gaze was intense as she looked up at him, but because she wasn't as tall as Su Qing, she had to tilt her head back. Feeling this weaken her stance, Jiang He glanced around, hooked her foot under a small stool, and dragged it over. Stepping onto it, she now towered over Su Qing. With a firm grip, she pinned his hands above his head against the wall. Su Qing stared at her, unsure of her intentions. Oh, you just want me to repeat what I said, so you can make a big deal out of it. I'm not that dumb. Jiang He didn't let go. With his hands restrained and her standing above him, Su Qing gave up struggling. Now this is what they call a cabadin, Jiang He finally declared, breaking the silence. Su Qing blinked, utterly baffled. I just wanted to spank you. Did it have to escalate to this? Though clueless about what a cabadin was supposed to mean, Su Qing did his best to cooperate with Jiang He's apparent need to assert dominance. Jiang He pretended to be stern, then softened as she wiped a bit of saliva from Su Qing's lips with her finger. She stepped down from the stool, nudged it back to its original place, and turned toward the kitchen. She began rummaging through the fridge for ingredients to cook dinner, leaving Su Qing still pressed against the wall in stunned silence. Some things, she felt, were better left as an implicit warning. Over-explaining would only diminish her mystique. By the time night fell, the dimly lit kitchen was alive with the clatter of pots and pans. Su Qing worked on his chainmail at the dining table, occasionally glancing over at the kitchen. His thoughts drifted. Wasn't this role reversal supposed to be the other way around? Dinner consisted of garlic scapes with black fungus and bitter melon stir-fried with shredded pork. Earlier, Zhou Suji's attempt at bitter melon had been too bland for Jiang He's liking, so she decided to redo it her way, embracing its full bitter flavor. Delicious, right? Jiang He asked after tasting a bite, looking expectantly at Su Qing. He nodded vigorously. He'd always enjoyed the bitterness, which was why he hadn't taught her to remove it when she started learning to cook. Jiang He beamed. Maybe I should write down the recipe, both the bitter and non-bitter versions, so others can choose what they prefer. You'd write it down? I might forget otherwise. That would be troublesome. Then go ahead. You've got plenty of notebooks. Their conversation shifted, and Jiang He revealed her broader plans. Cooking tutorials, selling homemade pickles, and incorporating it all into her growing presence as a content creator. Su Qing, realizing this was part of a larger strategy, could only offer a resigned smile and a supportive good luck. By evening, Su Qing helped set up their shared livestream. Jiang He, sitting calmly in front of the screen, engaged in intense gameplay, while Su Qing acted as a silent background fixture. Despite his effort to blend in, the odd atmosphere of their small stream drew attention, especially with its eerie background music and bizarre themes. One of their viewers, Wang Zijuan, joined the stream and, bewildered by the surreal vibe, couldn't resist contributing a donation. Jiang He thanked him with a smile, but remained focused on her gameplay, while Su Qing stayed behind her, wondering just how he'd ended up as a prop in Jiang He's rising media empire. The match ended, and Jiang He had fiercely defeated her opponent. She couldn't help but glance back at Su Qing. Su Qing was still standing like a statue, eyes fixed on the TV. In just a few minutes, Su Qing had earned a few hundred yuan. No rush, no rush, he muttered. As long as the gameplay is good, the audience will keep coming. The duel arena rating jumped from over 1,300 to 1,400, reaching a new tier. Your skills are impressive, streamer. Looks so effortless when you're playing. The floating comments on the screen gave Jiang He a little confidence. Finally, someone noticed her gameplay, even though most discussions still revolved around Su Qing. An hour passed. Jiang He ended the stream and spun her chair around, just about to speak. But before she could, Su Qing's phone, resting on the table, burst into song, forcing her to swallow her words. "Hello," Su Qing answered. He wondered what Wang Zijun wanted this time. "Your stream has massive potential," Wang Zijun exclaimed on the other end. "You just stand there doing nothing, and hundreds of people tune in." Hundreds? Su Qing was taken aback. He hadn't noticed, thinking it was still the usual few dozen people coming and going. "What are you looking at? Don't even know your viewer count. Watching the evening news." "What? Also, the stream isn't about me. It's a game stream. I'm just part of the backdrop, got it?" Su Qing sat down beside Jiang He, phone in hand, and checked the stream stats. It was indeed impressive. At its peak, over 500 viewers. He couldn't tell how many were there for him, how many for Jiang He, or maybe both. The mix seemed to be the key. Alone, standing still was boring, and solely playing the game lacked appeal. Together, they created a unique dynamic. No endless chatter from a typical streamer, just two people earnestly doing their thing, with the audience vibing and chatting among themselves. Su Qing analyzed the stream's highlights as Jiang He leaned closer. Instinctively, he wrapped an arm around her waist as they sat together, listening to Wang Zijun explain the purpose of his call. "This studio, like a talent agency or guild, could be big for you. You're clearly skilled. Weren't you planning to form a team?" Su Qing recalled Wang Zijun's New Year's resolution about starting a gaming squad. "Don't remind me." Wang Zijun sighed. "As for this, no thanks. I'm just streaming for fun, spending time with my girlfriend. No plans to make it serious." Su Qing rejected the idea, unwilling to humor Wang Zijun's wild schemes. Spending time with Jiang He was enough. After all, it was just an hour, and Wang Zijun's ideas always involved burning real cash. "What about the waste?" "What waste? You've been half listening the entire time." "Ah!" Su Qing yelped suddenly, cutting him off. Gasping in pain, he quickly added, "Let's drop it. My goal is the stars and the sea. Streaming is just a casual thing." He hung up, tossing his phone aside and rubbing his waist. "Where did you learn that?" "Learn what?" "That innate womanly skill." Jiang He stood up, only to pause and sit back down as something occurred to her. She grabbed the mouse and waved it a bit. "You earned a few hundred today. Didn't you earn that? They sent it to you." Su Qing thought for a moment before asking, "Isn't mine yours?" Jiang He had never considered this. She looked from the computer screen to Su Qing, momentarily unsure why something fell off. "You're setting me up." Jiang He snorted and stood up to leave, only to turn at the door. "I'll earn more than you someday. You even know what a setup is now." Amused, Su Qing opened Baidu on his computer and checked his browsing history. Nothing was there. Indeed, incognito mode had outsmarted her again. May Golden Week. For working folks, it was a great time for a break. But for the unemployed, it wasn't much different from any other day, maybe even worse. The main gate outside, now, had an electronic lock system. Su Qing thought it would have been better to place it at the stairwells, but then neighbors might leave it wide open all day. On second thought, this setup wasn't so bad. After seeing Su Qing earn hundreds in a day, Jiang He became less enthusiastic about manual labor. She finally grasped the deeper meaning behind his words about making money with your brain. Though standing still on a stream didn't require much brain power, it was still more than moving bricks around. Manual labor was the least efficient way to earn a living. Every day, Su Qing read books, watched dramas, edited videos, wrote reviews, occasionally monitored stocks, read news, and tinkered with iron rings. His routine set an excellent example for Jianghe. Use your strengths, and life becomes effortless. Be careful out there, Su Qing advised as Jianghe left the house. Got it. Jianghe jingled her keys, creating a metallic clatter, then swung her bear-shaped backpack over her shoulder and headed out. Having freed herself from manual labor, Jianghe suddenly had a lot of time. She wandered around the neighborhood daily. At first, Su Qing accompanied her, but as she grew more familiar with the area, he trusted her to go on her own. Outside the house, Jianghe stuffed her keys in her bag, double-checked for her phone, zipped the bag securely, slung it crossbody, and jammed her hands into the pockets of her light jacket. She strolled out of the gate, looking cool. "Where's Sue?" Uncle Zhao asked casually upon seeing her. "At home, watching TV. Staying home all day. Doesn't he worry about growing mold?" Uncle Zhao shook his head, taking a puff from a cigarette as he watched Jianghe's leisurely figure disappear into the distance. Just a few months ago, this girl had walked with a tiger-like stride, leaving a deep impression. Now, she looked more and more like Su Qing. Passing by a supermarket, Jianghe hesitated, took out her phone, then stepped inside. A moment later, she emerged with a can of cola, sipping through a straw as she strolled to a bus stop. After studying the destinations, she picked a route she hadn't taken before. When the bus arrived, she scanned the code on her phone, found a window seat at the back, and settled in. She once thought Jiang City was massive, but after riding the bus for so long without reaching the outskirts, she eventually realized that buses didn't go into the wilderness. Watching the scenery pass by, she stayed on until the end of the line. Alone now, she got off, squinting at the sun to determine her direction before heading north. The terminal was in the northern district. Beyond that lay the outskirts. Jianghe finally left the steel jungle of Jiang City and continued northward on foot. The further she went, the more sparse and rural the surroundings became. High-rise buildings gave way to low, single-story houses. After walking for over an hour, she came upon a vast expanse of flat farmland. The open plains stretched endlessly before her, with fields of crops filling the landscape. The scent of ripening wheat wafted through the air, and Jianghe pulled out her phone to snap a picture to show Su Qing, even though she wasn't quite sure what she was bragging about. She had seen videos online of these fields being harvested by large machines. The massive harvesters would devour the crops at the front, and golden grains would pour out the back like magic. Just the thought of it was thrilling. The wheat in these fields wasn't fully ripe yet. The stalks were a mix of green and yellow. Glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, Jianghe sneakily picked a single ear of wheat. She rubbed it between her hands, causing the kernels to pop free of their husks. Blowing away the chaff, she held the half-ripe kernels in her palm. Curious, she tried nibbling one. It wasn't bad. Satisfied, she pocketed the rest and looked around again, estimating the time. She plopped down by the roadside, squinting against the sunlight as she surveyed the green and gold expanse. She mused to herself, if I built a house out here and planted a big field, Su Qing could wield a sickle and harvest it all. That'd be pretty nice. But she quickly realized Su Qing probably wouldn't be thrilled with the idea. Meanwhile, back home, Su Qing had no idea he was being mentally conscripted into farm labor. After finishing his video-watching session, he returned to his tinkering. This time, instead of making chainmail, he was crafting an iron basket. He figured it would be a more meaningful gift than flowers. Flowers wither, but an iron basket, if kept rust-free, could last Jianghe until she became an old lady. By noon, Jianghe still hadn't returned. Su Qing was just about to message her when he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. She walked in, carrying groceries, and set them on the table. Then she rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a handful of wheat kernels. I saw the countryside, just like I imagined, fields full of crops everywhere. She shook out her jacket pocket, scattering the kernels onto the table. "Want try one?" Question mark. Su Qing raised an eyebrow at her. "These might have pesticides on them. Maybe don't eat random things, okay?" Pesticides? For pest control. Am I poisoned then? Jianghe's expression turned serious as she stared at the kernels. A little bit won't hurt, but seriously, don't eat things you pick randomly. Su Qing picked up a kernel, popped it into his mouth, and shook his head. Too tough. The younger ones taste better. Oh, I see. Relieved, Jianghe left the kernels on the table and took her groceries to the kitchen to wash. Why'd you go so far today? Just exploring. Got it. Su Qing couldn't help but imagine her lugging a sack of corn back during the next harvest season. But he quickly dismissed the thought. It was unlikely. We should get an electric bike. That way, you can ride wherever you want. You mean those I've seen parked outside? Yeah, the ones you don't have a pedal. The ones you pedal are bicycles. A bicycle works too. Jiang, he called from the kitchen, arching an eyebrow. I can pedal really fast. You'd break it. Su Qing had briefly considered letting her experience the joy of riding on the back of a bike. But on second thought, he realized it would probably end up with her pedaling while he sat comfortably on the back. Lunch that day featured small rib tips, about 2 inches long, slow-cooked in a pressure cooker until the meat practically melted off the bone. One bite left the bones spotless. Judging by the meal, Su Qing could tell Jiang he was planning on having noodles for dinner. We could buy a house near the city's edge, Jiang he mused as they ate. That way, we'd have land to grow crops. I saw some people with big yards. Houses near the edge are pretty cheap, Su Qing admitted. So we could do it. Jiang he's motivation surged. But it's not convenient. You'd have a hard time finding food or anything else nearby. Midnight snacks would be impossible to get. Oh, Su Qing smiled silently, touched that Jiang he wanted him included in everything. It warmed his heart. Jiang he gnawed on a rib bone, gazing out the window. After a moment, she said, it'd be a peaceful life. It would. Let's see what happens. I might change my mind. Jiang he realized she was thinking too far ahead. She still hadn't earned much money. Whatever happens, just take me with you. Okay. Jiang he lowered her head, focusing on her meal. I was always a laid-back guy, Su Qing said. But after meeting you, I've been a bit less laid-back. Eat your food. After lunch, Jiang he grabbed her little bag and went out again. This time, she didn't go far. She sat on the edge of a flower bed by the road, near the east side of the complex, legs dangling and swinging as she watched a few figures on a school playground across the street. What are you up to, Jianghe? Aunt Chung walked over from afar, spotting Jianghe, just resting, watching outside. Jianghe gestured toward the school, just as the school bell rang. If it were a normal day, the students would have scattered by now. But today the bell rang, without much movement. Did you go to school here? Or do you have siblings who do? Aunt Chung asked curiously. I don't have siblings. Oh, well, I got a special health lecture for May Day. Want to come grab an umbrella? Sure, come on then. With a lively young girl accompanying her to the health lecture, Aunt Chung felt rejuvenated, as if she were younger herself. When's Xiaoyan's school break? Jiang he asked casually. Probably July or August. May Day is too short for her to visit, but she'll come here during summer vacation to hang out, Aunt Chung replied. Oh, summer break, huh? Jiang he, learning the art of conversation, smoothly steered the topic to Aunt Cheng's favorite subject. However, she wasn't too clear on the concept of summer break, and simply nodded to show she understood. Screech. As they chatted, a yellow-shirted young man on an electric bike suddenly sped out of the nearby intersection, slamming on the brakes with a loud screech. Before Aunt Chung could fully register what had happened, she had already been yanked a few steps back. She glanced around in confusion and then at Jiang He, who stood calmly next to her. What just happened? That guy almost hit you, so I pulled you out of the way, Jiang He explained, pointing to the young man, now sprawled on the ground with his bike. You're really strong. Aunt Ching only now felt the shock, patting her chest in relief. The yellow-shirt man had already gotten up, riding his bike and swearing under his breath. Aunt Chung, unwilling to let it slide, stood akimbo, her stout figure exuding authority. Do you have eyes? You just ran a red light. You. The young man started to retort, but was silenced by Jiang He's glare. For some reason, he felt that if he said another word, this girl might punch him straight in the face. Faced with an elderly woman and a fierce-looking young girl, the man decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Mumbling a few more curses under his breath, he slunk off with his bike. In the afternoon, Su Qing put away the pliers and metal rings. With the casino closed for the May Day holiday and no stock charts to monitor, he turned to see if Jiang he was gaming. However, her computer sat quietly, untouched. Picking up his phone, Su Qing noticed that Jiang he hadn't sent any photos or shared her travel experiences. Feeling idle, he got up to stretch. The weather felt warm, so he opened the tightly shut window a crack, letting in fresh air to dispel the stifling atmosphere. Sometimes people are strange. Being idle every day feels fine, but when others have time off, you suddenly feel like doing something. Su Qing tinkered around and brought out the electric fan from the storeroom. He found a small wooden stand to elevate it and positioned it by Jiang He's computer. After some thought, he pulled his couch over so that both of them could enjoy the fan's breeze when it oscillated. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Su Qing sat in Jiang He's chair to test it out. By spinning halfway around, he could prop his legs on the couch, enjoying a half-reclined, relaxed posture. Only he found this enjoyable. Jiang he preferred sitting cross-legged. Leaning back with half-closed eyes, Su Qing opened Jiang He's computer but paused, startled at the login screen. It was password protected. What does she take me for? Like I'd snooped through her browsing history. Su Qing huffed indignantly, shutting the computer down. Standing up, he rearranged the furniture, pushing the coffee table aside and moving the stools to the corners. The living room instantly felt more spacious. Winter calls for a cozier arrangement, while summer benefits from a more open layout. It was something Su Qing vaguely remembered reading somewhere. It did feel refreshing and even lifted his spirits. He moved the potted ginger plant from beside the TV to the window for some fresh air, wiping its leaves with a yellowed rag. Just as he finished, he noticed an older woman and a younger woman walking by outside. As they got closer, he realized it was Jiang He, who turned her head and spotted him, standing by the window. "What are you doing?" Jiang He asked from across the greenery. She was carrying a small cactus no bigger than a fist, with a blue umbrella dangling from one finger and a shopping bag in her other hand. Clearly, her trip had been fruitful. Breathing fresh air. Ugh, you'd die if you went outside to breathe it. Aunt Chung Yulan, noticing Su Qing at the window, found his response ridiculous. Though there was greenery outside, sitting indoors with a window cracked open seemed like a laughable compromise. If I can breathe by opening the window, why bother going out? Su Qing countered, wiping the leaves delicately. When he glanced up again, Jiang He and Aunt Chung had turned away and were walking off. Moments later, he heard the jangle of keys at the door. Jiang He entered, shut the door behind her, and placed the cactus on the table. After hanging her umbrella on a hook by the door, she surveyed the rearranged living room before explaining. "I saw some potted plant for sale. This little green one looked so pretty, but Aunt Chung said cacti help block radiation. So, I spent 8 yuan and bought it." She put down her bag, inspected the cactus from every angle, then set on the small table Su Qing used for his computer. "That's why I got this," she added. Su Qing scratched his head and, watching her fuss over the plant, couldn't help but ask, "Do you even know what radiation is?" "It's invisible. Just the word sounds scary," Jiang he replied, half understanding after a quick Baidu search. The term seemed ominous enough to make her feel uneasy. Su Qing didn't bother correcting her misconception about the cactus's supposed anti-radiation properties. It was harmless enough, and she'd learn the truth if she ever cared to Google it again. "What's in that bag?" Su Qing gestured to the shopping bag. "Snacks. Peanut brittle dried sweet potatoes, raisins." Jiang he began pulling them out. They weren't the neatly packaged supermarket variety, but loose items likely bought from a street vendor's cart. Aunt Chung had been carrying a similar bag when Su Qing saw her earlier. Elderly people often enjoy dried sweet potatoes, nibbling on them slowly as they soften in the mouth. Su Qing liked them too. After putting the ginger plant back in its spot, he grabbed a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Before he could say anything, Jiang he glared at him. "You didn't wash your hands." Realizing he'd been holding the old rag earlier, Su Qing sheepishly went to wash up, muttering, A little dirt doesn't hurt anyone. The sweet potatoes, dark and sun-dried, were unmistakably homemade, not factory-produced with additives. Jiang He had hesitated to buy them, but caved after Aunt Cheng bought a large quantity. When Su Qing returned, wiping his hands dry, he saw Jiang He savoring the dried sweet potato, her eyes narrowing in delight as if it had unlocked some hidden taste memory. "You're eating it like it's a fine wine," Su Qing teased. "Isn't it delicious?" Jiang He was surprised. The unattractive snack had exceeded her expectations. "It's good, sure, but not that good," Su Qing admitted, popping another piece into his mouth. "We should have bought more. This would be great for snacking while gaming. It lasts forever in your mouth." "Next time, then," Jiang He said, pulling out some raisins. Watching her, Su Qing frowned. "You're not thinking of making a whole batch yourself and selling it, are you?" "How did you know?" Jiang He exclaimed, startled. Su Qing seemed to read her mind more and more lately. Just a hunch. It's definitely better than pickled vegetables as a snack." Su Qing shrugged. For many, dried sweet potatoes were a nostalgic treat, a reminder of childhood. His grandmother used to carry them in her pocket, snacking on them leisurely. "If you want to try selling these, go for it. But don't expect me to help," Su Qing warned, tossing a handful of raisins into his mouth. "Got it. This won't make much money, but if you can sell even a little, it'll be a good learning experience." Jiang He didn't reply, focusing instead on the raisin's tangy sweetness. Unlike the sugary ones eaten during the New Year, these had a sharper, more refreshing taste. "Open your mouth," Jiang He said, holding a raisin. Su Qing, now back at the window, turned and opened his mouth. Jiang He tossed the raisin across the room, landing it perfectly. "That's fun." Su Qing laughed. "Throw me a sweet potato next. Open up." Another piece sailed across the room. "Anything else?" Jiang He asked, holding up a piece of peanut brittle. "No, thanks. Not eating anymore. This feels like feeding a dog." Jiang He choked, laughing uncontrollably. "One last one," she insisted. "I'm done. Come on, open up." Reluctantly, Su Qing opened his mouth, letting her toss another piece in. Jiang He swayed her hair with a playful smirk, an indescribable feeling rising within her. Past, present, future, the boundaries blurred as Su Qing sat there, waiting for her as if destined. The man by the window felt like fate itself. "I'm going to cook," Jiang He said, popping a raisin into her mouth and standing up. Su Qing leaned on the windowsill, watching the twilight descend. The streetlights hadn't yet turned on, and the cool evening breeze was refreshing. Instead of heading to the kitchen, Jiang He silently approached him from behind, startling him. "You walk so quietly. Hug me." Su Qing hesitated, then awkwardly pulled her into an embrace. Jiang He closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gazed up at him. "If I get an ID card, can we get married?" The world encounters our reunions after long separations. Now, she finally understood what that meant. The living room lights remained off, but Su Qing could see her eyes sparkling. That's called marriage. Legally, it's referred to as the establishment of matrimony, where both parties formalize their spousal relationship following the conditions and procedures set by the law, taking on the rights, obligations, and other responsibilities that come with it. What you're talking about, getting married, seems to refer to hosting a wedding banquet. This doesn't require an ID card. One represents a legal meaning, while the other is a social one. As long as the banquet is held, we'd be considered husband and wife in the eyes of society. Su Qing didn't expect Jiang He to be more eager than him, leaving him somewhat caught off guard. "Do you want to hold a banquet? We can get the certificate later. What do you think?" Jiang He pondered, trying to grasp the modern formalities like documents and betrothal gifts. Just getting a certificate without a banquet felt like a private agreement, yet only hosting a banquet without a certificate seemed more like a private agreement. Strange. Was this how the times had changed? "My thoughts. If we go ahead, this little apartment would be our new home. The whole thing about matchmakers and betrothal gifts wouldn't apply, and it seems you don't need a dowry either." Su Qing scratched his head. Why didn't getting such a good deal feel satisfying? When Su Qing mentioned new home, Jiang He's breath hitched, and she impulsively thought, if they got married, wouldn't that mean a wedding night? But having children seemed inevitable anyway, just a matter of time. This house isn't shabby, she said hesitantly. The thought of the wedding night felt intimidating. If we wait a few years, we might be able to get a bigger house. Even if we can't save much, my dad might give me this place, and we can chip in for a new one, so the pressure won't be too bad. Oh, I'll go with the flow. Jiang, stopped agonizing over it. After all, if he dared to break up, she'd beat him to death. Sooner or later was fine, preferably later. She felt kind of devious. We can hold the banquet first. As long as we don't have kids immediately, we can sleep together. Jiang, frowned. You're poking me. The asterisk imminent. Su Qing felt his thoughts run wild. He used to tease Qing Hao for being a virgin, yet wasn't he in the same boat? He just hit it better, making people think otherwise. Let's cook, he said. Okay. Jiang, blushed and went into the kitchen, only to come back moments later to get ingredients from the fridge. Having kids is terrifying, she said. Are you scared? I'm not scared. I'm just saying it's a scary thing. Standing by the fridge, she sneaked a glance at Su Qing. How many kids do you want? 2. Just 2. Jiang, was stunned. You think that's too few? Su Qing was even more shocked. Were ancient people really this intense? Having 5, 6, or even 7 kids? Forget about the current 2-child policy. Even if it allowed 5, 6, or 7, Su Qing didn't think he could afford that. I don't want to have any. Oh, that's fine too. Jiang, suspected she'd misheard. Nowadays, lots of people choose not to have kids. They're called dinks. Honestly, having kids doesn't serve much purpose. They're just little money-eating monsters. Su Qing leaned against the window, looking outside while ignoring Jiang's confusion. Women in love always had strange thoughts and irrational brain circuits. Not to mention, she was over 1,000 years old. Whatever he said now wouldn't matter. She'd understand someday. For now, agreeing with her was enough. He casually added, besides, this whole continuing the bloodline idea requires boys, right? Boys who must have more boys, and so on. Eventually, a generation will have an only daughter, and it'll end there. So it's meaningless. It might as well stop with me. Really? Jiang, stared at him in shock. Was there really someone who agreed not to have kids? Then why get married? She thought for a moment and asked, why marry a wife then? To cuddle and sleep together, of course. What does that have to do with kids? Isn't it nice to sleep at night, holding a soft, warm wife? Su Qing said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. So. Jiang, blushed fiercely, muttered something under her breath, and ran back to the kitchen with the ingredients. What did you say? Su Qing turned back. Jiang, didn't answer. If he didn't mishear, it sounded like she said, maybe just 1 kid? Su Qing scratched his ear, pulled out a cotton swab from the coffee table, and continued cleaning his ears. 1 kid, 2 kids, 3 kids. What did it have to do with him, a carefree young man like Su Qing? That was a future issue. For now, he wasn't even allowed to hug her properly, let alone talk about kids. Women. Dinner was noodles, a specialty from Jiang's repertoire. Using leftover ribs from lunch, she heated them up and added winter melon. The broth poured over the noodles made for a fragrant and satisfying meal. We're practically engaged now. Should I move into your room? Su Qing found the weight unbearable. No way. We're not married yet, and that would be improper relations. Where did you learn that phrase? Doesn't matter. It's not happening. Jiang, glared at him cautiously. It'll lead to being drowned in a pig cage. Aren't you adapting to modern customs? Wedding night means after marriage. I won't let you trick me into having kids. How could anyone agree to marry a wife who wouldn't have kids? Jiang, thought hard. Su Qing must be lying. When the belly gets big, it'll be too late to argue. Besides, it would be embarrassing to have a child out of wedlock, even if they wouldn't drown her in a pig cage. I can't even beat you in a fight, Su Qing said. That's why you haven't sneaked into my room in the middle of the night. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Everything I do will be consensual, transparent, and mutual. Understand? Su Qing sighed. Anyway, we're not breaking up, and right now, I just want to sleep properly. He shook his head and scooped up a piece of winter melon, savoring its tenderness despite it being scalding hot. Eventually, you'll crawl into my bed on your own. Never. Jiang he shot back confidently. Su Qing ignored her. Naive. She didn't yet understand that sleeping together was just that, sleeping. Kids were a separate issue. Dinner ended with both sweating from the meal's heat. Su Qing washed the dishes and saw it was only 6 o'clock, still early for his stream. He joined Jiang He on the couch, cooling off with the fan. Unlike air conditioning, the fan offered instant relief. Jiang He's fringe swayed with the breeze as she let out a contented sigh. Though she didn't know what air conditioning was, she agreed the fan was better than a hand fan. Electricity truly was a great invention. Cuddling and kissing, Jiang He blushed again, leaning against Su Qing as she gazed at the ceiling light. Something seemed missing, leaving her restless. When Su Qing lifted her leg to massage it, that feeling intensified. Jiang He tensed her legs, letting him continue while tossing out stray thoughts. She casually said, "This afternoon, I went with Aunt Chung to pick up umbrellas, and a cyclist almost hit her. I pulled her back." "You mean you pulled her back normally, right?" "Yeah, just a few steps." She said, "I'm really strong." "Oh, that's fine, as long as you didn't start running with her." Su Qing sighed in relief. If Jiang He had used her lightness skills, their return wouldn't have looked normal. "Why do you like touching my feet?" Jiang He looked away as she asked. "I've thought about that. It's not about touching. I like seeing you get shy." Su Qing held her smooth, soft foot in his hand, stroking it gently and chuckling. Although they didn't share a room, the occasional kisses and cuddles were nice. Slowly but surely, he'd win her over. "So if I don't get shy, you'll stop?" Jiang He seemed to realize something, putting on a blank, expressionless face. "Well, theoretically, it'd lose its charm. But I know you're still shy, so—" "Ow! What are you doing? What are you doing?" Jiang He looked at him curiously. Something in Su Qing's pocket pressed against her leg. When she shifted slightly, he reacted like she'd flipped a switch. Curious, she tried moving again. Yep, the same reaction. Su Qing frowned harder, which she found fascinating. In the afternoon, Su Qing put away the pliers and metal rings. With the casino closed for the May Day holiday and no stock charts to monitor, he turned to see if Jiang He was gaming. However, her computer sat quietly, untouched. Picking up his phone, Su Qing noticed that Jiang He hadn't sent any photos or shared her travel experiences. Feeling idle, he got up to stretch. The weather felt warm, so he opened the tightly shut window a crack, letting in fresh air to dispel the stifling atmosphere. Sometimes people are strange. Being idle every day feels fine, but when others have time off, you suddenly feel like doing something. Su Qing tinkered around and brought out the electric fan from the storeroom. He found a small wooden stand to elevate it and positioned it by Jiang He's computer. After some thought, he pulled his couch over so that both of them could enjoy the fan's breeze when it oscillated. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Su Qing sat in Jiang He's chair to test it out. By spinning halfway around, he could prop his legs on the couch, enjoying a half-reclined, relaxed posture. Only he found this enjoyable. Jiang He preferred sitting cross-legged. Leaning back with half-closed eyes, Su Qing opened Jiang He's computer but paused, startled at the login screen. It was password protected. What does she take me for? Like I'd snooped through her browsing history. Su Qing huffed indignantly, shutting the computer down. Standing up, he rearranged the furniture, pushing the coffee table aside and moving the stools to the corners. The living room instantly felt more spacious. Winter calls for a cozier arrangement, while summer benefits from a more open layout. It was something Su Qing vaguely remembered reading somewhere. It did feel refreshing and even lifted his spirits. He moved the potted ginger plant from beside the TV to the window for some fresh air, wiping its leaves with a yellowed rag. Just as he finished, he noticed an older woman and a younger woman walking by outside. As they got closer, he realized it was Jiang He, who turned her head and spotted him standing by the window. "What are you doing?" Jiang He asked from across the greenery. She was carrying a small cactus no bigger than a fist, with a blue umbrella dangling from one finger and a shopping bag at her other hand. Clearly, Her trip had been fruitful. Breathing fresh air. Ugh, you die if you went outside to breathe it. Aunt Chung Yulan, noticing Su Qing at the window, found his response ridiculous. Though there was greenery outside, sitting indoors with a window cracked open seemed like a laughable compromise. If I can breathe by opening the window, why bother going out? Su Qing countered, wiping the leaves delicately. When he glanced up again, Jiang He and Aunt Chung had turned away and were walking off. Moments later, he heard the jangle of keys at the door. Jiang He entered, shut the door behind her, and placed the cactus on the table. After hanging her umbrella on a hook by the door, she surveyed the rearranged living room before explaining. I saw some potted plants for sale. This little green one looked so pretty, but Aunt Chung said cacti help block radiation. So, I spent 8 yuan and bought it. She put down her bag, inspected the cactus from every angle, then set it on the small table Su Qing used for his computer. That's why I got this, she added. Su Qing scratched his head and, watching her fuss over the plant, couldn't help but ask, do you even know what radiation is? It's invisible. Just the word sounds scary, Jiang He replied, half understanding after a quick Baidu search. The term seemed ominous enough to make her feel uneasy. Su Qing didn't bother correcting her misconception about the cactus's supposed anti-radiation properties. It was harmless enough, and she'd learn the truth if she ever cared to Google it again. What's in that bag? Su Qing gestured to the shopping bag. Snacks. Peanut brittle, dried sweet potatoes, raisins. Jiang He began pulling them out. They weren't the neatly packaged supermarket variety, but loose items likely bought from a street vendor's cart. Aunt Chung had been carrying a similar bag when Su Qing saw her earlier. Elderly people often enjoy dried sweet potatoes, nibbling on them slowly as they soften in the mouth. Su Qing liked them too. After putting the ginger plant back in its spot, he grabbed a piece and tossed it into his mouth. Before he could say anything, Jiang He glared at him. You didn't wash your hands. Realizing he'd been holding the old rag earlier, Su Qing sheepishly went to wash up, muttering, a little dirt doesn't hurt anyone. The sweet potatoes, dark and sun-dried, were unmistakably homemade, not factory-produced with additives. Jiang He had hesitated to buy them, but caved after Aunt Chung bought a large quantity. When Su Qing returned, wiping his hands dry, he saw Jiang He savoring the dried sweet potato, her eyes narrowing in delight as if it had unlocked some hidden taste memory. You're eating it like it's a fine wine, Su Qing teased. Isn't it delicious? Jiang He was surprised. The unattractive snack had exceeded her expectations. It's good, sure, but not that good, Su Qing admitted, popping another piece into his mouth. We should have bought more. This would be great for snacking while gaming. It lasts forever in your mouth. Next time, then, Jiang He said, pulling out some raisins. Watching her, Su Qing frowned. You're not thinking of making a whole batch yourself and selling it, are you? How did you know? Jiang He exclaimed, startled. Su Qing seemed to read her mind more and more lately. Just a hunch. It's definitely better than pickled vegetables as a snack. Su Qing shrugged. For many, dried sweet potatoes were a nostalgic treat, a reminder of childhood. His grandmother used to carry them in her pocket, snacking on them leisurely. If you want to try selling these, go for it. But don't expect me to help, Su Qing warned, tossing a handful of raisins into his mouth. Got it. This won't make much money, but if you could sell even a little, it'll be a good learning experience. Jiang He didn't reply, focusing instead on the raisins' tangy sweetness. Unlike the sugary ones eaten during the new year, these had a sharper, more refreshing taste. Open your mouth, Jiang He said, holding a raisin. Su Qing, now back at the window, turned and opened his mouth. Jiang He tossed the raisin across the room, landing it perfectly. That's fun, Su Qing laughed. Throw me a sweet potato next. Open up. Another piece sailed across the room. Anything else? Jiang He asked, holding up a piece of peanut brittle. No, thanks. Not eating anymore. This feels like feeding a dog. Jiang He choked, laughing uncontrollably. One last one, she insisted. I'm done. Come on, open up. Reluctantly, Su Qing opened his mouth, letting her toss another piece in. Jiang He swayed her hair with a playful smirk an indescribable feeling rising within her. Past, present, future, the boundaries blurred as Su Qing sat there, waiting for her as if destined. The man by the window felt like fate itself. "I'm going to cook," Jiang He said, popping a raisin into her mouth and standing up. Su Qing leaned on the windowsill, watching the twilight descend. The streetlights hadn't yet turned on, and the cool evening breeze was refreshing. Instead of heading to the kitchen, Jiang He silently approached him from behind, startling him. "You walk so quietly." "Hug me." Su Qing hesitated, then awkwardly pulled her into an embrace. Jiang He closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gazed up at him. "If I get an ID card, can we get married?" The world's encounters are reunions after long separations. Now, she finally understood what that meant. The living room lights remained off, but Su Qing could see her eyes sparkling. That's called marriage. Legally, it's referred to as the establishment of matrimony, where both parties formalize their spousal relationship following the conditions and procedures set by the law, taking on the rights, obligations, and other responsibilities that come with it. What you're talking about, getting married, seems to refer to hosting a wedding banquet. This doesn't require an ID card. One represents a legal meaning, while the other is a social one. As long as the banquet is held, we be considered husband and wife in the eyes of society. Su Qing didn't expect Jiang He to be more eager than him, leaving him somewhat caught off guard. "Do you want to hold a banquet? We can get the certificate later. What do you think?" Jiang He pondered, trying to grasp the modern formalities like documents and betrothal gifts. Just getting a certificate without a banquet felt like a private agreement, yet only hosting a banquet without a certificate seemed more like a private agreement. Strange. Was this how the times had changed? My thoughts. If we go ahead, this little apartment would be our new home. The whole thing about matchmakers and betrothal gifts wouldn't apply, and it seems you don't need a dowry either. Su Qing scratched his head. Why didn't getting such a good deal feel satisfying? When Su Qing mentioned new home, Jiang He's breath hitched, and she impulsively thought, if they got married, wouldn't that mean a wedding night? But having children seemed inevitable anyway, just a matter of time. "This house isn't shabby," she said hesitantly. The thought of the wedding night felt intimidating. "If we wait a few years, we might be able to get a bigger house. Even if we can't save much, my dad might give me this place, and we can chip in for a new one, so the pressure won't be too bad." I'll go with the flow." Jiang He stopped agonizing over it. After all, if he dared to break up, she'd beat him to death. Sooner or later was fine, preferably later. She felt kind of devious. "We can hold the banquet first. As long as we don't have kids immediately, we can sleep together." Jiang He frowned. "You're poking me. A minute." Su Qing felt his thoughts run wild. He used to tease Qing Hao for being a virgin, yet wasn't he in the same boat? He just hit it better, making people think otherwise. "Let's cook," he said. "Okay." Jiang He blushed and went into the kitchen, only to come back moments later to get ingredients from the fridge. "Having kids is terrifying," she said. Are you scared?" "I'm not scared. I'm just saying it's a scary thing." Standing by the fridge, she sneaked a glance at Su Qing. "How many kids do you want?" "Two. Just two." Jiang He was stunned. "You think that's too few?" Su Qing was even more shocked. Were ancient people really this intense? Having 5, 6, or even 7 kids? Forget about the current two-child policy. Even if it allowed 5, 6, or 7, Su Qing didn't think he could afford that. "I don't want to have any." "Oh, that's fine too." Jiang He suspected she'd misheard. Nowadays, lots of people choose not to have kids. They're called dinks. Honestly, having kids doesn't serve much purpose. They're just little money-eating monsters. Su Qing leaned against the window, looking outside while ignoring Jiang He's confusion. Women in love always had strange thoughts and irrational brain circuits. Not to mention, she was over 1,000 years old. Whatever he said now wouldn't matter. She'd understand someday. For now, agreeing with her was enough. He casually added, "Besides, this whole continuing the bloodline idea requires boys, right? Boys who must have more boys, and so on. Eventually, a generation will have an only daughter, and it'll end there." So it's meaningless. It might as well stop with me. Really? Jiang He stared at him in shock. Was there really someone who agreed not to have kids? Then why get married? She thought for a moment and asked, why marry a wife then? To cuddle and sleep together, of course. What does that have to do with kids? Isn't it nice to sleep at night holding a soft, warm wife? Su Qing said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. So. Jiang He blushed fiercely, muttered something under her breath, and ran back to the kitchen with the ingredients. What did you say? Su Qing turned back. Jiang He didn't answer. If he didn't mishear, it sounded like she said, maybe just one kid? Su Qing scratched his ear, pulled out a cotton swab from the coffee table, and continued cleaning his ears. 1 kid, 2 kids, 3 kids. What did it have to do with him, a carefree young man like Su Qing? That was a future issue. For now, he wasn't even allowed to hug her properly, let alone talk about kids. Women. Dinner was noodles, a specialty from Jiang He's repertoire. Using leftover ribs from lunch, she heated them up and added winter melon. The broth poured over the noodles made for a fragrant and satisfying meal. We're practically engaged now. Should I move into your room? Su Qing found the weight unbearable. No way. We're not married yet, and that would be improper relations. Where did you learn that phrase? Doesn't matter. It's not happening. Jiang He glared at him cautiously. It'll lead to being drowned in a pig cage. Aren't you adapting to modern customs? Wedding night means after marriage. I won't let you trick me into having kids. How could anyone agree to marry a wife who wouldn't have kids? Jiang He thought hard. Su Qing must be lying. When the belly gets big, it'll be too late to argue. Besides, it would be embarrassing to have a child out of wedlock. Even if they wouldn't drown her in a pig cage. I can't even beat you in a fight, Su Qing said. That's why you haven't sneaked into my room in the middle of the night. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Everything I do will be consensual, transparent, and mutual. Understand? Su Qing sighed. Anyway, we're not breaking up, and right now, I just want to sleep. Properly. He shook his head and scooped up a piece of winter melon, savoring its tenderness despite it being scalding hot. Eventually, you'll crawl into my bed on your own. Never. Jiang He shot back confidently. Su Qing ignored her. Naive. She didn't yet understand that sleeping together was just that, sleeping. Kids were a separate issue. Dinner ended with both sweating from the meal's heat. Su Qing washed the dishes and saw it was only 6 o'clock, still early for his stream. He joined Jiang He on the couch, cooling off with the fan. Unlike air conditioning, the fan offered instant relief. Jiang He's fringe swayed with the breeze as she let out a contented sigh. Though she didn't know what air conditioning was, she agreed the fan was better than a hand fan. Electricity truly was a great invention. Cuddling and kissing, Jiang He blushed again, leaning against Su Qing as she gazed at the ceiling light. Something seemed missing, leaving her restless. When Su Qing lifted her leg to massage it, that feeling intensified. Jiang He tensed her legs, letting him continue while tossing out stray thoughts. She casually said, "This afternoon, I went with Aunt Chung to pick up umbrellas, and a cyclist almost hit her. I pulled her back." "You mean you pulled her back normally, right?" "Yeah, just a few steps." She said, "I'm really strong." "Oh, that's fine, as long as he didn't start running with her." Su Qing sighed in relief. If Jiang He had used her lightness skills, their return wouldn't have looked normal. "Why do you like touching my feet?" Jiang He looked away as she asked. "I've thought about that. It's not about touching. I like seeing you get shy." Su Qing held her smooth, soft foot in his hand, stroking it gently and chuckling. Although they didn't share a room, the occasional kisses and cuddles were nice. Slowly but surely, he'd win her over. "So if I don't get shy, you'll stop?" Jiang He seemed to realize something, putting on a blank, expressionless face. "Well, theoretically, it'd lose its charm. But I know you're still shy, so—" "Ow! What are you doing? What are you doing?" Jiang He looked at him curiously. Something in Su Qing's pocket pressed against her leg. When she shifted slightly, he reacted like she'd flipped a switch. Curious, she tried moving again. Yep, the same reaction. Su Qing frowned harder, which she found fascinating. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jiang He sat on the couch, head lowered, fidgeting with her fingers like a child caught doing something wrong. "It's already 7:10, Su Qing said as he came out of the bathroom, his expression a little awkward. Jiang He's gaze flicked to him for a brief second before darting away. "So late already?" She suddenly sprang up from the couch and hurried to her computer. She had no idea how things had spiraled earlier. Only after it was over did she realize that something about their interactions felt not entirely innocent. Jiang He stole a glance at Su Qing, took a deep breath, and muttered to herself as she logged into her game account. Youth is the most vibrant and energetic part of society. They're the most eager to learn and the least conservative in their thinking, especially in the socialist era. With knowledge, it's like standing atop a mountain, seeing far and wide. Without knowledge, it's like fumbling in the dark, unable to find your way. What misery! Su Qing, puzzled, looked over at her. "What are you mumbling about?" "And nothing." "Well, I'm not standing today. I'm working on my chainmail." Su Qing scratched his nose, not pressing her further. He pulled out his tools and retrieved the standing coat rack from the storeroom. The half-completed armor sleeves hung there, gleaming with a metallic sheen, exuding a sense of weight and craftsmanship. Neither of them mentioned the earlier incident, though both were clearly thinking about it. Su Qing, calm but slightly flustered, busied himself bending iron rings, while Jiang He, curious and a little excited, squirmed in her seat. They needed to calm their nerves. Su Qing absent-mindedly clinked a few rings together, the rhythmic sound filling the room. He noticed the stream notifications pop up and glanced at the chat. Over 20 viewers were waiting. As soon as he started the stream, the chat lit up. "Finally, he's here. I thought he bailed on us. Late. Where's the standing guy?" Su Qing waved his pliers at the camera and said casually, "Today, I'll show you how to handcraft chainmail." "Whoa, no standing today. What's going on?" "Hey, remember, this is supposed to be a game stream." Jiang He glanced at Su Qing interacting with the viewers, her gaze lingering for a moment before she returned to her duel matches. She wore a silly Christmas hat and wielded a clunky pistol she'd gotten as loot, playing with her signature flashy but inefficient style. Yet today, her moves lacked their usual sharpness. In her first match, she lost decisively, her female gunslinger swallowed by the opponent's molten rock skill, her character's scream marking her defeat. Frustrated, she shoved a piece of dried sweet potato in her mouth and queued for the next match, completely ignoring Su Qing and the chat's banter. Jiang He sighed inwardly. She had become the sidekick, the tool. "This is an open ring," Su Qing explained to the viewers, demonstrating as if he were recording a tutorial. "You link 4 rings together like this, tighten them, and then extend them outward with another 4. The chat grew lively as Su Qing worked. "Who did Tong Shu? Streamer. Are you from a family of warriors? Practice martial arts, and then put on armor?" "My grandpa's grandpa's grandpa, a whole lot of generations back, was Su Chu," Su Qing began, spinning a tale with utmost seriousness. "He left behind a technique called tiger fool boxing. It's what I was practicing earlier. Martial arts start with the waist, the core of all power. Strength begins from the ground, rises through the legs, and is controlled by the waist. With the waist's looseness, stability, and rotation, energy flows to the shoulders, elbows, wrists, and hands." He sounded so convincing that even the viewers were half-sold, though someone in the chat quickly pointed out, "Wait, isn't that just Tai Chi theory?" "All martial arts share the same principles," Su Qing countered smoothly. By now, he'd grown skilled enough that he didn't need to watch his hands constantly. He glanced at Jiang He's game, then at the chat, effortlessly multitasking. "Are you 2 siblings?" a viewer asked. "We're a couple. That's my boyfriend." Jiang He suddenly chimed in, catching the comment in the chat. 666, but something feels off about this. Isn't it usually the guy gaming and the girl eating snacks or doing something else? This stream's never been normal. Have you seen another streamer stand still or make armor during a stream? Jiang He didn't reply, fully immersed in her next match. Unfortunately, her bad luck continued. First against a cheater with a blade that slashed like a mad dog, then against a rich player using overpowered nuclear builds. She lost both times. Her fair feat, clad in slippers, swayed gently beneath the desk. Su Qing stole a glance, then another, and another, until he caught himself. This is a stream. He shook off the distraction and checked the viewer count. While crafting chainmail had intrigued the regulars, it wasn't attracting new viewers. After 30 minutes, he put away his tools and moved the coat rack aside. Stretching his limbs, he began his usual stance training. He's back. The man who stands is back. Zhong Kuei, wax statue, maiden, iconic moments return. Can you guys watch me play instead? Jiang finally spoke up, crunching on a sweet potato chip. Sour yogurt girl. I've been watching you all along. Lan shouted a duh. I'm watching both, but you've been losing a lot today. Is the rank too high? Or are you off your game? Jiang glanced at Su Qing, her ears turning slightly red as she forced herself to remain calm. The rank's a bit high. I'm still adjusting. I'll do better next. Determined, she steadied herself. Before the hour-long stream ended, she managed a 5-win streak, finishing amid a flurry of 666 comments. Relaxing in her chair, Jiang looked at Su Qing, who was finishing his stance training. Hugging her knees, she lowered her head, her thoughts drifting. How did things get so awkward? Want to watch a movie? Su Qing asked. No. Jiang shook her head violently. Fine, no movie. But just so you know, I didn't want my pants earlier. Jiang stayed silent, her gaze briefly flicking down before she suddenly stood and dashed back to her room. Su Qing sat on the couch, laptop in hand, and opened a new drama to watch. Normal. We're normal. Nothing weird here. Jiang peeked out from her bedroom. Su Qing, want to watch a movie now? No, just, She hesitated before blurting out. My shoes. I swear I didn't do anything weird to your shoes. Why are you shouting? Jiang shot him a cautious look before retreating again and shutting the door firmly. Alone, Su Qing let out a deep breath. Am I losing IQ points? Lying on her bed, Jiang scrolled through her phone, her expression shifting with every passing moment until she finally covered her flushed face with her hands. What have I done? The next day, Jiang's peculiar gaze made Su Qing feel uneasy. Why aren't you traveling anymore? He asked. Huh? Oh. Jiang casually averted her eyes and replied, I still need to learn how to use the computer. I'll go when I feel like it. Su Qing couldn't argue. Her abundant energy needed an outlet, and since she wasn't leaving, he had no choice but to burn off his own restlessness by practicing punches and sword techniques. As Jiang's awareness continued to awaken, Su Qing felt a faint sense of danger. He worried that one night, while he was sound asleep, she might yank the covers off and pin him to the bed. Su Qing thought this was a real possibility. After all, when they first started kissing, she'd been shy. But after getting a taste of it, she started pinning him down whenever she pleased, for months, before finally settling for the occasional hug. Now, Jiang kept sneaking glances at him. This was a dangerous sign. When she snuck another sidelong look, Su Qing couldn't take it anymore. Rubbing his wrist, sore from practicing swordsmanship, he said, I'm heading out. Where to? Just out for a walk. Grabbing his keys and phone, Su Qing left. The phone was only for staying in touch. He had no intention of sending Jiang travel updates like some frog hopping off with a tiny backpack. The day was perfect. Blue skies, white clouds, and a gentle breeze. Su Qing strolled to the main gate, scanned his access card, and stepped outside. The newly implemented electronic gate was still a novelty for Uncle Zhao. His sharp eyes darted around as he watched delivery workers and couriers approach, diligently ensuring they registered before using the card on his finger to let them in. The gate was unlocked only during specific hours at noon and evening. The rest of the time, access required a card. Isn't it a hassle, Uncle Zhao? Su Qing asked, hands in his pockets. No hassle at all. Beats dozing off here all day. You're one of the few so dedicated. Of course. I live here, Uncle Zhao replied, rolling his eyes. You think I'd let thieves ransack the place and have no face left to show? Su Qing chuckled. Uncle Zhao's son had bought a house elsewhere long ago, often urging him to move in and enjoy life. But Zhao refused, insisting on staying here to bask in the sun and earn his security guard salary. I sit here, and earn over 2 grand a month. Why would I go live in your place where I can't even smoke? He'd said. Su Qing paced around the gate, then noticed Uncle Zhao's face clouded in a puff of smoke. What's wrong? You and Jiang, he don't go out together anymore? Taking turns now like you're standing watch. What kind of watch are we standing? Su Qing laughed. Uncle Zhao's hearty laugh followed, his sharp eyes catching how Su Qing's nonchalant stance, with hands in pockets, was identical to how Jiang he had left yesterday. Cut back on the smoking, Su Qing said, waving goodbye as he wondered where to wander next. A smoke after a meal is like a godsend. You know that. That saying's been debunked by scientists. Oh, Uncle Zhao straightened up in surprise. Scientists studied that? Yeah, and there aren't any gods in this world. Su Qing meandered toward the east, where the greenery was lush and shaded, unlike the sunnier western road. His thoughts drifted to the awkward moment last night when Jiang he brushed against him with her leg. It shouldn't have been a big deal, but considering her identity in those glances, it felt awkward. Such a pure lady night, learning that so quickly. The east side housed a school. Though there were no classes during the May Day holiday, the bell still rang on schedule. Hearing the familiar chime, Su Qing slowed his steps and sat on the edge of a flower bed, hands in his pockets, staring at the playground. He had attended elementary school here, and the sight of the familiar buildings stirred memories. Back then, he and his friends, including Qin Hao, would climb the basketball hoop support beam, competing to see who could climb faster. Su Qing believed his height was due to years of hanging from the hoop. As for Qin Hao, he might have been even shorter if not for their years of dangling together. Looking at the now-renovated track and playground, Su Qing felt a pang of nostalgia. In just over a decade, so much had changed. Is there treasure over there, or something? Aunt Qing Yulan's curious voice startled him. She bent down to follow his gaze. She had been heading to another street, but couldn't resist checking on Su Qing. Last time it was Jiang he sitting here staring off. Now it was Su Qing. Something odd was going on. What treasure? Su Qing asked, puzzled. I don't know. What are you looking at? Just the distance. It's interesting. Su Qing pointed out across the playground. Aunt Qing's expression turned even stranger, a feeling of déjà vu washing over her. What's wrong? Su Qing asked. Something feels off, she muttered, scratching her head before walking away. You young folks think of the weirdest things. Su Qing blinked, utterly baffled. A few minutes later, the school bell rang again. First for class dismissal, now for the start of the next period. Once upon a time, that sound had been irritating. Now it felt oddly pleasant. Not having to attend class or do homework was pure bliss. Inspired, Su Qing pulled out his phone to browse Taobao. He found a 3-year set of elementary school language, math, and English textbooks for just over 20 yuan. He added grades 4, 5, and 6 for good measure, thinking he'd surprise Jiang he with a complete set of practice books. Once she finished them, she'd graduate, and he'd even Photoshop her a diploma to celebrate. What are you doing? Su Qing called Wang Zijuan, who answered with the sound of a woman screaming in the background. Amusement park. Want to join us? Wang asked excitedly. Childish. It's thrilling, except the lines are killing me. This lousy park doesn't even have VIP options. Are you in Jiang City? Of course. Where else? Fly to Shanghai Disneyland? I wish. My date doesn't want to travel that far. Oh, so this one's good, huh? Better than the last. Su Qing teased, piecing together the situation. Go my ass. Wang's voice dropped to a whisper. She's not my girlfriend yet. I'm working on it. Come ride the flying chairs with us. No way. You have fun. Only an idiot would go now. The holiday crowd was predictably overwhelming. May Day wasn't for fun. It was for queuing. You think everyone's as idle as you? Wang scoffed. Coming from you. That's rich, Su Qing retorted. Some people had money and time. Others had neither, but were free. Su Qing was glad to be the latter. If he were like Wang, with a family empire to manage, his personality wouldn't allow for such a carefree life. The stress would be unbearable. Fortunately, Su Wenbin was just an archaeologist. Su Qing hung up, pondering the amusement park's attractions. It might be fun to take Jianghe, but not now, better to wait until after the holiday chaos subsided. When he returned home, he was reading a book, oblivious to the 3 sets of elementary school textbooks Su Qing had just ordered. The computer beside her echoed a lively dialogue. His dad got hurt drinking milk. How do you get hurt drinking milk? The cow sat down halfway through. Was he slurping it standing up? Well, he couldn't reach sitting down. He chuckled, looking up at the clock before turning to Su Qing. Back. Su Qing nodded, studying her. She had started enjoying comedy skits. Her smile was beautiful. On May 7th, the primary school textbooks were delivered to their door. He, curious, wanted to open them, but Su Qing stopped her, carrying the 2 packages of books back to his room. If she opened that package, her laughter might not be as bright anymore. Let's go out tomorrow, he suggested. A day out before she starts school was part of Su Qing's plan. Life should have a sense of ritual. Where are we going? The amusement park. It's the 3 days after the holiday, so it should be pretty quiet with almost no lines. He had no objections and turned to the computer to search for amusement parks. Just from a name, she thought it sounded fun. Among the suggested links, there was one titled, "What should you do when taking your girlfriend to the amusement park?" Curious, she clicked on it. Below were several responses. Put everything aside and do your best to protect her, bring her joy, and make her happy. Women should live like little kids. Give her plenty of happiness and security, and you'll win her heart. Once you have her heart, the rest will follow. Good luck. Bring enough cash. Whatever she wants to play, play with her. Whatever she wants to eat, buy it for her. Whatever she wants to shop for, just buy it. Kiss her. Hold her hand and enjoy yourselves. You're practically strategizing for yourself. You know that? Su Qing, glancing over her shoulder, couldn't help but laugh. No wonder she was learning so quickly. Look at the stuff she reads daily. What strategy? He nonchalantly closed the page. It means before I even get a chance to do anything for you, you're already preparing yourself. And you haven't prepared? Well, that's not important. Su Qing didn't want to explain further. If everything could be quantified, he might have only contributed 60%, while the remaining 40% was he strategizing on her own. Love is mutual. Otherwise, I would have already been slapped into a wall. He stretched his arms and legs before starting to practice boxing again, determined to earn a better position in their future family hierarchy. He didn't comment, instead curling up at her chair with Wintermelon, the fan blowing on her. The weather had been strange recently. Fine in the mornings, but getting progressively hotter in the afternoons. Sometimes, the sunlight pouring in through the windows was so intense that she had to draw the curtains to keep the heat out. Her right hand lazily clicked around on the computer as she watched Su Qing diligently practicing. Stretching her legs onto the sofa, she swung them a couple of times, completely at ease. You tricked me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If you deceive me a 3rd time, we're both scum, she suddenly said. Huh? Su Qing paused mid-punch and looked at her. That's what this Westerner named Steven said. He pointed at the computer screen. Su Qing felt a rare sense of accomplishment. By the time he gave her the practice books, she'd graduate primary school in no time. The next day was overcast, with a cool breeze that felt refreshing, not noisy. After breakfast and tidying up, he followed Su Qing's advice, applying some lip balm, tying her hair into a neat ponytail, and donning a baseball cap. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt paired with a thin, sun-protective jacket and high-waisted, wide-leg pants, giving her a sleek and elongated silhouette. But next to Su Qing's 1.8-meter-tall frame, she still looked petite. Alone, she looked tall. Together, she seemed small. Why do I need to wear a hat? Not used to the baseball cap, he kept wanting to adjust it. It blocked part of her view. For sun protection. I don't feel like carrying an umbrella. Then why aren't you wearing one? I'm not afraid of the sun. Su Qing stepped outside to check the weather, then took He's hat and put it on himself. You can wear it later when the sun gets stronger. Jiang City Amusement Park was on the outskirts, requiring 1 bus transfer. Following their planned route, they tapped their bus QR codes on their phones and sat in the back, waiting for their stop. With Su Qing's help, She had no issues handling anything that required identification, whether it was Su Qing's ID card, WeChat, or phone calls. Her daily life was completely sorted. I've ridden every bus route listed on this sign. Jiang, he whispered smugly. Impressive. You wearing that cap makes you look like a criminal on TV. Thanks for the compliment. If that chubby cop saw you, he'd definitely check you out. You really look suspicious. Only missing a mask. Jiang, he mimicked, covering her mouth, recalling how the villains in the movies they'd watched together all had the same shady look. Baseball caps pulled low, acting all furtive. If you'd stop whispering like you're plotting a heist, you'd seem more normal, Su Qing said, his ears tickled by her warm breath. By the way, have you noticed you've been talking more lately? Though her chatterbox tendencies were endearing, Jiang, he's sneaky antics, all while accusing him of looking like a criminal. I can't talk loudly, Jiang, he said, pointing to a poster that read, Please don't speak loudly in the cabin. She leaned back in her seat, resuming her composed lady knight demeanor. Su Qing glanced out the window, a smile he couldn't suppress playing on his lips. At her core, Jiang, he was just a girl in her prime, full of energy. Her previously reserved and slightly wooden demeanor was likely the result of years of repression. As her true self emerged, she'd probably love games, movies, music, and romance. But she liked to pretend to be calm. Su Qing glanced sideways at her, curious if she'd maintain her composure at the amusement park. It took nearly an hour to reach the park entrance. Jiang, he started toward the ticket booth, but Su Qing pulled her the other way. He took her to a small shop nearby, where he bought 2 bottles of water and casually asked the shopkeeper, Got any discount tickets? Sure do. The shopkeeper had just opened his mouth to offer discounted tickets when Su Qing cut him off. With a knowing smile, the shopkeeper retrieved 2 adult tickets from under the counter and pushed them over along with the water. 180 yuan. If you buy them at the window, it's 260. Cheaper than online. Su Qing examined the tickets. They're valid, right? Jiang He, overhearing the price, winced. But then realizing the discount, she wasn't sure whether to complain about the cost or celebrate the savings. Of course. My shop's right here. It's not like I can run away. Employee perks. The shopkeeper winked as Su Qing paid, wishing them a fun time. As they left the shop, Jiang, he took the tickets from Su Qing, inspecting them curiously. Why are they so much cheaper? They're employee perks or extras that get resold. As long as the place isn't packed with scalpers fighting over tickets, you can usually find deals like this for attractions, concerts, and so on. Su Qing glanced back at the shop, explaining with a grin, Some people are clever at making money. Others, like you, are clever at saving it. Doesn't that mean the official ticket booths lose out? Depends. Sometimes they release extra tickets to boost foot traffic. Other times, it's just loopholes people exploit. How do you know so much? When you figure out why I know, you'll know too. Su Qing thought for a moment before adding, There's a term called the curse of knowledge. I know a lot of things, but can't always explain how I know them. Maybe someday, when you've experienced enough, you'll suddenly realize, so that's how it works. Curse of knowledge. Yeah, you can't understand why some people are so foolish, and they can't understand what you're saying. It's like an information gap, tied to experience, perspective, logic, everything. Understand. I understand. You're the foolish one, Jiang, he said with a nod. All right, I am. Jiang, he swung Su Qing's finger as she looked away. Su Qing smiled indulgently. With all the books he'd bought her, how could she not understand? They scanned their tickets at the entrance and picked up a park map. Neither carried much. Jiang, he had her bear-shaped backpack, while Su Qing just kept his phone and keys in his pocket. Each held a bottle of water as they walked inside. Jiang City Amusement Park spanned over 600 acres, divided into 9 themed zones. On weekends or holidays, the lines could be so long it was impossible to experience everything. But today, just after the holiday, only a handful of visitors wandered the park. Some attractions even required waiting for enough people to start a ride. Is this a place just for having fun? Hearing nearby screams, Jiang He's girlish curiosity gave way to a more serious expression. The massive steel structures filled her with unease. Looking up, she saw a giant spinning wheel with people strapped to it, spinning round and round. Try it once, and you'll understand. Su Qing felt nervous too. Though Jiang City had only one amusement park, this was his first visit. But fear or not, with tickets costing over 100 yuan each, he wasn't going to waste them. At the waiting area for the ride, Su Qing and Jiang He placed their belongings in a nearby temporary locker and sat down. Jiang He, still wearing a grave expression, muttered uneasily, "I think this is kind of scary. Are you sure this isn't some kind of punishment device?" She was clearly nervous, but tried her best to appear calm. "You're so strong. Even if something happened, you could just fly away, right?" Su Qing wasn't entirely sure. "Or should I try it first?" Jiang He thought about what she'd read on Baidu last night, shook her head, and discreetly tugged at the harness and safety belt on the chair. It felt secure, and she let out a small sigh of relief. "Welcome to the super giant swing." The staff member in the control room enthusiastically introduced the ride, accompanied by booming, dynamic music. Slowly, the enormous pendulum started to move. As it began to rise, Su Qing regretted everything. This was some kind of punishment device. The machine swung higher and higher, spinning wildly. 3 minutes, neither long nor short, but in that moment, it felt like an eternity. Normally, it would take just as much time to visit the restroom, but now every second stretched on unbearably. Su Qing shut his eyes in despair, his hand aching as Jiang He squeezed it with a vice-like grip. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness surrounded him from all directions. Time flies when you're having fun. The staff's voice came through the speakers, and the pendulum began to slow down. The surrounding screams also gradually subsided. When they got off, Su Qing's legs nearly gave out. He turned to look at Jiang He, whose face was as pale as a sheet. Neither said a word as they retrieved their belongings and exited with the crowd. Finding a bench nearby, they sat down silently. "Do you want to go again?" Su Qing asked hesitantly. "Do you?" Jiang He countered. "You're so skilled in martial arts. How can you be scared? If I weren't strapped in, I wouldn't mind jumping down from that height. But being tied up and spun around, that's terrifying. So, having your feet on the ground feels safer, right?" "Exactly." Not far away, more screams erupted from another group of riders. "Want to try something else?" Jiang He asked, looking serious. "I could watch you." "How about I watch you instead?" Su Qing replied dryly. He couldn't help but curse silently at Wang Zijuan, who'd once enthusiastically recommended this place. That guy must have been trying to set him up. Su Qing could already picture it. Wang Zijuan, face pale, accompanying his girlfriend to ride this and that, only for her to eagerly drag him into another queue. At that point, Wang Zijuan would coincidentally receive a phone call, yell, "We're at the amusement park. Come join us," and rope others into suffering alongside him. How do they even enjoy this stuff? Jiang He asked, glancing up at the people swinging high above. Maybe they were forced into it, Su Qing mused. If a girlfriend wants to ride, the boyfriend has no choice but to go along. "Well, I won't make you do that," Jiang He declared. "Which means our relationship still needs work," Su Qing quipped. "Would you go along with me if I wanted to?" Jiang He pressed. "I wouldn't," Su Qing admitted. They both realized how pointless the conversation was. Neither had the courage to go back on the ride. If this were used as punishment in a prison, Jiang He speculated, anyone who disobeyed could be strapped in and spun around for a few hours. The mental image made them both shudder. Too terrifying. Looking around, Su Qing noted that the park itself was quite scenic, aside from the constant screaming. "How about we just take some pictures instead?" he suggested. "Good idea," Jiang He agreed eagerly. After sitting for a while to recover, they drank their water, snapped a few photos, and set off to find a restroom. While waiting for Jiang He to finish, Su Qing rubbed his hands and unfolded the park map. That's when he remembered there were gentler attractions, like the carousel. Sure, it might be embarrassing for a grown man to ride a merry-go-round, but if it was to accompany his girlfriend, it would make sense. Jiang He emerged from the restroom, drying her hands. Feeling the heat of the sun, she took the baseball cap from Su Qing's tilted head and placed it firmly on her own. "Why are you always so quick in the restroom?" she asked. "Because I'm a guy." "You don't." Wipe or anything? Huh? Su Qing gave her a puzzled look. Wait, do you girls always wipe? Scoundrel! Jiang he snapped. Double standards. Su Qing ignored her and put the map away, pointing to the distance. Let's try the carousel. You still want to play? Jiang he flinched. This one doesn't fly up or spin wildly. It's like riding a horse. Fine, let's take a look, Jiang he said, pulling the brim of her cap down skeptically. If it ended up being another ride that involved being strapped in and flung into the air, she was fully prepared to let Su Qing ride it alone. The carousel felt steadier than a bus. With 2 levels, it occupied a large space, with dozens of seats circling the central column at a leisurely pace. The roof shielded riders from the sun, while a gentle breeze made the atmosphere cool and comfortable. It was a great spot to relax. There weren't many visitors, and the rides weren't run in limited sessions. You could stay on for as long as you wanted. Jiang had already been sitting there for half an hour. Considering how much the tickets cost, it seemed like she was determined to get her money's worth. Or at least, that's what Su Qing thought. Holding a bottle of orange juice he bought in the park, he sat on a different horse a short distance away, sipping his drink at a leisurely pace. The juice was slightly cool and tangy. Not bad. Jiang he also held a bottle of orange juice. After a moment of pondering why Su Qing didn't use toilet paper after visiting the restroom, she sneakily pulled out her phone to search for answers. Her behavior, paired with the baseball cap on her head, looked so suspicious that Su Qing almost choked on his drink. Unfortunately, seated on the carousel, he couldn't lean over to see what she was looking up. Other couples took photos together and then moved on to explore other rides, leaving behind just parents with children and the 2 of them. A ding sounded from Jiang He's phone. She opened WeChat and saw a message from Su Qing, who was seated behind her. Do you want to try something else? Su Qing's soft voice came through her phone speaker. Jiang He thought for a moment, then pressed the record button, bringing the microphone close to her lips to reply in an equally soft voice. Let's sit a little longer. Releasing the button, the message was sent automatically. She played it back, pressing her phone to her ear, satisfied with how her voice sounded. For some reason, the voice she heard when speaking always felt different from what was recorded. She figured the phone distorted it. Yet, Su Qing's voice sounded true to life, at least to her. You've been sitting there forever. Kids don't even stay on for this long. Su Qing sent another voice message. Jiang he sipped her orange juice and thought it over. This carousel was probably the closest thing to a proper amusement ride. The others felt more like punishments, designed to torment you while draining your wallet. Unless you strap yourself to that flying chair ride over there and let me watch from below, she said, pointing at the giant swing ride several hundred meters away. This theme park area was all about spinning rides, flying chairs, carousels, spinning wheels. The flying chair ride was the tallest, standing around 30 meters high. The spinning wheel didn't fly, but flipped and tumbled violently. Only the carousel felt calm and leisurely. Why would I let myself get strapped up there? Su Qing asked, glancing at the flying chairs in the distance, having no intention of humoring her suggestion. Because I don't want to go that high. I don't either. Then why bother trying anything else? This is the best. There's other fun stuff to do. We can't just stay here all day. Su Qing had always tried to show Jiang he the most exciting places and experiences. But this time, his plans had failed miserably. He'd come here, full of enthusiasm, wanting to enjoy a full day of fun, only for the first ride to leave such a bad impression that they retreated to the safety of the carousel. It wasn't supposed to go this way. At the very least, they needed to try something else. 10 minutes later, Jiang he climbed off the carousel, her expression sour as she sipped her unfinished orange juice noisily. It wasn't Su Qing who convinced her to leave. It was the looping music from the carousel speakers. Some people drift apart as they walk. The melancholic song, paired with the carousel's slow motion, drove away all the couples who had stayed. The person who picked this song is a genius, Su Qing said, half amused. With over 100 attractions in the park, almost any other ride would have been more fitting for this tune. Feeling the sun's heat intensify, Jiang he adjusted the brim of her cap without speaking. She looked around, trying to find another relaxing activity. Was coming here a mistake? She thought about the ticket price again, her heart aching at how many buffet meals or pots of pork ribs it could have bought. You gotta try at least once. Otherwise, you'd never know how scary some of these things are. And then, in 6 months, a year, or two, you'd feel compelled to test them out anyway, Su Qing said with a grin, flashing his white teeth. He glanced up at the sun to orient himself, then gestured toward a nearby path. Let's go this way. What are we doing? Let's see. Over there's the Egypt zone. Egypt's a foreign country with deserts, pyramids, and a thing for mummifying people. You can tell it's Egypt from the golden color over there, Su Qing explained casually. Seeing Jiang He trailing behind, he paused to wait for her to catch up, then took her hand and continued walking. Did you ever imagine something like this before? Like what? This, Su Qing replied, giving her hand a light squeeze. Then, with a mischievous grin, he grabbed the straw from her orange juice and took a big sip. The cup was nearly empty, and his gulp drained it completely, leaving a loud slurping sound as the straw hit air. Jiang He stared, dumbfounded, as her carefully rationed orange juice disappeared into Su Qing's mouth. She wasn't sure whether to snatch the cup back or push his head away. If this were the old days, I'd slap me to death. Jiang He glared at him, holding the empty cup in silence. Don't look at me like that. I'll take you to something fun. What kind of fun? The kind you're best at. The two of them arrived at a storefront filled with game machines, claw machines, basketball hoops, shooting galleries, dart booths. 50 yuan gets you 20 darts, the worker helpfully reminded. 10 will do. Seeing Su Qing's casual attitude, the worker didn't press further and pushed a plastic box toward them, precisely containing 10 darts. All I have to do is pop all the balloons, right? Jiang He asked, twirling a dart in her hand with a look of eager anticipation, confirming the rules again. To her surprise, the task seemed absurdly simple. Exactly. Pop 3 balloons to win a keychain, 6 for one of these toys, the worker said, gesturing toward a shelf of small, fist-sized figurines. Then he stepped aside and pointed to another shelf. 9 gets you a belt or a lighter. Pop all 10, and you could choose anything, including the big plushies over there. The belt and lighter looked rather fancy. Su Qing examined them for a moment, impressed by the quality of the prizes, far better than what you'd find in night market. If he still smoked, that lighter might have tempted him. Winning it through a game just felt different than ordering one online. Which one do you want? Jiang He asked, her gaze lingering on the belt. It seemed far more practical than a plushie. The big bear. You can hug it while you sleep. You don't want the belt? I'll try for one at the shooting gallery later. Noticing Jiang He's stance, as if she were about to throw all the darts at once in a flurry, Su Qing quickly advised, throw them one at a time. The worker no longer found them amusing. Their focused demeanor made his hair stand on end. Were they professionals? Retired military? But then he relaxed. Toy darts weren't that accurate, and the game's difficulty was real. Where did these two get such confidence? Thunk, pop, thunk, pop. Can we claim prize now? Jiang He clapped her hands, turning toward the worker. Is it done? Yes. Yes. The worker nodded hastily. You did it. Impressive, huh? Su Qing chuckled. Sure, there might be others capable of popping all 10 balloons, but few could do it with Jiang He's ease and nonchalance, tossing them like it was second nature. Do you want the belt? Jiang He asked, now holding a half-meter-tall, white bear plushie. The belt on a shelf still caught her eye. Sir, ma'am, we're just a small business. If experts like you come here for fun, I get it. But please, just take a prize or two. Otherwise, it's hard to explain to my boss, the worker said, already preparing to call his manager. If these two decided to clear the booth, he had no way to stop them. Didn't we say we'd only play once? Su Qing's response brought the worker some relief. Right, he nodded quickly. How about some bullets for the shooting game? Su Qing suggested. The worker reluctantly handed over the bullets, realizing belatedly that they planned to try every game once. I'm not good at this, Jiang He said, shaking her head while hugging the bear, clearly tempted to throw more darts instead. That's exactly why you should try it. All right then. Jiang He handed her prize to Su Qing, picked up the toy rifle, and began studying it. Meanwhile, Su Qing wandered over to the basketball hoop game, scanning the QR code to start. "Have you practiced for this or something?" the worker asked warily. "We're part of the Jiang City Dart Enthusiasts Association," Su Qing replied with a straight face. "An association?" The worker's stomach sank. That sounded like trouble, especially if more of them showed up later. "Don't overthink it. Just for fun." Su Qing's basketball performance wasn't as stellar as Jiang He's darts. He scored decently, but fell short of the best prizes, ending up with a selfie stick. He took a photo and sent it to Wang Zijuan, who responded with a voice message almost instantly. "Are you kidding me? Last time I asked you to come, you said no. Now you sneak off to play. I'm with my girlfriend. And there's no line now. This place is a scam. I spent over 1,000 yuan for a lighter. I could have bought a whole box instead. Impulse purchases, they prey on people like you," Su Qing teased, sending another photo of the big bear. "Goodbye." Meanwhile, Jiang He finished her turn at the shooting gallery, earning only a keychain. Compared to her dart performance, this felt lackluster, and she looked visibly dissatisfied. "Was it fun?" Su Qing asked, putting away his phone. "Not as fun as darts." After one more round of darts, where Jiang He expertly popped every balloon, she exchanged the prize for a belt and a keychain. Su Qing treated her to a couple of tries at the claw machine, using tokens gifted by the worker. They left with their prizes in tow, drawing envious stares from a couple entering the booth. "Can you win one for me too?" "I want the brown bear," the girl said, pointing to a plushie. Maybe his girlfriend won it for him, the boy replied absent-mindedly, glancing up to see the worker staring at him with a defeated expression. "Wasn't that fun?" Su Qing asked as Jiang He hugged the giant white bear. "Yeah, just tossing darts and getting such a big bear, it's worth a lot, right? Wouldn't it be nice to sleep with it? Don't girls like having plushies on their beds?" "True. Good. Get used to it." "Used to what?" Jiang He peeked out from behind the bear, curious. "Nothing," Su Qing said, looking skyward. After storing the bear and their other prizes at the entrance, the two followed the map to find food. Their conversation turned to martial arts. Su Qing felt he was beginning to grasp the basics of boxing. Jiang He, however, gave him a sidelong glance and said flatly, "It's just for fitness. So I have no chance of beating you. You're just practicing forms without real experience." "How could you beat me? Are you trying to trick me into sparring with you?" Su Qing asked suspiciously. "Martial arts are learned through combat," Jiang He replied, cracking her knuckles audibly. Su Qing flinched. "You have no experience, no sense of distance or muscle awareness, and no resistance to blows." Jiang He trailed off before concluding, "Against ordinary people, you could probably handle 2 or 3. "Only 2 or 3? Su Qing looked disappointed, having imagined at least 5 or 6. "Like I told you last time, take out 1 as quickly as possible if there are 3. Stop. I was just joking. I'm not taking anyone out." Jiang He's version of taking someone out often implied severe consequences, far beyond what a peaceful society would tolerate. "And how many hits would it take for you to take me down?" Su Qing asked. Jiang He looked at her hands, flexing them a few times. Then she scrutinized Su Qing and hesitated before saying, "Bare-handed, I could probably handle dozens. Not 1 hit per person?" Su Qing realized Jiang He was silently staring at him. "Right? You're just sparing my feelings." "Got it," he said, patting her head and smoothing her ponytail. To avoid being completely overwhelmed, he thought to himself, "I'd better outsmart her. Strategic marriage, not brute force." "What if you had a sword?" he asked jokingly. "Then I'd lose count," Jiang He replied matter-of-factly. The dining houses in the amusement park were all designed in quirky shapes. The Egypt zone had a mini pyramid, the Elf zone was shaped like a giant treehouse, and the Gold Rush town featured early 20th century English-style cottages. Inside one of these English-style vintage cottages, Su Qing and Jiang He sat across from each other. "Can't count them? Then don't count them." Su Qing pulled her hand closer and started reading her palm. Helping a dangerous person like this reintegrate into society. If he couldn't reform her into a proper wife, he would be the greatest sinner in Jiang City. He must marry her to keep her in check. Worst case scenario, he'd settle for being beneath her. It didn't sound all that bad. As Su Qing studied Jiang He's small hand, he suddenly realized something terrifying. In the future, his family position might be at risk. Don't you think they've improved a lot? Jiang He asked, looking at her other hand. She reflected on how her life had changed. Every day, she stayed home using the mouse and keyboard, worlds apart from her past life. She even used fragrant hand creams regularly. From the back of her hands, her fingers appeared slender and fair, soft and delicate. But flipping them over, the pads of her fingers were still slightly rough, and calluses on the second knuckles and the bases of her fingers hadn't completely disappeared. It would take soaking in warm water for a few more months to smooth them out. Su Qing leaned down and kissed her fingertip. The soft, moist sensation made Jiang He instinctively wiggle her fingers. When Su Qing straightened up, she turned her head away. "Let's ride the Ferris wheel after dinner," Su Qing suggested. Jiang He turned back to him, puzzled. "What's a Ferris wheel?" "That giant spinning wheel. Go on your own. Together. It moves slowly, so it's not uncomfortable. It's just a little high up, and you're not afraid of heights." Su Qing stroked the pad of her finger while glancing out the window. The Ferris wheel wasn't visible from here. When they reached the Ferris wheel after their meal, Jiang He realized he hadn't lied. It was indeed very slow. One small cabin after another was suspended on the enormous wheel, gently rising and descending with the wheel's rotation. The speed was so slow that it didn't even stop for passengers to get on. They simply walked into an empty cabin as it reached the bottom. The cabin had seating for 4, with 2 people sitting across from each other. Jiang He found it quite novel to watch the view outside the window. As they ascended higher, Su Qing seemed to grow tense. "Are you scared?" she asked. "No," he denied quickly. Jiang He didn't expose him. She leaned against the window to watch the tiny figures below. At its highest point, the Ferris wheel reached over 100 meters. By the time they were a few dozen meters up, the view stretched far and wide, even revealing a faint glimpse of the distant Lanjiang River. "This is better than the carousel," Jiang He concluded. Hearing the creaking sounds above her, she hesitated and asked, "It won't suddenly fall, right? Don't jinx it." Su Qing gazed at the horizon, trying to suppress the dizziness rising within him. They hadn't even reached the 100-meter peak, and he was already panicking a little. "NBs, you're really not scared?" Su Qing couldn't help but ask. "What's there to be scared of? It's not like they tie you to the chair." Suddenly, Jiang He stood up. The slight movement of the cabin made Su Qing instinctively grab the window frame. She sat beside him, raised an eyebrow, and stared at him. "You're terrified. Just a little. Afraid it might fall?" "No." Su Qing shook his head. "It won't fall. It's just the height. It's instinctual." He added, "Just don't run or jump around, and it'll be fine." Jiang He was more afraid of life and death being beyond her control. On a Ferris wheel, if she were to jump out, cling to the railing, or leap to the roof of the next cabin, it wouldn't be too difficult for her. "Oh." Jiang He made a nonchalant sound and leaned against the window to look outside. As their cabin reached the highest point, Jiang He pressed her baseball cap to the window, marveling at the height. Su Qing had already turned his gaze inward, pulling out his phone to snap a photo of Jiang He. With her cap on, she looked so stylish that it would have been a waste not to capture the moment. "Isn't it fun?" he asked. "It would be even better if it were free," she replied. "What are you thinking? Do you think people spend millions building attractions like this just for you to ride for free?" "Millions?" Jiang He was taken aback by the number, unable to grasp the enormity of it. Even 10,000 yuan was an astronomical figure to her. It would take years of labor to save up that much. "Yeah, these people invest a lot to create fun attractions, then we pay to enjoy them. They earn money to build even bigger and better ones. That's the general idea, taking from the people, giving back to the people." Su Qing glanced outside again. Visitors on other rides were screaming, but from this height, they looked small. Most amusement park rides were a few dozen meters tall, but the Ferris wheel was the park's biggest attraction. "I was just joking," Jiang He murmured. "No pie just falls from the sky." She trailed off, recalling how Su Qing had provided her with food and shelter. Maybe it wasn't a pie. It was a trap. Jiang, he reached out and poked Su Qing's palm. What are you doing? He asked. Nothing. The Ferris will slowly return to its starting point. Su Qing noticed Jiang. He still seemed interested and hadn't moved. Do you want to go again? She asked. Let's go again, he replied. Aren't you scared? I've already gotten used to it, Su Qing said, turning his face away. As their cabin left the ground again, beginning its second rotation, Jiang, he blinked at Su Qing and clasped his hand. What are you doing? He asked, turning back. When you held my hand, did I question you? Jiang, he spread out his fingers and compared their hands, pressing her palm against his. His hand was significantly larger and felt warm, as if it was always like this. Jiang, he pressed her palm firmly against his, recalling how Su Qing's hand had felt hot when he held her foot, enveloping it entirely. She pursed her lips and sneaked a glance at him. Su Qing was leaning against the window, playing with her fingers absent-mindedly. What a weirdo. Su Qing suddenly felt a fleeting warmth on his finger and turned to see Jiang, he looking up. Did you just kiss my finger? I'm only doing what you did, she said nonchalantly, adjusting her cap. She wasn't entirely sure what kissing meant, but she knew it expressed strong affection, something she had sensed from Su Qing during dinner. That's kind of creepy, Su Qing frowned. This guy was turning the tables on her? It's different for men and women, he explained. You can hug my neck and kiss me, but kissing my fingers is obsessive, you know? Jiang, he didn't hug his neck. Instead, she pressed his arm against the window and glanced outside. With no one able to see them from this height, she leaned down, only for the brim of her cap to jab him. She took it off and tossed it aside, leaning down again to kiss his lips. After giving Su Qing a thorough lesson, she finally pulled back, wiped her lips, and leaned on his shoulder. Whispering into his ear, she asked, What do you mean by obsessive? It's a little too intimate. That doesn't sound like a good thing. It's not, but lady night is a good term. Su Qing closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the experience. I feel like it's my duty to be your guide, showing you all the sights you've never seen before, helping you experience the beauty of life and this wonderful journey. It's a mission bestowed upon me by fate. Aren't you already doing that? Jiang, he replied, gazing at the distant scenery. From up here, everything below was in plain view. The high-altitude perspective was breathtaking. Yes, I suppose. A guide for a small company, Su Qing said, though his guiding included plenty of ulterior motives. He chuckled lightly. Thank you. For what? For how well I'm living now. Jiang, he fiddled with Su Qing's palm, kneading the pad of his finger. You said it yourself yesterday. Neither of us are good people. Su Qing's voice carried a playful tone. Jiang, he didn't respond. She suddenly thought it wasn't such a big deal to let Su Qing touch her feet. After all, they'd end up married anyway, as long as he didn't do anything weird with her shoes. They stayed on the Ferris wheel until the afternoon. When the sun dipped lower, they collected their prizes, including a giant white bear plush, and exited the park, drawing curious glances from passers-by. I've got 3 bears now, Jiang, he remarked. 3. This one, my bear-shaped bag, and the one you've hit a few times. Oh, I could wear a bear costume and become the 4th one to keep you company at home, Su Qing joked, adjusting her hat. No need. Jiang, he didn't even look at him, instead using her fingers to play with the bear plush's ears. When they got home, Jiang, he was still in high spirits. Seeing this, Su Qing decided against pulling out the textbooks. Instead, he opened his computer to organize the photos they had taken during their trip. The next day, May 8th, Jiang, he went exploring in Jiang City, wandering aimlessly and continuing to avoid studying. On May 9th, she lounged around. By May 10th, the stack of textbooks that had been sitting idle for days finally made its way in front of her. This is my gift to you, Su Qing declared, patting the pile of books. It wasn't just textbooks, but also workbooks and standard A5 size practice materials with exercises aligned with the language and math content in the textbooks. Aren't these the same type Xiao Yin uses? Jiang, he asked, picking up one of the books. The size and design were eerily similar. Exactly. You need to study. This way, when you're buying groceries, you won't have to count on your fingers and mumble. At his words, Jiang He grabbed a math book and sat cross-legged on the couch, placing the book on her lap and flipping it open. There's also scrap paper. Many problems need calculations, Su Qing reminded her, pushing the scrap paper and a pen the shop had included as freebies toward her. Experience the joy I once had in school. Why are you smiling like that? It's unsettling, Jiang He muttered, sensing something ominous. It's not unsettling at all. If you don't understand something, just ask me, Su Qing said, pointing to the workbooks. The goal is to complete them all without making any mistakes. He paused for dramatic effect and added, by the way, I've already torn out the last few pages with the answers. And no Baidu searches. You'll need to rely on yourself. He was joking about being a teacher, but now Su Qing was genuinely taking on the role. He picked up his long sword and headed to a more open area to practice, leaving the couch and table for Jiang He, each one about their own tasks. Had 10-year-old Jiang He shown up back when Su Qing was a teenager, the situation would have been reversed. Su Qing hunched over the table doing homework, while Jiang He practiced martial arts with her sword. Of course, it was just a thought. There was no way Su Qing's parents would have approved of Jiang He back then. A small pang of regret crossed his mind. The mental image was so endearing. A younger Jiang He, perhaps with tiny straw shoes, climbing trees and rooftops like a little monkey. That afternoon, Su Qing received a call from Qin Hao, complaining about how Su Qing had corrupted his father, Qin Maokai. Apparently, the old man no longer took his dog for walks and instead spent all day with pliers, crafting chainmail. And he's making an oversized one because of his large frame. Qin Hao lamented. Well, to be fair, this is on you, Su Qing replied. Me? How's it my fault? Qin Hao nearly choked with indignation. Think about it. Your dad used to walk the dog and hang out in the residential complex. Nice and simple, right? Then you taught my dad how to use that broken sight, Billy. Isn't that true? My dad learned it, taught it to your dad, and now your dad watches my videos and decided to make chainmail himself. So, logically, isn't this your fault? Qin Hao was at a loss for words. It was true. The chain of events traced back to him teaching Su Wenbin how to use the sight during the Lunar New Year. Karma works in mysterious ways. Heaven spares no one, Su Qing sang smugly. Stop being smug. What should I do? Qin Hao interrupted with a frustrated yell. What do you mean? What should you do? My dad spends all day messing with that thing. Let him be. It's a hobby. He's enjoying himself. Would you rather he carry around a giant thermos and wander outside in this heat? At least now he's at home, enjoying the fan and doing what he loves. Well, Qin Hao couldn't find a good counter-argument. Su Qing had a point. Besides, I like tinkering with stuff too. It's not a big deal. Su Qing twirled his sword leisurely. Suddenly, he held his phone away from his ear and pointed the mic toward himself. Swing! The clear, ringing sound of the sword echoed. Did you hear that? Su Qing asked proudly. He had finally mastered creating that crisp sound when slicing through the air. What was that? Qin Hao sounded puzzled. I'm practicing with my sword. Practicing what? You heard me. I already think you're insufferable. Bye. Qin Hao hung up. Su Qing tossed his phone aside and resumed practicing. He fantasized about donning a chainmail suit, wielding his sword, and becoming a modern-day superhero, complete with an eye patch, a skin-tight suit, and a flowing cape. In his imagination, he stood alongside Qin Maokai, both dressed as generals, striking heroic poses for the camera. Men's joys were simple indeed. Jiang He, watch this, Su Qing called out. Jiang He, deep in a battle with math problems, raised her head. Su Qing attempted a strike. No sound. He adjusted his grip and tried again. Still no sound. On his third attempt, the sword let out a satisfying swing. Cool, huh? He asked with a grin. Very cool. Jiang He replied in a deadpan voice, her tone flat as a board. After a pause, she pointed at the book in her lap. Why is this guy filling a pool with water while draining it at the same time? For a moment, Su Qing was tempted to stab this math problem right in the middle. After a week of study, May was already halfway over. The electric fan was now constantly on. During the day, temperatures hovered above 30 degrees Celsius, and lighter clothing became the norm. At home, Jiang He still preferred wandering around in pajamas if she didn't need to go out. What she couldn't understand was why poems and articles, along with those pointless scenarios involving Xiao Ming and Xiao Hong, always revolved around doing such ridiculous things. Why couldn't they just walk out together instead of one person leaving first and walking slowly, waiting for the other to catch up? Why count the heads directly when you could count the legs of rabbits and chickens? Clearly, the person raising these rabbits must be some foot-obsessed weirdo like Su Qing. Jiang He clenched her fists and glared at Su Qing with hostility, transferring her irritation from the farmer in the problem to him. Reading has many benefits, you know. The most obvious is making money. How does reading make money? The fastest way to make money is robbing a bank. But if you use violence, you'll get caught and executed. If you're literate, you can study their systems, get hired, and infiltrate the bank. Then, by working diligently and hiding your intentions, you can quietly siphon off the money without the police ever catching you. That's called working, isn't it? Congratulations, you've evolved into clever little seedling version 1.0. Jiang He had already grown immune to Su Qing's antics. This guy just loved teasing her for no reason. "Stop pinching my feet," she said, lowering her head to look at the book in her hands, her feet resting on the couch and swinging back and forth. Though she wasn't shy about it anymore, Su Qing still enjoyed poking and prodding her feet. "All right, I'm heading out. Stay home and behave." "Okay." Hearing Su Qing grab his keys and phone before stepping out, Jiang He immediately tossed her book aside with a loud Pia, stretched lazily, and sighed. Then, she crawled off the couch and peeked out the window, cracking it open slightly to watch Su Qing leave the residential complex. The sun blazed outside. "What's so fun about going out in such heat?" She snorted, confirmed that Su Qing had left the area, then turned to adjust the fan's direction. "Whoa, whoa, amusing." Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Jiang He picked it up to see the message. "Su Qing, stop making weird noises into the fan." Startled, Jiang He ran back to the window to check, making sure Su Qing hadn't turned around. "Jiang He, I didn't." "Su Qing, good. Remember, you're already 19, a mature adult now." Put her phone down. Jiang He leaned on the balcony, staring outside. After a while, she debated whether to go out too, but ultimately gave up. Books didn't interest her either. Whenever she saw those nonsensical math problems, she couldn't help but get angry. Why not just look at the clock to tell time? Why not run faster if you want to catch up? Why not just wait for it to fill up and see how much time has passed? Why must everything involve calculations? Jiang He clenched her fists, resisting the urge to slice her math book into pieces with a sword, and plopped herself in front of the computer instead. The Windows startup screen flashed. This was the best part of her day. As a modern person, learning so much felt overwhelming. Jiang He thought back to her childhood, basking in the sun on a rooftop. At her age, the younger Su Qing had likely been hunched over a desk, studying just as she was now. Computers truly were treasures. Grabbing the mouse, she clicked around until she opened computer tutorials from beginner to pro. After all, learning this counted as studying too. She immersed herself in this until the sun began to set, then stared at the D-Drive space issue. Only one folder, labeled Movies, occupied it, but it was over 300 gigabytes, leaving no space. Could the drive be broken? She picked up her phone to ask Su Qing, but hesitated, then decided to look it up on Baidu. Using her index finger to poke at the keyboard, she typed, "D-Drive shows insufficient space due to possible hidden system files or cache. Solutions include." Following the steps, she uncovered another folder larger than the movie folder. Solving this issue herself brought her immense satisfaction. By the time Su Qing returned, Jiang He had already prepared dinner. A plate of stir-fried garlic scapes with pork, tiger skin green peppers, and a dish of cold bitter melon salad. A simple yet satisfying homemade meal. "Why are you staring at me?" "And no reason. Did you study this afternoon?" Su Qing felt like something was a bit off. "Stu studied." "Yes, studied." Jiang He buried her head in her food, sneaking glances at Su Qing. "Your face looks a bit red," Su Qing noted. It's the heat. Is it really that hot? Yeah, really hot. Then bring the fan over here. Su Qing set down his bowl and adjusted the fan to face Jiang He, turning off the oscillation and setting it to the lowest speed. He didn't feel hot himself, likely because he hadn't been cooking. Cooking during the summer was indeed unpleasant. Su Qing contemplated buying a larger fan to place by the kitchen door to make it more comfortable while cooking. After dinner, Su Qing habitually cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. Jiang He stayed seated, her head turned toward the kitchen doorway. The sound of running water and clinking dishes floated out as she took a deep breath, her gaze drifting towards the computer. "All right, let me know what you don't understand, and I'll explain it," Su Qing said, stepping out of the kitchen. The time between finishing the dishes and 7 o'clock was designated for tutoring, and Su Qing took this seriously. He was determined to enrich the cultural knowledge of this little granny from the Tang Dynasty while subtly asserting his authority at home. If physical dominance wasn't an option, then intellectual dominance would have to do. After all, he was a Jiang City University graduate. Helping with elementary school-level homework was a breeze. Jiang He looked distracted. Holding her math book, she didn't even get angry at Xiao Ming's ridiculous problems. Her gaze wandered over Su Qing now and then, and when he turned to look at her, she quickly pretended to listen intently. When it was time for the live stream, Jiang He went to the bedroom to change. In just a few minutes, she emerged in a shirt and sun-protective clothing, her hair neatly tied back. "Why'd you turn off the speaker?" Su Qing asked while setting up the live stream. He fiddled with it for a while before realizing the speaker had been switched off. I got tired of listening to crosstalk." Su Qing scratched his head, puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. He turned on the TV and fetched his coat rack and chainmail from the storeroom, ready to handcraft armor live. The live stream had stabilized at a few hundred viewers. Even Su Qing didn't fully understand why these people kept tuning in. He'd experimented before. When Jiang He wasn't on screen, the number of viewers dropped by half. When she wasn't gaming, the viewership plummeted further. Apparently, the charm lay in having the two of them, plus Zhong Kuei's, the cat's, occasional appearance, creating a unique vibe. The goofy audience enjoyed it thoroughly. Jiang He silently played her game, while Su Qing worked on crafting his iron rings, chatting with the audience in the meantime. After half an hour, he switched to stance training, and the stream quieted down except for the sound of Jiang He's game and the background music. Jiang He's game rank had risen to over 1,500 points, which was relatively high in the dueling arena. Given her ragged beginner outfit, it was exceptionally high. Some viewers even offered to buy her a costume set to push her score past 1,600, but the idea was vetoed by the audience. "We're here to see the basic outfit thrash those flashy players." Exactly. If she wanted to spend money, she would have done it herself. Look at her, messing around crafting armor and training martial arts every day. Does she look like someone who's short on cash? She's all about this aesthetic. Climbing the ranks with basic gear is the way. If she hits 1,600, I'll send a rocket gift. Finish crafting the armor, and I'll send two. Wake up, there are no rockets here. Is the armor for sale? Streamer? +1. +1. I'll give 800 for it. I'll pay 900. The few hundred viewers made the stream feel like it had thousands of participants. The chat buzzed non-stop, livelier than many streams featuring singing or dancing. "I'm not selling it. It's for personal use. I plan to wear it to battle," Su Qing replied, continuing his crafting while answering questions. This was all just fooling around with Jiang He at first, but now that the stream was gaining some traction, he felt a bit conflicted. Could this actually become a thing? Probably not, unless Jiang He climbed to the top of the national server rankings in her tattered outfit. "Wait, this armor could sell for 900. Jiang He asked. "I spent a month crafting just the sleeves. It'd be worth at least 9,000. I'll take it for 9,000. A viewer joked. "Wow, a rich player. Amazing." Su Qing shook his head at the chat, amused. "It's just talk. You can find similar ones on resale platforms like Xianyu for much cheaper." Chatting with the goofy viewers was actually enjoyable, It was much better than silently working alone. When Su Qing first started as a content creator, it was tough with no audience. Over time, as more people interacted, it became much more fun. We're just streaming for fun, nothing serious. If you feel like sending gifts, do it within your means. Watch happily, but don't go overboard, or you might get scolded by your spouse for overspending, Su Qing casually remarked as he crafted iron rings. Immediately, the chat exploded. What spouse? What even is that? Wait, there are husbands in this world? I've been alive for over 20 years and never seen one. Watching a stream and getting emotionally attacked? Being single is too hard. Sorry, bad habit. I assumed everyone had one. Su Qing rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, Actually, having a spouse is great. Look, spouse, give me a kiss. Jiang He's hand trembled, and her game character was immediately caught in a combo attack. Get lost. The chat erupted with laughter. Hu Tong, watching the stream on his computer while gaming, also couldn't help but smile. At first, he had been drawn in by the novelty of the male streamer's stance training. But over time, he grew fond of the relaxed and chaotic atmosphere of the stream. They never begged for attention or gifts. They didn't pander to the audience's whims. Instead, Su Qing and Jiang He simply did their own thing. One played games seriously, the other either crafted armor or stood around, chatting idly with the audience. It felt less like a performance and more like hanging out with friends. To be precise, they had never even asked for follows, not once. Whenever someone sent gifts, they didn't make a big deal out of it either. Occasionally, Jiang He would curiously ask who the gift was for, and the silly viewers always said it was for Su Qing. If Su Qing asked, then the gifts were apparently for Jiang He instead. If they both asked, the gifts would mysteriously end up being for Zhong Kuei the cat. Years ago, when we first met, your face stayed in my heart. Even after all this time, your love hasn't faded. A country as picturesque as ours couldn't compare to the scenery you gave me. Singing softly along with the background music from the stream, Hu Tong suddenly felt like falling in love. Then again, thinking about the inevitable arguments, he sighed. Too exhausting. Better not. Do you two ever argue? A viewer asked in the chat. Su Qing snorted. Argue? We settle things with a good fight. What? Whoa, details, please. Who fights who? Let's just say we never argue. No need for details, too violent, Su Qing replied with a grin. Jiang He shot him a sideways glance. I think I know why you're making armor, a viewer commented. Now that I think about it, terrifying. The ultimate defensive measure. Come on, a martial artist bullied by his girlfriend? Stop stirring the pot. My armor's not even finished yet, Su Qing said, laughing and shaking his head. Are there couples who never argue? As long as you can resolve things, it's fine. You resolve problems by getting beaten up. Exactly. That's the truth. You're so pitiful. You even had to start crafting armor. The light-hearted banter passed half an hour, during which Su Qing transitioned to stance training, prompting another wave of joking sympathy in the chat. Not only did he get beaten, but he also had to stand in punishment. Of course, the goofy viewers were just joking, and Su Qing didn't mind. What he didn't expect, however, was that the chaos would escalate into a meme-worthy edit of his punishment stance. All done, calling it a day. After an hour, Jiang He ended the live stream, uploaded the day's recording, and stretched lazily. You're better suited for this than me. You're good at chatting with them and cracking jokes. Why don't you consider becoming a food blogger? Su Qing suggested. I'll think about it. Jiang He hesitated. Su Qing nodded and flexed his wrists before packing up the coat, rack, and the 2 iron sleeves into the storeroom. He neatly put away the iron rings and pliers. He disliked cluttering up the living room. Once everything was tidied, he sat back down at his workstation and started editing videos. Why are you sitting so far away? Su Qing asked, realizing Jiang He had moved to a small stool on the other side of the room instead of their usual spot on the couch together. Huh? Oh. Jiang He seemed startled by his question. Slowly, she dragged herself back to the couch and sat down beside him. She glanced at Su Qing, then glanced again. What's up with you? Su Qing asked. Nothing. Jiang he suddenly raised her voice, leaning against him with righteous confidence, her book still in her hands. Su Qing blinked, confused. Focus on your work. Don't think about anything weird. Jiang he turned his face back to the screen, acting as if nothing had happened. If he dared try anything funny, she'd kick him straight back to his room. If life could continue unchanged as it was now, Su Qing thought he might just be happy. But nothing in this world stays unchanged. Like how he moved into the storeroom, how Jiang he began sleeping in the master bedroom, and how she started catching on to the jokes he made, though sporadically at first. Jiang he even learned to play along, using interjections like "whoa" to feign surprise. Change always brings something unsettling. May 23rd. Aren't you going out today? Jiang Yi's question gave Su Qing a sense of déjà vu. You're acting strange. I'm perfectly fine, Jiang Yi replied, keeping her head down. No, you don't have to push yourself. If you don't want to study, just rest. No need to keep trying to get me out of the house. Su Qing blamed the math book in front of her. Moments ago, Jiang He had asked why the old man in the problem couldn't simply state his age instead of creating such a convoluted scenario to trouble Xiaoming. She was clearly irritated, perhaps for the first time in her life, empathizing with Xiaoming. If a person like this old man existed in real life, responding to an age question with statements like, X years ago, my age was a multiple of yours. Y years from now, our age difference will be Z. Jiang he might stab him with a sword on the spot. Honestly, Su Qing thought he might not hold back either. Poor Lady Knight. If he were to hand her a set of middle school textbooks after this, would she completely lose it? This is a half-year curriculum where I'm from. You don't have to push so hard. Hard work makes up for a lack of talent. Jiang he mumbled, leaning over the table as she scribbled on the workbook. Suit yourself, Su Qing said, going back to his own tasks. The sky outside was unusually overcast, bringing a welcome coolness after days of oppressive heat. Su Qing sat by the window, holding his laptop, enjoying the gentle breeze slipping through the cracks of the open window. Looks like rain is coming, he remarked. A bit cooler would be perfect, Jiang he replied. Su Qing agreed. He scrolled through the comment section on his videos. Qin Maokai and Su Wenbin weren't bickering as much anymore. The former seemed busy forging armor, while the latter occasionally left a comment or two. A private message caught his attention. It was from a small domestic studio promoting a wuxia-themed mobile game he had never heard of, looking to collaborate. Su Qing was flattered by the ad offer, but politely declined. Accepting ads so early in his career wouldn't be good for his growth. As someone who had never begged viewers to like, comment, and subscribe at the start of his videos, Su Qing prided himself on his authenticity. Viewers came for the content, not the gimmicks. Asking for engagement before they'd even seen the video felt absurd to him. Thus, he only mentioned it at the end, believing that if someone made it through the entire video, it was proof the content was engaging enough to justify the ask. His straightforward style, diving directly into the topic without several seconds or minutes of small talk, was one reason people enjoyed his videos. As for ads, unless the offer was substantial or from a major studio, he wasn't considering them for now. The afternoon slipped by unnoticed. Su Qing wrapped up his work and stretched, walking softly over to Jiang He to check on her progress. His eyes fell on her workbook. Xiaoming, illustrated with a sword sticking out of his head, surrounded by 4 or 5 throwing darts. Our Alpha Nui. Hard work makes up for a lack of talent. Su Qing teased. Jiang He immediately snapped the book shut, staring intently at its cover, as if deeply engrossed. If it feels too hard, just take a break, Su Qing suggested. Was this how you grew up? She asked, thinking about China's 9-year compulsory education system and how anyone could endure it. Yup, and if you didn't do well, the teacher might smack your hand or even your butt. How pitiful, Jiang He said with sympathy, shaking her head before heading over to the computer. The computer's much more fun. Su Qing stood there, speechless, as Jiang He curled up on the chair and started watching Ultraman Tiga. He collected her scattered notes and pens, tidied the desk, and flipped through her workbook. Her doodles weren't bad. The sword resembled the one they'd bought on Taobao, making up for lost childhood. Su Qing muttered, clicking his tongue. When I was a kid, I thought the same thing. Computers are so much fun. But later, I feared being left behind by society and forced myself to study hard to get into college. Would you really be left behind? Jiang He asked. I'm not sure, Su Qing admitted. But having studied, I can now stay comfortably at home, which probably has something to do with my education. Though editing videos doesn't require school knowledge, years of study shaped my worldview and thinking, and my degree opened up more options. You're trying to trick me into studying, Jiang He accused. I'm just stating facts. You don't have to study to succeed, but having studied, you can choose a simpler lifestyle. It doesn't work the other way around. If you've never studied, it's hard to land a cushy office job with air conditioning or become a teacher, an accountant, or a data analyst. I even took a Mandarin proficiency test, thinking of becoming a teacher. That's still an option for me, Su Qing added, flipping through her book and sighing as he recalled his earlier plans. Life doesn't offer do-overs. While administrative penalties didn't affect him much, they complicated background checks, which was one reason he ended up working from home. Is being a teacher so great? Jiang He asked. Mostly for those who like kids. Marking their homework and essays can be fun. I get it. Kids are stupid, Jiang He deadpanned. Question mark. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Your mom said when you were little, you'd watch Ultraman, shining a flashlight at the TV while crying and yelling for Tiga to get up. She thought you'd lost your mind. Jiang He pointed to the screen where the giant of light was using his X-ray beam to finish off a monster. She looked confused. He's so powerful. What's there to cry about? She couldn't imagine young Su Qing sobbing snot-faced in front of the TV. Wait until you see the last episode, Su Qing said, setting the book down with a blank expression. He pulled out his phone and texted in their family group chat. At household spinner mom, can you stop telling Jiang He everything? Zhou Suji replied. What did I say? Su Qing, Ultraman, the goose the dog. Other parents brag about their kids, but you're out here digging up my embarrassing past. What's the deal? Su Wenbin chimed in. You have a past worth bragging about? Jiang He, staring off into space. Su Qing froze. When did you join the group? Last time when you were reading in the study. Your mom added me during our chat. Why didn't you ever say anything? Su Qing quickly scrolled through the group chat, realizing it indeed showed 4 members. He wouldn't have noticed if Jiang He hadn't spoken. Meanwhile, Zhou Suji was already inviting Jiang He over for dinner. Why does it feel like you and my mom are secretly close behind my back? Su Qing asked, unnerved. Are we? Jiang He replied, typing her response to Zhou Suji. Aren't you? After watching the final episode of Ultraman Tiga, Jiang He still didn't understand what was so tear-worthy. Sure, Tiga was petrified and sank to the bottom of the sea, but movies always brought him back to defeat the monster. It was the same formula every time. Clearly, young Su Qing was incredibly foolish. She gave Su Qing a disdainful look. Why are you looking at me like that? You were a stupid kid. All kids are stupid, Su Qing countered. Xiaoyan is smart, Jiang He argued. That's because you haven't seen her foolish side. A few years ago, when she was losing her baby teeth, she was so desperate she thought she was dying and came to say goodbye. Jiang He fell silent, hugging her legs and clicking around on the computer. She remembered her own confusion as a child, when she first started learning martial arts, and one day her tooth fell out while practicing punches. She understood losing an arm to a knife or getting punched so hard your teeth flew out. Those were logical. But teeth falling out on their own, without any impact, was incomprehensible. She'd been so shocked that she thought she was dying. After all, there was an old man in her village who lost all his teeth before passing away. Why do kids' teeth fall out on their own? Even though she now knew it was normal, she still wanted to understand the principle. Why do people bleed on their own? Jiang He mused. I don't bleed, Su Qing quipped, leaning closer. I know you don't, Jiang He shot him a glare. Honestly, I don't know either. Let's look it up together. Go away. Fine, I'll search on my own. Curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge were human nature. Su Qing vaguely understood the biological reasons, but couldn't explain them in detail. This feels weird, Jiang He murmured, rubbing her eyes. Discussing these things with Su Qing felt strange yet oddly natural. Why? Isn't it normal for a couple to explore biological differences together? Su Qing asked. That's vulgar. Fair point. My bad, Su Qing apologized. Sometimes I treat you like a modern girl. That's my mistake. Can modern girls talk about these things with you? Only if they're my girlfriend, Su Qing clarified. Otherwise, it's inappropriate. And holding my leg? That's different. Whether you're comfortable with it is the deciding factor. Got it, Zhang, he nodded. If she weren't comfortable, he wouldn't even get close, let alone touch her leg. All right, go ahead. Zhang, he shifted in her chair, resting her leg on the sofa. Why does it feel like I need your permission to hold your leg? Su Qing grumbled. Don't you? Well, yes, but it feels like you're granting me a favor, Su Qing muttered, though his hands moved quickly. Then let me put it another way. Please hold my leg. Jiang, he started to say, but trailed off, too embarrassed to continue. I get it, Su Qing replied, understanding her discomfort. Jiang, he stayed silent, realizing how strange their dynamic was. This isn't some task. It's a natural expression of affection. I don't always feel like holding your leg. It's just during idle moments when I want to be close to you. It's normal, but saying it out loud sounds weird. Su Qing frowned, hesitating before adding. I guess that's what happens when you're Xiao Cao. You'll understand eventually. So, you don't want to hold my leg now? Jiang, he asked. Not at the moment. While I'm focused on something, it doesn't even cross my mind. But if you wanted to hold it, just rest it on me. It'll happen naturally. Don't assume I'm thinking about it all the time and call me over. Got it. Oh, Jiang, he nodded. I want to, Su Qing froze as Jiang, he wordlessly curled her toes, moving her foot into his lap. She finally realized what fell off. It was the comfort of it all. She didn't want to call him over. It was better to naturally lean on him or rest her leg on him without saying anything. Propping her leg in his lap, Jiang, he squinted at the screen, typing with one hand and wiggling her toes against Su Qing's fingers. I've stopped being shy, yet you're still playing with my feet. Yes, that's because I like you, Su Qing admitted, surprised by his own fondness. Isn't this just lust? Jiang, he asked. Lust is liking everyone indiscriminately, like liking bears regardless of size or ownership. That's lust. But feet are unique. I can't stand the thought of anyone else's. They're gross. But yours, I just want to touch them. That's absolute affection. That sounds like nonsense, Jiang, he retorted, blushing slightly. Suddenly, she noticed something on the screen. What's this? She asked, moving the cursor to a video on small broken site. She clicked on it. I'm the descendant of Su Chu. My family's passed down the tiger full fist. The screen alternated between shots of Su Qing practicing stances and crafting armor, edited to a rhythmic rap. Both of them stared at it, dumbfounded. Practice starts with the waist. Strength comes from the ground, travels through the legs, and reaches the shoulders, elbows, and wrists. Wife, give me a kiss. Jiang, get lost. Martial arts all stem from the same principles. Arguments? We settle them with our fists. Jiang, he's being punished to stand. Armor's not for sale. It's for personal use. Don't rile me up. My armor's not ready yet. Jiang, he doesn't talk much, just like standing there. Clips of Su Qing standing and crafting armor were spliced together with lines from his live streams, creating a story of a martial artist enduring humiliation to forge armor for self-defense. Su Qing and Jiang, he exchanged a look before Jiang, he burst out laughing. Su Qing's face darkened. Which bastard threw me into the ghost animal zone? The small broken site only had two sections, the parody section and the parody material section. Su Qing nearly smacked his thigh in frustration. The video even had a tag, the white beginner's growth path in the duel arena. Su Qing asked Jiang to check the live stream. The views on the previously recorded videos had increased slightly, though not significantly. Is this what they call twisting words out of context? Jiang, he found it amusing. She clicked to watch again, finding Su Qing's confident tone and words funny when presented in this format. Honey, give me a kiss. Get lost. The video interspersed clips of the female gunner mercilessly defeating her opponents. Should we just skip today? Su Qing looked relieved. Although there was some buzz, it hadn't gone viral. If it had, the barrage of comments teasing him about being afraid of his wife during a live stream would have been disastrous. What do you mean by skip? It means not streaming today. Huh? Jiang, he turned back to look at him. What? Su Qing was speechless. Jiang, he looked quite pleased, after all. Most of the video showed her dominating, either instantly killing opponents or bullying Su Qing. Not that she actually bullied him. We're not even married yet, and you're calling me that. Boyfriends and girlfriends can call each other that too. It's going to happen sooner or later. I don't believe it. Then what should I call you? Xiao He? Little Jiang? Xiao Jiang, give me a kiss. Get lost. Don't blame me then. Jiang He froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as her face visibly turned red. You kiss my foot. Her arched instep formed an adorable curve. Su Qing nonchalantly kneaded her leg, acting as if nothing had happened. Don't do anything perverted to me. Jiang Yi's eyes were filled with panic. Are you still going to tell me to get lost? She mumbled incoherently and yanked her leg back with effort. This man kept breaking her perceptions. They weren't even married yet, and he was already like this. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't he start kissing her everywhere like in movies after they got married? Our Nigerian Ira Thailand bot. It seems Su Qing was already prepared for something. Jiang He stiffly stared at the computer screen, memories of what she had seen a few days ago flashing through her mind. Thud! Su Qing looked at Jiang He in surprise as she jumped up from her chair and dashed to her room. What are you doing? There was no reply. Su Qing couldn't understand Jiang He's extreme reaction. Just as he reached for the mouse to check who had made the parody video, Jiang He stomped back out, shut down the computer, and stood next to him, glaring. Wee, what's wrong? You can't beat me. I know. Su Qing gave her a peculiar look. Good. Jiang He glanced down at her calf with a serious expression before turning back to her room. She only came out again at dinner time, wearing an apron to prepare food. Su Qing was sitting by the window, holding her Chinese language textbook. Outside, the sky was darkening, and a cool breeze drifted in, creating a stark contrast with the brightly lit living room. You didn't look at anything you shouldn't have, right? Su Qing turned his head to ask. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her tone calm. What shouldn't I look at? You know, like what? They stared at each other for a moment. Su Qing shook his head. Nothing. Jiang He let out a sigh of relief, pursing her lips as she rummaged in the fridge before heading back to the kitchen with some ingredients. Su Qing's gaze landed on the computer Jiang he had been using. Holding the book, he fell into deep thought. Dinner was simple. Pancakes from lunch sliced into thin strips and stir-fried with green beans, producing a fragrant dish. They also had egg drop soup, with each having 2 big bowls. After living together for a while, their appetites started to align. Su Qing's grew larger, while Jiang He's decreased slightly since she only practiced swordsmanship and skipped the more physically demanding drills and stances. Actually, it's normal for humans to have certain needs. It's just biology. Sometimes, those needs have to be addressed, which is why related industries exist, providing things for people to watch. During dinner, Su Qing brought it up as if it were a casual comment. Oh, so if there's anything on a computer, it's not perversion, it's just artistic expression of, well, you get it. I don't. Jiang He shook her head warily. Clearly, he was trying to bait her. It's fine if you don't understand. Just treat it as educational. It's common knowledge, after all. Su Qing didn't notice anything unusual and casually sipped his egg drop soup after blowing on it lightly. So how do you deal with it? Cough, 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 cough. Su Qing nearly sprayed the soup through his nose. I don't need to deal with it. Is that so? Jiang He nodded thoughtfully. You don't believe me? Su Qing felt she might be misunderstanding him again. I do. It was just an accident last time. What accident? The sound of rain began tapping gently against the window. Su Qing turned to look. It's raining after all. Yeah. Jiang He also glanced outside. Winter Melon was perched on the windowsill, curiously pawing at the glass. The gentle rain began falling that night, and both silently agreed not to bring up the incident where Su Qing wet his pants again. Su Qing finished his soup, waited for Jiang He to finish as well, then cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen. Wiping his hands, he came out to find Jiang, he holding Wintermelon while watching the parody video again. She seemed disappointed that Wintermelon hadn't made it into the frame, so she let it watch the video with her. Time to study. Su Qing cleared his throat, pulling out a math book and tapping the table to urge her. Are you trying to live out your unfulfilled dream of being a teacher through me? No, I just want you to study well and improve every day. Jiang He's integration into modern life was accelerating, and Su Qing was starting to feel the pressure. The Lady Knight wasn't as clueless as she used to be. Mr. Su. Jiang He hugged the cat and tentatively called him. When Su Qing reacted, her eyebrows shot up. I knew it. You can't deny it now. Su Qing was caught off guard and froze for a moment. No, that's not at all. Studying means don't slack off. Do the exercises. Read the books. He grabbed her hoodie's hood and tugged her back, pressing her shoulders down into the chair. If you don't study, you won't be able to calculate grocery prices, and you'll get scammed every day. I can calculate just fine. Chives are 2 yuan per gene. Eggs are 2.8 yuan per gene. If you buy 1.5 gene of chives and 2.5 gene of eggs, how much is that in total? Don't count with your fingers. You can't calculate it either. Jiang He angrily let go of Wintermelon. It's exactly 10 yuan. Su Qing pinched her cheek, causing her pout to deflate. Laughing, he said, now get studying. Grumbling, Jiang He reluctantly picked up a pen and paper, muttering under her breath about only buying whole genes to avoid fractions or just using a calculator. She glanced at Su Qing, sighed, and resigned herself to flipping open her book. By 7 p.m., her math exercises were finally done. She hastily packed up her papers and books, shoving them under the coffee table in one bundle. Practicing martial arts as a child hadn't been this exhausting. There might be more people tonight, Su Qing noted. He felt their content had veered off course. What started as a gaming live stream had turned into a martial arts stream, then a couple stream, and now something bizarre. More people isn't a bad thing, right? To Jiang He, more viewers meant more money. The recorded videos generated passive income, better than manual labor. It has pros and cons, but overall it's good. If small broken site notices your unregistered account, the worst that'll happen is the channel gets shut down. Then we can take a break. That wouldn't be too bad. With some experience and popularity, it'll be easier for you to transition to a food channel later. Su Qing turned on the TV and moved to his usual spot to stretch, continuing, all right, let's get started. Okay. Jiang He didn't think as far ahead as Su Qing, but trusted him completely. All she needed to do was play her games well. The live stream began with background music playing. Su Qing stood completely still in a martial arts stance while Jiang He focused on PK battles. Flashed on the screen, but it had little to do with her. People were there to watch Su Qing. Apart from the background music and the sounds of skills activating in the duel arena, the stream had an eerie vibe. Jiang He's precise and deliberate keystrokes barely made her body move, making her appear motionless at a glance. Half an hour later, Su Qing ended his stance training, fetched a clothes rack from the storeroom, and began assembling iron rings next to Jiang He. 666. Impressive, impressive. What is this divine technique? As expected, the viewership had increased by nearly 200 people compared to yesterday. Not too many, but not too few either. The newcomers marveled at the strange nature of the stream. No one spoke for half an hour. One was training in a stance, while the other was engrossed in gaming. This isn't some divine technique. It's Hu Chi Quan, a style passed down from my great-grandfather's time. It's said to have origins with Su Chu. Su Qing explained leisurely while deftly assembling the iron rings with pliers. And as for that parody, whoever made it, show yourself. Making it look like I've got asthma, unbelievable. This isn't punishment. It's called waist and leg coordination, a basic necessity for training. One day, I'll get a wooden post to kick around as a demonstration. It's not boasting to say this. In my house, I call the shots. When I say 1, she doesn't dare say 2. When I point east, she doesn't dare head west. That's what we call authority, family hierarchy, you get it? With her tiny frame, humph. Su Qing continued his explanation while manipulating the tools in his hands, his tone steady and deliberate. Family hierarchy, got it. Family hierarchy, oh. Family hierarchy, dying over here. The chat spammed repeated phrases while Jiang he glanced at Su Qing, her lips twitching slightly but remaining silent. Let him say whatever he wanted, she'd settle the score in her own way. On the screen, a small mistake led to Jiang He's character being sent airborne and juggled by the opponent's gunfire. She was more composed about losses now after so much PK experience. Calmly, she picked up a slice of dried sweet potato and popped it in her mouth. Want one? No thanks. I don't eat charity food. Su Qing refused decisively, wary that Jiang he might casually toss the snack at him without even looking back. He'd never live it down. How is this charity food? Just not eating it. Jiang he ignored him, flexed her wrist, and prepared for the next match. She'd recently bought a massive bag of sweet potato chips, enough to last over half a month. The cheap, tasty snack had become her favorite. One slice could last her ages. However, her rank refused to climb. Playing as a female gunner without top-tier equipment capped her score at around 1,500 points. With weaker characters eliminated early in the competitive ladder, the remaining opponents were decked out in premium outfits, complete with crucial speed-boosting attributes, making skill alone insufficient. Why not switch to a stronger character? This one's too weak, Su Qing suggested. I feel like your comment, too weak, might end up clipped into another parody video and used against me. Su Qing chuckled, checking the chat, which echoed his advice with comments urging a change. Anyone familiar with the game's current version knew how remarkable it was for a poorly equipped female gunner to reach this rank. It was practically her limit. Pick a stronger class. If you reach 1,600 points, someone might even pay you to lose a match. Easy money. Jiang Yi froze. People actually do that. Occasionally, yeah. The higher the rank, the more likely it happens. It's like hitting a rare monster card while grinding. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Jiang He shut down the duel arena excitedly, ready to select a new character. The screen froze in black. Haha, just stand still. Here comes your spring festival outfit. Don't move. Alipay incoming. Isn't this unethical? One viewer questioned their side hustle. We're just streaming for fun, Su Qing replied casually, checking the time. It was still 10 minutes before 8 p.m. It's not a serious gaming stream. It's all about having a good time. Besides, whether she can even reach that higher rank is still up for debate. You should have told me earlier. I'd have reached it by now. Jiang He rolled up her sleeves, looking like a money-grubbing maniac. 6,666. Looking forward to it. Hit 1,600 points, and I'll definitely go all in with my support. The chat lit up, showering them with gifts. Jiang He munched on her sweet potato chips, glanced at the screen, and resisted asking if the gifts were for her. She knew the answer would disappoint her anyway. Logging back into the game, she reached the character selection screen, triggering another wave of comments. Other streamers displayed rows of lavishly dressed characters, but Jiang He's lineup resembled a poor neighborhood. Not a single costume in sight, just a bunch of Christmas hats that didn't even match. And the names: Hemiaomio 13, Hemiaomio 14, Hemiaomio 32. Viewers burst out laughing. One couldn't hold back any longer. Who did Tong Shu? Streamer, where's the money you made with these grinding accounts? Not even one dressed up. All spent on sweet potato chips. Su Qing tossed a slice into his mouth. Watching Jiang He select a character. Smart budgeting. Never heard of it. Grinding for snacks? What kind of divine streamer is this? I'm floored. Now I want some too. Jiang He selected a female ghost swordsman, Hemiaomio 19. How about this one? She asked Su Qing. Perfect for you, he replied. The audience didn't understand their exchange, but Jiang He did. After all, she practiced swordsmanship every day. Go swordsman, let's go. Su Qing cheered her on. Outside, the drizzle continued, tapping gently against the window. Jiang He dove into the duel arena, while Su Qing worked on his iron rings, carefully crafting another layer for the chainmail collar. Streaming or not, Su Qing had figured out. Jiang he approached, live streaming the way he had once been as a content creator, unconcerned with clout or donations, just playing for herself. Watch if you want, leave if you don't. Her only responsibility was to play her best. That was the entirety of the deal. I'm still wearing this ugly Christmas hat, Jiang he grumbled, pointing at the screen. She planned to clear her matches while keeping the hat on. Pure skill. Unbeatable. Rain had fallen throughout the night, and the next day showed no signs of clearing up. Instead, it seemed to be turning into a downpour. Jiang he leaned against the windowsill, staring blankly at the curtain of rain outside. If it gets heavier, it'll be just like the day I arrived. That's how it is in May and June, she muttered. At least it's cooler this way. Once the rain stops, summer will really begin, Su Qing remarked as he glanced outside. As June approached, a heavy rain often marked the start of the sweltering days to follow. In Jiang City, this cursed place alternated between freezing winters and scorching summers. The summer heat was so intense, it made the air above the asphalt roads shimmer and distort. By afternoon, the rain intensified, bringing a slight chill. Jiang he ventured out to buy groceries, carrying a big black umbrella, the same one Su Qing had initially offered her at the door. She carried her little basket, while Su Qing used a flimsy umbrella he'd received from attending a health seminar. The difference in quality was glaring. Su Qing's small folding umbrella looked like it could be destroyed by a strong gust of wind. He grumbled about it, thinking how romantic it would be to share an umbrella on a rainy day, close and intimate. Why would we crowd under one umbrella in the rain? Do you want to make sure we both get wet? Jiang he shot back. But isn't doing silly things part of being in love? Following behind her, dejected, Su Qing watched the rainwater drip from the rooftops along the street. Then, he asked, could you perform a sword dance so precise that no rain would touch you? Just swish, swish. Dance through the rain without getting wet. No, not even theoretically possible. Still no. Jiang he extended her hand beyond the umbrella to feel the rain. If that were possible, you'd have seen a fresh, dry me that day, instead of someone who looked like a drowned rat. Oh, excellent. A drowned rat, huh? Su Qing chuckled, remembering that scrawny, angry girl. She was nothing like her current gentle self. Time had passed so quickly. Almost a year had gone by in a blink, from autumn to winter, then spring, and now summer was almost here. Jiang he, yeah, let me carry the basket for you. Back home, Jiang he shook off the rain from the umbrella and propped it by the door. She took the groceries to the kitchen, chopping away rhythmically with the knife. After a while, she turned her head to see Su Qing leaning against the doorway. She slowly stopped. Something feels off the more I think about it. What feels off? It's like you've brought home a live-in chef. I think you're just looking for an excuse not to study. Even as a chef, you'd still have to read books and do exercises you can't escape. Su Qing mercilessly exposed her ploy. Sometimes this little old lady was ridiculously crafty. Back in the living room, Su Qing tried to play some music, but realized her computer was password protected. He had to plug her computer's speakers into his laptop. You don't need to lock it. I wouldn't snoop through your computer. Don't you think that sentence itself sounds suspicious? Jiang He's voice floated from the kitchen. No, I'm just stating the facts. Admittedly, I did once check your search history when your understanding of things was still underdeveloped and you were easily misled by random nonsense online. I did it out of concern for your growth. While browsing through songs on the player, Su Qing continued. It's like how a dad might ask a teacher what his daughter's up to in school. Same mindset. I just didn't want you to misunderstand things or sneak out in the middle of the night, only to end up cold and starving somewhere. And now, Jiang He poked her head out of the kitchen. Now you're settled here, capable of independent living, with your own ideas and privacy. Of course, I respect that. Oh, and I apologize for looking at your search history back then, regardless of my reasons. You're acting suspiciously, Jiang He said, narrowing her eyes. Why bring it up? Nothing would have happened if you hadn't mentioned it. Are you planning to snoop again? Although she had ensured her browsing history was irretrievable, she still felt uneasy. No, it's just a matter of principle. Even in a close relationship, everyone deserves their space. If you're this defensive around me, It shows you're safeguarding your space, which is fine but unnecessary. Understand? Fine. I accept your apology, though I wasn't mad to begin with, Jiang He said, her lips curling into a small smile. Trust is the foundation of a relationship. You sure like lecturing? Well, you only lecture the ones you love. Strangers? Who cares about them? If they irritate you, just ignore them. So you're doing this for the long haul. Details determine success. Jiang He rolled up her sleeves and pointed a finger at him. In that case, I'm going to pin you to the wall later. Oh no, I'm so scared. Su Qing laughed from the couch. Jiang He's quirky personality was far more endearing than her mysterious origins. The computer started playing music sung by a chef in his spare time. Under the forest canopy, hand in hand, a startled sparrow takes flight. Victory decided in a single stroke. The sword returns. We head home. You smile and brew tea from fresh spring herbs. Maybe in our past lives, we were like that, wandering the streets with an umbrella, and when someone tried to harm me, you swish your sword and save me. A past life? No way. You never know. What if you saved me back then, and now it's my turn to take care of you? Karma. Stop with the nonsense. Come peel these garlic cloves. Got it. Su Qing's prediction was spot on. By evening, the rain poured heavily, drumming against the roof until late at night. The next day brought clear skies and a sudden spike in temperature. Summer had officially arrived. After that meal, where Qin Hao had coincidentally encountered a suspect, he seemed to have developed an addiction to wandering the streets. Part of it was due to Qin Maokai staying at home crafting armor. It irked Qin Hao to imagine both Su Qing and Qin Maokai at home, tinkering with their respective hobbies. It made him restless. After work, he'd grab a bite and roam the streets aimlessly. Sometimes, Su Qing gave in to Qin Hao's constant pestering and tagged along, eating out and playing the role of the dutiful sidekick. According to Qin Hao, having Su Qing around made his bad luck mouth more effective, like a magnet for trouble. Together, they were an unstoppable duo. Do I look like a comic book protagonist who brings disaster wherever he goes? If so, you've got the wrong guy. You want Conan for that, Su Qing complained. Come on, I'm just bored. Besides, you all have girlfriends. Can't you spare some time for a lonely old man like me? Qin Hao shot back. Fine, when Qixi Festival rolls around, I'll order you a frog to serenade you. Hands in his pockets, Su Qing ambled down the street, pausing at various stalls to inspect trinkets. This hair clip is nice. Ooh, these sunglasses are cool. A sun hat. Qin Hao watched him wordlessly, his expression unreadable. June was sweltering. Su Qing had stuffed the fridge full of popsicles and warned Jiang He not to overindulge. But Jiang He, confident in her robust constitution, happily munched on dried sweet potatoes and quenched her thirst with popsicles from the freezer. She stayed indoors during the day, shuffling around in slippers and pajamas, lazily moving between the living room and her bedroom. She'd come to savor the freedom Su Qing often spoke of, not worrying about where or what her next meal would be. The electric fan was a constant companion. When she got bored of doodling on her textbooks, she'd toss them onto the couch, climb on top to stomp them flat, and then stand before the fan. Wow, 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 wow. Su Qing, what are you doing? She shouted into the fan, giggling at the distorted sound. These childish antics kept her entertained, but only when Su Qing wasn't around. She couldn't let him see her acting so immature. Her phone buzzed with a message from Su Qing. It was a picture of a pair of sunglasses. Holding a popsicle in her mouth, she typed a quick reply with both hands before tossing the phone aside. Glancing at the computer, then at the door, Jiang He moved stealthily to the window to peek outside. Satisfied that no one was watching, she yanked the curtains shut, muted the computer speakers, and opened a certain mysterious folder with a mix of guilt and excitement. Her eyes widened as she took in its contents. So this is my future husband's secret, she muttered under her breath. Su Qing was such a weirdo. To think he had this kind of stuff on his computer. By evening, Su Qing returned home to find Jiang He sitting upright on a small stool, engrossed in her studies. Bidding farewell to the Yellow Crane Tower, setting sail for Yangzhou in March. The lone sail vanishes into the blue, As the Yangtze flows to the sky's edge, she recited, swaying her head in a mock scholarly manner. Seeing this, Su Qing felt a rare sense of satisfaction. You don't have to memorize that. Just read through it. Skip the poem writing questions in the workbook. Really? Great. Jiang brightened up instantly. Poetry wasn't like math. Memorizing it didn't seem all that useful, just a way to appear cultured. Li Bai was amazing, she mused. To think people are still talking about him over 1,000 years later. You've met him? Su Qing asked casually. Yeah, once. We even sparred a bit. Sparred? Su Qing raised an eyebrow, unsure if he should press for details. This little old lady was vain about her reputation. Maybe she'd lost the fight and wouldn't admit it. In the third year of Kai Yuan, Li Bai was 15, already skilled in poetry, swordsmanship, and Taoist philosophy. Jiang, he would have been about 10 years younger. The timeline seemed plausible. It's fascinating seeing these figures immortalized in school textbooks. Jiang, he remarked, putting down her book. I think so too. You do? Yeah. Imagining someone like Qing Hao ending up in textbooks as a legendary officer from 1,000 years ago. It's surreal. He handed her the sunglasses he'd bought earlier. When you're out wandering, no, traveling, wear these along with a sun hat. Looking out the window, Su Qing frowned. Why did you close the curtains? Huh? Oh, it was too sunny. The light was annoying, so I shut them. Jiang, he slipped on the sunglasses and glanced around nonchalantly. You don't need to wear those indoors. It's almost evening. If it gets too hot at night, just turn on the air conditioning. How do I turn it on? I'll show you. He led her to her room and fetched the remote, explaining how to adjust the temperature. This weather's fine at about 24 or 25 degrees. You don't have one of these in your room, do you? Jiang, he asked, feeling the cool air from the AC. I don't need it. We could swap rooms. I don't mind the heat. Just stay put. We're not switching every other day. Su Qing shut off the air conditioner decisively, cutting off further discussion. He glanced at the window, noticing 2 long socks hanging there. Pausing, he looked at Jiang He's legs. When did you start wearing? Wait, Jiang He interrupted, expressionless as she snatched the socks and hid them behind her back. What were you just saying? This isn't fair. I'm not some creep. Socks are for wearing, not hiding. But you've secretly worn them too. Su Qing's face twitched. Don't make baseless accusations. I saw you. Jiang, he said confidently, hands clasped behind her back. When? That time you were washing socks on the balcony early in the morning. That was... Wait a second. You're accusing me just to cover for sneaking them off to wash yourself, aren't you? Su Qing frowned, piecing it together. What were you doing on the balcony then? Jiang, he countered. Su Qing faltered under her piercing gaze. I wasn't sneaking around. Wear them if you want. Don't if you don't. He retreated to the living room, muttering about buying socks in other colors, vowing to someday normalize wearing them. Su Qing sat down in the living room and resumed working on the iron vegetable basket he had been crafting. His mind wandered as he wondered why Jiang he was so resistant to something as simple as wearing socks. They were close enough to hug and cuddle without a second thought. So what was she worried about? Did she think he might do something indecent? That was absurd. I can't even beat you in a fight. What are you afraid of? I've hugged your bare legs countless times, and you're worried about wearing socks now? He muttered. But what if you licked me or something? I can't exactly, so your mouth shut. Jiang, he retorted without missing a beat. Why would I do that? Why wouldn't you? Jiang, his expression remained deadpan as she stared him down. She'd already figured him out. Strange outfits inevitably led to strange thoughts. You kissed my foot last time, she accused. You can't fool me. Jiang, he pinched her earlobe, her face slightly flushed as she recalled all the bizarre possibilities. So devious, she muttered, glaring at him. Focus on your studies. There's still a ton of exercises left in the workbook, Su Qing said, pulling out a math book from under the coffee table as his trump card. I don't want to. You have to. I don't want to do math. Jiang, he sulked, lowering her head to pick at her fingernails. Can you stop acting like a delicate little maiden? It's so fake, and you're terrible at it, Su Qing sighed. I'm not doing it. Jiang, he snapped her head up, her brows furrowed and fists clenched tightly, producing a sharp cracking sound. If you keep nagging me to do math, I'll hit you. Time flew, and half of June had already passed. Jiangyi now fully understood how dreadful Jiang City's weather could be. In winter, the cold air outside froze her face stiff, and in summer, the heat made her want to crawl into the fridge and never come out. And it wasn't even peak summer yet. Despite the scorching weather, plenty of people still had to go out to work, bustling about the city streets to make a living. Along the steamy roadsides, in the shade of street corners, some hawked phone screen protectors and keychains with handheld fans, while others set up racks filled with hats and sunglasses. Even credit card companies came to these spots to promote their services, sharing the space with small vendors. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. All for the sake of life, Su Qing remarked. He had grown used to the local climate, wearing casual pants and a gray t-shirt. He never kept summer shorts in his wardrobe because they would leave his legs unevenly tanned. It didn't matter much if men got darker, but the sharp contrast between pale thighs and tan calves, making it look like he was wearing thigh-high stockings, was just too off-putting. Jianghe glanced over at him while fanning herself. After a long pause, she finally said, "It's easy to move from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Have you ever lived in luxury?" Su Qing teased. "I'm living it now, staying home every day with a fan or air conditioning." She felt like she'd grown soft. Back when she first arrived, neither bone-chilling winds nor scorching heat could faze her. But now, after enjoying the luxury of cooling off while grinding away at life, things felt different. He felt a twinge of melancholy. This was what Su Qing had said before. Good is relative. When you only have a steamed bun, adding a spicy stick is enough to satisfy you. But once you're used to a table full of delicacies, even stuffing pork belly into that bun becomes unappealing. Back at home, Su Qing hauled an old bookshelf out of the storeroom. It had once belonged to Su Wenbin, but had been left to collect dust when the old couple moved to their new home, where everything was upgraded. Though Su Qing owned some books, he didn't have enough to justify using a bookshelf. In the past, the biggest purpose of a bookshelf for him was to store censored materials. But things are different now. With two people in the house, their books had grown numerous enough to require proper shelving. Besides Jianghe's textbooks and extracurricular books, there were also novels and miscellaneous reads Su Qing had bought to accompany her, including histories of the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties. Perhaps influenced by Su Wenbin, Su Qing had no qualms about spending money on books. In Beta, whether they were useful or not didn't matter. Having a book to casually pull out and read during downtime was a simple pleasure. Jianghe meticulously wiped down the bookshelf and easily moved it against the wall, placing it near the Zhong Kuei figure. It gave the space a more solid and substantial feel. After letting it dry for an afternoon, she began filling it, reserving 2 rows for books other than her textbooks. It started to look like a scholarly family, Su Qing said, stroking his chin as he reminisced. The bookshelf had once stood in that exact spot during his childhood. The desk where Jianghe now gamed used to be Su Wenbin's study desk. Su Qing would sometimes sneak in the room to borrow Su Wenbin's glasses, lying on the desk and pretending to be a grown-up. Now, looking back, he really was an adult. Jianghe finished arranging the books and turned around. "You already come from a scholarly family. From your perspective, maybe," Su Qing replied. To Jianghe, a family of 3 educated individuals probably qualified as a scholarly household. "Once I learn to read properly, we'll all be intellectuals," Jianghe declared, her eyes suddenly sparkling. The term intellectual carried a unique allure for her. Who would have thought that she, Jianghe, might become an intellectual? If she recited a passage about socialism and modernization to second boss, Ernyang, she'd probably scare the woman out of her wits. She'd definitely say, "Oh my goodness." The image made Jianghe smirk. She glanced at her computer, hesitated, then turned and sat on the couch, pulling out a book to read. Studying meant she wouldn't have to roast in the sun while running a street stall. It also meant she wouldn't get tricked as easily when running that stall. "So diligent," Su Qing said, surprised to see her studying unprompted while he scrolled through an online shop, searching for books to fill the rest of the bookshelf. "I've figured it out," Jiang He said. "Figure what out?" Su Qing asked, curious. "If I don't study, I'll have to rely on you or go out and struggle under the scorching sun. You'll still have to rely on me, even if you study." Jiang He glared at him. The great lady knight abandoning martial arts for academia. "Not bad. Keep at it," Su Qing said with a laugh, waving her off. "If I just play games, I'm going nowhere. To better myself, studying is the only way. Otherwise, after 2 or 3 years of gaming, I'll still end up farming. But if I study, I could learn how to make money at home, like you fiddling with some broken iron ring. Very ambitious, but you're still in elementary school. Maybe don't think that far ahead. I'll figure out eventually," Jiang He said with confidence. For her, elementary school was still studying, and all pursuits are inferior to learning. Half an hour later, Su Qing had ordered half a set of Higashino Kigo novels, costing nearly 1,000 yuan. The order included a few extra books like The Pyramid Principle and Hidden Motives. The bookshelf would be well stocked for a while. Turning back, he saw Jiang He holding a pen, her head nodding as she dozed off. "Knock, knock." Su Qing rapped his knuckles on the desk. Jiang He jerked awake, wiping her drool with the back of her hand as she looked at him in confusion. "You fell asleep," Su Qing said, amused by the sight of this would-be scholar. "I've thought it over. Farming is better," Jiang He said solemnly, closing her book and getting up to play games. "Second boss just told me in my dream. This isn't your thing. Get back here," Su Qing snapped. For Jiang He, studying wasn't all that difficult. It was just a matter of a single insight not yet unlocked, or so Su Qing believed. She was smart, but fundamentally lazy. Su Qing didn't know what Jiang He had experienced in the Jianghu, though he could imagine it was a lot. Despite her usual goofy demeanor, he couldn't forget how she was when she first arrived. Silent and reserved, observing the world with only her eyes. Once she learned to use Baidu, her pace of learning accelerated rapidly. She silently watched as Su Qing tried to grow closer to her through half-joking banter, finally choosing to tentatively accept him after much hesitation. Now, she had almost completely let her guard down, treating him as a familial presence in this unfamiliar place. Hidden dragon shall not act. When the dragon appears in the field, it is wise to meet a great man. The gentleman remains diligent and cautious, without fault, day and night. Whether or not one read books, these were pearls of wisdom. Su Qing thought that if he were to go back to ancient times, he probably wouldn't fare much better than Jiang He. Even if she was reluctant, Jiang He picked up pen and paper, quickly mastering the 4th grade curriculum in Chinese and math, and formally moving on to 5th grade studies. It took just over a month, an impressively fast pace. Su Qing was satisfied with her progress, though he rubbed his sore wrist as he practiced swordsmanship. "You need to train hard if you want to become a master. Only then can you pin me down while kissing me," Jiang He said with simple and brutal retaliation. Her rule was straightforward. For every hour she studied, Su Qing had to train for an hour. She even justified it as being for his own good. "Just wait until I'm strong enough to pin you down," Su Qing shot back, making a bold declaration, even though the odds of that happening were as slim as Jiang He outperforming him academically. 2 days later was the DNF Dungeon and Fighter anniversary event. This game was something special. Every year, people predicted its decline with each version update, claiming it was on its last legs. Yet, every anniversary saw overloaded servers struggling to handle the influx of players. Jiang He commandeered Su Qing's computer while logging into another account to idle and collect street rewards. "Which outfit should I pick?" she asked eagerly, pulling Su Qing into the discussion. One was an advanced costume, and the other a basic one. Both together cost only about 30 yuan. Yet Jiang He was brimming with excitement. Finally, she was getting some new clothes, apart from the ugly Christmas hat she already owned. "You've really taken a liking to this game, huh? I like smashing those flashy-looking players in the duel arena. If you care about looks, pick the top and pants. The rest don't change much visually," Su Qing advised. In this game, if aesthetics were the goal and you could only choose 2 pieces, the top and hairstyle were the most noticeable changes. But since Jiang he already had the Christmas hat, hair wasn't a priority. Shoes make you run faster, Jiang he added. Do you want style or speed? Let me think. Jiang he stared at her ugly Christmas hat, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Qing, hugging his own computer, opened the in-game store and began casually browsing, reminded of his school days spent shouting and laughing with friends in internet cafes. Back then, finding a piece of purple equipment was thrilling. Now, even orange-tier gear hardly moved him. The joy of youth. He glanced at Jiang He. Clearly, she was just as happy now as he had been back then. The circumstances were remarkably similar, both struggling with academics and then finding joy in gaming for a while. Su Qing clicked on a pair of golden wings in the store, his eyebrow twitching. This gaudy, eye-searing outfit used to be everyone's ultimate goal back in the day. Pick this one, he coaxed her. These wings are so ugly. They go perfectly with your Christmas hat, don't you think? How are they a match? Jiang Yi muttered, but she was tempted by the attack speed boost. Her female ghost swordsman could slash faster, which was appealing. Choose this one. I like it. Su Qing egged her on. Then pick shoes as your other piece. That way, you'll run faster and slash quicker. Imagine smashing all those flashy players while decked out in this ridiculous look. Won't it be satisfying? Hesitating, Jiang He moved her mouse and clicked. Once redeemed and equipped, the outfit was just as ugly as expected. This is called retro style, Su Qing laughed. 10 years ago, everyone wore these wings. They'd charge 3,000 gold coins to take you through zombie runs. Amused, he grabbed her small account to claim the rewards and then searched online for an old in-game tune. Inspired, he went to the kitchen, returning with bowls and chopsticks. What are you doing? Jiang He asked, puzzled. Su Qing didn't answer, tapping the bowl rims lightly, adjusting and experimenting until he played a recognizable tune. Cling, clang, cling, clang, cling. Jiang He was amazed. Who would have thought he had this hidden talent? On second thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, Su Qing had even sung during Wang Zijuan's girlfriend's birthday party. She couldn't tell if he was good back then, but it was certainly better than others. Still unsatisfied, Su Qing filled some bowls with water to adjust the pitch. After about an hour of fiddling, he finally stopped, stretching his wrist. What's this for? Jiang He couldn't suppress her curiosity. Su Qing handed her the chopsticks. Here, you try. I can't. I'll teach you. It's easy. Just follow this sequence. Guiding her hand, Su Qing demonstrated. For the next half hour, Jiang He practiced tapping out the rhythm. Ah, the nostalgia, Su Qing murmured. The earliest version of the game had this music on its login screen, back when there were 8 million players. Su Qing recorded a video on his phone, sending it to Wang Zijuan and Qin Hao in their group chat, which immediately exploded with reaction memes. Login.jpg. Let's do a zombie run. Su Qing sent a disapproving emoji back. The times had changed. Now everyone wore suits and played in organized raids. This is called a gimmick, he explained to Jiang He. A gimmick? Yeah. You like this game, right? So are those big wings and charge forward. Su Qing struck a dramatic pose, prompting Jiang He to retort. You're the one who likes those ugly wings. Just play along. When you stream tonight, tap out this tune with the bowls and go wreak havoc in the duel arena wearing those wings. What's the point? Didn't you say people come to watch you? This might even attract viewers who enjoy watching gameplay nostalgia. Memories like this resonate. Many people might not play anymore, but they'll still watch videos of the game for the sentimentality. All right, I'll try, Jiang He said. While she didn't fully grasp the idea, Su Qing seemed convinced, so she practiced the rhythm a few more times. Satisfied, Su Qing smiled. As long as I'm here, I'll support whatever you enjoy doing. He was genuinely happy that Jiang He could experience the same joy he once felt. Didn't you oppose this before? Jiang He asked. Before, you were trying to earn money. Now, you're playing for fun. It's different. Jiang He fell silent. In the afternoon, I won't be home for dinner. Make something for yourself, Su Qing said, typing on WeChat with Qin Hao. When will you be back? Around 7 or 8. If I'm late, I'll watch your stream on my phone. He waved his phone. And don't make weird noises into the fan or keep drawing the curtains. Jiang He froze. What's wrong with drawing the curtains? Nothing. For a moment, they stared at each other. Jiang He quickly averted her gaze, feeling oddly exposed. Come back early, she said. Su Qing grabbed his keys and left. Jiang He glanced at the chopsticks in her hand, then at the textbooks on the table, a sudden realization dawning on her. That guy must have been through all of this himself. How else could he see through her so easily? What a weirdo. That evening, Su Qing wasn't home, and Jiang He couldn't be bothered to cook. She skimmed through short stories in her Chinese textbook until she felt it was time. Then she cooked some noodles, logged into the game, and prepared for her solo duels with her hilariously mismatched wings. When her stream started, viewers immediately noticed the new bookshelf in the background and Su Qing's absence, flooding the chat with jokes about punishing him or making him don armor. Soon after, they spotted Jiang He's in-game outfit, and the chat exploded with comments about how garish it looked. An ugly Christmas hat paired with oversized wings, like a scavenger. Ignoring the comments, Jiang He glanced at the bowls beside her, closed her eyes, and quickly tapped out a rhythm. Cling, clang, cling, clang, cling. Her audience went wild, the chat erupting into chaos. Hello, I'm Syria. The network connection has been lost. Time to fight for server channels again. I got disconnected. A blade cuts the body, but the heart severs the soul. Such talent. I pressed the wrong button. Move away. Jiang He didn't understand why this music struck such a chord with veteran players. After all, she had only started playing last year, and her rod had already been destroyed once. In today's age of data-driven gaming, no one racks their brains for strategies anymore. Gone are the days of the thrill of defeating the goblin in Grand Forest with just a sliver of health left. Everything now is about speed, quick wins, instant results. Games that were once hardcore side-scrollers had become template-based. Players chased after the same supreme gear to deal damage in excess of 99,999, making it feel like they were hacking. The joy from back then had fundamentally changed. Once, sporting wings and chains meant you were a big deal. Now, people casually buy 12 sets of Spring Festival packages just for the gems inside. Even with the games reset, the now-grown players found it hard to recapture the old happiness. Memories, after all, remain memories. As Jiang He finished her round, the chat was still buzzing. She put down her chopsticks, cracked her knuckles, and clicked to match with a new opponent. She wondered if Su Qing was watching her from his phone. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Are you watching me?" The chat continued without pause, and more messages like, "Yes, yes, yes," popped up, leaving her unsure if Su Qing was among them. "I was asking my boyfriend if he's watching, not you lot." You didn't need to add that explanation. Really unnecessary. Critical hit received. Jiang He muttered under her breath. Her match was already set, and her opponent seemed shocked by her garish outfit. Renaissance vibes? The opponent typed mockingly. You're just missing a pair of chains on your feet. Jiang He ID. Seedling 19, watch my sword. As Jiang He struggled to type with her one-finger method, her opponent took advantage and ambushed her, prompting the chat to erupt in laughter. Her gameplay was still at the level of bullying noobs. She hadn't yet reached the rank she had with her gunner character, but the flashy new outfit boosted her confidence. After being ambushed once, she mercilessly cut down her opponent. Ari, flashy noob. Hu Tong had initially logged in to check if Su Qing was still tweaking his armor. Seeing no such action, he figured it was another solo stream night and prepared to leave the live stream to play some LOL himself. The design of the female ghost swordsman annoyed him greatly. What era was this outfit from? A worn-out Christmas hat and oversized wings? At first glance, he thought he had traveled back in time. Just as he was about to close the stream, he heard a rapid clattering sound. He looked up, stunned to see Jiang He tapping furiously with two chopsticks. What the hell? Though it lasted only half a minute, Hu Tong couldn't tell if it was short or long. He forgot about LOL altogether. Watching the relentless comments and Jiang He's performance, he opened a long untouched icon on his desktop, DNF, Dungeon and Fighter, and started the update. That winged outfit suddenly looked a little more appealing. It just needed a jarhead helm to complete the look. At 7:30 p.m., Su Qing still hadn't returned. Jiang he glanced repeatedly at the clock hanging beside the living room TV. He had said he'd be back by 7 or 8, which to her meant 7:30. Yet there was still no sign of him. Wintermelon, her cat, wagged its tail and jumped onto the table, only to be shooed off by Jiang He. She didn't need to guess. It was after her dried sweet potato again. Does the streamer also keep pigs at home? That's a cat, though it's a bit chubby. Buddy, you new here. Stick around for a few days, and you'll learn about this place's 5 wonders. The male streamer crafting armor by hand, the female streamer addicted to gaming, the statue punished to stand in the corner, the ever-vigilant Zhong Kue, and the pig cat. The information overload. By 8 p.m., Jiang he ended her stream, then picked up her phone to message Su Qing. Are you watching me? Checking her stream stats, she was surprised to find that although the viewer count wasn't as high as when both of them streamed together, it was still much better than when she streamed alone. Su Qing hadn't replied on WeChat. Setting her phone aside, she edited and uploaded clips from tonight's session, then replayed footage from yesterday's stream, watching Su Qing banter with her audience. It was after 9 p.m., and Su Qing still hadn't responded. She finally sent another message. When are you coming home? Su Qing's reply came at 10 p.m. Almost there, on my way now. Holding her phone, Jiang he considered responding, but decided not to. At 10:30 p.m., as she yawned while glancing at the clock, she heard the sound of keys turning in the door. You taught me to tap like that. Jiang he perked up and walked halfway toward him before freezing in place at the sight of Su Qing. The hem of his t-shirt was stained with blood. Don't panic. It's not mine, Su Qing said, startled by her sudden, serious expression. Not yours. Jiang he grabbed his arms and checked him over, only relaxing once she confirmed he wasn't injured. It's a long story. Let me toss this shirt and take a quick shower. Su Qing quickly pulled off his shirt and slipped into the bathroom. Jiang he, watching his broad shoulders disappear, pursed her lips and sat on the couch to wait. Scenes of him coming home late with blood on his clothes gave her a momentary sense of déjà vu. Can you grab me my pajamas? Su Qing called from the bathroom, cracking the door open slightly. Sure, I'll find them for you. Jiang he went into Su Qing's cluttered storeroom, rummaged for a moment, and returned with his pajamas in one hand and his boxers hooked on her finger. She passed them to him through the door. A short while later, Su Qing came out, towel drying his hair, and slumped onto the couch. He grabbed Jiang he's half-finished can of cola and chugged it down. I was so thirsty. I was supposed to be back by 7, but then stuff happened. Had to go to the hospital and the police station, which delayed me until now. What's with the blood? Jiang he asked, glancing at the discarded shirt. The stain didn't look like it was from a nosebleed. It's Qing House. Are you okay? I'm fine. Someone else is in trouble, not me. Su Qing waved it off. Good. Jiang he finally let out a full breath, moving closer to Su Qing to poke and prod his stomach. I thought you'd been attacked. Can you not think of such grim things? Su Qing leaned back on the couch, eyes half closed in exhaustion. If it were you coming home this late, with blood on you, I'd think you attacked someone. Well, I stay home gaming every day. I don't even take my sword out. How could I hurt someone? Jiang he replied. You're tired, right? Go rest early. If you keep touching me like that, I won't be able to sleep. I'm just checking if you're hurt. Jiang he retracted her hands, adjusted Su Qing's pajama top to cover his stomach, and added, That fat guy. Is he dead? No, just injured. Don't keep saying things like dead. Okay. Jiang he glanced at the clock. It was already past 11, nearing midnight. Do you want something to eat? Su Qing looked at her. Normally, he wouldn't have noticed, but right now, she really looked like a little housewife. Just as Jiang he was waiting for an answer, Su Qing grabbed her and gave her a firm kiss, leaving her with a mouthful of cola flavor. I've eaten already. Let's sleep early, Su Qing said contentedly, getting up from the couch. We'll talk tomorrow. Good night, Jiang he said. Good night, and stop thinking about fighting all the time. This was just an accident. The next day, to sum it up, it was a failed hero saves the beauty moment that turned into me saving the hero. A complete accident. I'll check on him again today and also go back to the station. You really don't need to give me your sword for self-defense. Over breakfast, Su Qing explained the incident to Jiang He, slipping on his shoes and grabbing his phone and keys to leave. Jiang He held her sword, looking concerned about him running into more trouble. I'm not a walking disaster magnet. How's he is? Wherever that fat guy goes, trouble follows. I just got dragged into it. Come back early. I will. Don't forget to study. After exchanging farewells, Su Qing stepped into the morning breeze, still cool with a touch of wind. He hailed a cab to the hospital, buying a bunch of bananas downstairs before heading to the fifth-floor ward where Qin Hao was lying in a hospital gown, sipping congee. Qin Maokai sat beside him, his face dark, scolding him. He stopped only when Su Qing arrived. "Uncle, have a banana." Su Qing handed him one, peeled another, and looked at Qin Hao. "Can you eat?" "Never mind. I'll eat it myself." "What happened exactly?" Qin Maokai asked Su Qing. "He didn't tell you." Su Qing was surprised. He made himself sound like a hero, just short of tying firecrackers to himself and blasting off into the sky. Qin Maokai glared at Qin Hao. If he were as amazing as he claimed, why is he lying here? I underestimated him. Who would have thought he'd pull a knife? Qin Hao muttered, "Drink your congee. Let Su Qing explain." Clearing his throat, Su Qing began, "It's just as I said. We were eating, and then someone insisted we go to an internet cafe to play. Once there, some guy tried to mug a girl with a stick. Howsey, being the hero, stepped up and took a stab for it. That's it. Exactly. But he had to go on about how his imposing presence scared the mugger, how he wrestled and fought like a pro. What nonsense!" Qin Maokai angrily bit into a banana before turning to Su Qing. "Before you came, this kid was bragging for half an hour. Sometimes it seemed Qin Hao had chosen the wrong profession. He should have become a storyteller. When paired with Su Qing, they could probably run a whole opera house. Though Qin Hao would clam up the moment he faced a girl. I wasn't exaggerating. I did manage to disarm him at first." Qin Hao muttered, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just bled a lot." Qin Hao's face was still a bit pale. Seeing all that blood made him think he was going to die, but after getting stitched up, he realized he would survive. Finishing his congee, Qin Hao urged, "Dad, you should go eat something." "All right, I'm going." "I'll stay here," Su Qing offered. After Qin Maokai left, closing the door behind him, Qin Hao shifted uncomfortably in bed to find a more comfortable position. He had Su Qing, but said nothing. "How bad is it?" Su Qing asked, lifting the blanket to check Qin Hao's heavily bandaged abdomen. "Not too bad. I twisted to avoid the vital areas. Make sure the congee doesn't start leaking out of your stomach." "Stop joking. What's with you? Planning to transform or something?" Qin Hao shot back irritably, pulling the blanket over himself again. "Transform into what?" Su Qing sat back in his chair, peeling another banana. "I was just in a rush. If it were a couple of years ago, back when I had a temper, I would have slapped his head clean off. Does this count as a heroic act? Can I get an award?" Su Qing leaned forward. "Preferably a banner to show off to my dad. In your dreams. They're still assessing the injuries. At most, you're just a helpful citizen assisting law enforcement. Forget about the hero title. Luckily, I'm a cop. Otherwise, you'd be the one worrying about getting sued for that slap. Honest folks always get the short end of the stick. You'll need to file a report later. By the way, where'd you learn that tiger palm technique? Is your ancestor Su Chu? I should ask your dad one day. You might be descended from Qin Xiong," Su Qing quipped. Wouldn't that be convenient?" A knock at the door interrupted their banter. They both looked toward it, then at each other, before Su Qing tossed his banana peel and got up to answer. A girl with a long braid stood at the door, nervously holding a large bag of fruit. She blinked at Su Qing, visibly unsure of herself. The stout officer. He's not stout, just sturdy. Come in." Su Qing chuckled and stepped aside. "Sturdy officer, yesterday's girl is here to see you." "Hello, sturdy officer. My name's Qin." Qin Hao corrected, displeased. "Oh, I'm sorry. Officer Qin." The girl stammered, clutching the fruit, looking awkward. "Thank you so much. Just doing my job." "You two chat. I'll head over to your station." Su Qing waved. Hey, wait. Later. Qin uncle will be back soon. Su Qing left. In the corridor, he glanced around and spotted Qin Maokai returning. The girl he saved is here to thank him, Su Qing said. Got it. I need to head to the station. See you. Go on. Qin Maokai waved him off. When his armor's ready, I'll make him wear it every day. Hospitals, with their pervasive smell of disinfectant, always carried a sense of unease. Su Qing didn't linger, heading out to hail a cab directly to Qin Hao's precinct. Heroic act or not, this ordeal was turning into a hassle. Qin Hao really was a walking disaster magnet. Upon arrival, he found Qin Hao's mentor, Old Chun, reviewing surveillance footage. The two had met the previous day. The incident had occurred in a side alley. Qin Hao had taken a mugger's stick and moved toward the alley's edge, barely visible in the footage. You've trained? Old Chun asked, eyeing Su Qing's build. Yeah, a bit. Let me see your hand. I'll just mess around. That slap was clean and decisive. Make sure not to get into fights. Someone with your skill could end up in jail. You're the one who got into that fight last time, aren't you? Old Gu chimed in from the side. Su Qing froze. I know my limits. You see, when it's a regular fight, I let others beat me up. It's only in emergencies that I unleash my little universe, Su Qing said, smirking. Stop babbling. As long as you're clear about it, that's what matters. Anyway, I still have your bracelet, Old Gu said with a laugh, waving him off. You couldn't really blame him for having such a good memory. Back when the two of them had just finished handling some incident, Qin had grilled him endlessly about Su Qing's fighting history. In principle, every fight warranted a lecture. But for Old Gu, his impression of Su Qing wasn't bad. Initially, Su Qing had wanted to settle the matter peacefully. But when the other party wouldn't relent, he didn't bluster or make a scene. Once the trouble was stirred, he accepted responsibility, whether it meant paying a fine or facing administrative detention, dealing with it straightforwardly and efficiently. It was as if, before he started fighting, Su Qing had already prepared for the consequences. His demeanor seemed to say, I'm definitely going to beat this son of a B******, and I've already planned it all out. He even controlled his strength while fighting. Old Gu, now 36, had seen plenty of foolish situations and people over the years. Some things just needed to be resolved with a beating, as long as you could bear the consequences and didn't throw tantrums afterward. Su Qing's personality was the kind that Old Gu found refreshing. Good thing you were there. Otherwise, Qin Hao, wouldn't something have happened? That kid wouldn't stab someone and then not immediately run away, would he? Cough. ID card, please. Oh, here. Su Qing pulled his ID card out of his pocket, glanced at the two of them, but didn't ask questions. Could it have been a violent offender? Not likely. Knowing Qin Hao, he'd probably clutch his stomach and keep grabbing the guy, then take 2 stabs, maybe 3. The thought made Su Qing want to kick that guy a couple more times. Civic-minded Mr. Su, keep your phone handy. We might need to reach out to you later. What? Will this make the news? Puffed. That guy's still in the hospital. But who knows? Don't overthink it. By the time Su Qing left, it was past lunch. Guessing Jiang he had already eaten and was likely playing with the electric fan, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he found a small diner, ordered a plate of stir-fried knife-cut noodles, and pulled out his phone. Wang Zijun had sent several messages. B. Last night's trouble was all thanks to that guy, insisting on going online to play. A real jinx. If Qin Hao was the broom head, then Wang Zijun was the broom handle. Su Qing, of course, saw himself as an innocent and kind bystander with no ulterior motives. When a Cadillac pulled up in front of the restaurant and Wang Zijun stepped out, looking as dejected as ever, Su Qing felt his suspicions confirmed. Just came from the hospital? Wang Zijun's faint antiseptic smell hit Su Qing as soon as he got close. Yup, straight from there. Wang Zijun waved for a plate of stir-fried noodles and then scrutinized Su Qing like he was observing a rare animal. I always thought Haozi was the muscle guy. Turns out you've been hiding your skills, huh? What? You expect me to advertise that I've mastered the Buddhist palm strike? Teach me. Wang Zijun's eyes lit up. You know, like wild horse splits the mane, right? I know it, I know it. Man, I've always dreamed of a situation where I get kidnapped. Howzy comes speeding in to save me, and you're in the back providing pinpoint support. Now I see you the real powerhouse. The rich boy chattered on excitedly, though last night he'd been as useless as a novice, screaming his head off. Still, his brothers were tough enough, and he was clearly impressed. Su Qing, picking at his ear, could understand Wang Zijuan's excitement. After all, it wasn't every day you got up close and personal with a bloody incident. When he'd seen Qin Hao sitting on the ground, clutching his stomach, blood seeping through his fingers, even Su Qing's hands had trembled. Luckily, the hospital visit revealed it wasn't serious. A few stitches and some rest would fix it. Once Wang Zijuan finished his outburst, Su Qing finally spoke. That move is called Twin Peak Strike the Ears. I want to learn. You can't. Why not? You're too frail. I'm serious. Your physical condition is too weak. It's like Muay Thai. You know it, right? Practitioners kick trees every day, stressing their leg bones to the limit until they gradually toughen up. Someone like you would just shatter your bones. Su Qing gestured with a chopstick, delivering a heavy blow to Wang Zijuan's morale. And learning this kind of thing doesn't have much use anyway. It's all about two things: enhancing reflexes and strength, and targeting weaknesses for deadly strikes. In a harmonious society, why would you need to learn this? You'd have to register it. Then why did you learn it? Wang Zijuan accused, his tone dripping with Su Qing's blatant double standards. Me? Su Qing cracked his knuckles, smirking. You might not believe it, but I did it for love and peace. What was he supposed to say? That he practiced punching and swordsmanship to avoid being pinned down? Ridiculous. The stir-fried noodles arrived quickly. Wang Zijuan, apparently starving since morning, devoured his plate in no time, finishing with a big bowl of soup and wiping his mouth with satisfaction. Since Qin Hao was still in the hospital, the two of them decided not to go home yet. They stopped by a supermarket, bought a deck of cards, and drove back to the hospital. There, they spent the afternoon playing Fight the Landlord with Qin Hao, laughing and joking until the sun set. Su Qing caught a ride home with Wang Zijuan. Walking into his apartment, Su Qing called out but found the living room empty. Glancing around, he didn't see Jiang He anywhere. Grabbing a yogurt from the fridge, he started sipping it as he turned on his computer to get some work done. About half an hour later, Jiang He returned, carrying her vegetable basket. She opened the door and seemed surprised to see Su Qing inside. I took the subway today, she announced cheerfully. Oh, you didn't bring any darts or weapons, did you? No, I'm not dumb. I checked beforehand and only brought my phone and keys. Jiang He dangled her keys in explanation. Actually, these keys could be used like darts if you... Stop. Don't talk about such terrifying things. Fine. Anyway, the subway was amazing. Just 2 yuan, and I could ride all day in air conditioning, zipping between the northern and southern districts, though it's all underground. She placed the groceries into the fridge, cleaned out her vegetable basket, and then flopped onto Su Qing, burying her face against him. I haven't smelled you all day. Why do I smell bad? I was at the hospital all day, Su Qing explained, sniffing his shirt. He'd gotten used to the faint hospital smell, but to Jiang He, it was all antiseptic and sterile odors. Oh, Jiang He relaxed. If it was from the hospital, it wasn't a bad smell, just a little odd. She recalled how her visits to the old clinic in her era were filled with the pungent mix of herbs and festering wounds. If you want air conditioning, just stay home and enjoy it here. Running off to the subway makes you look like one of those elderly folks trying to save on their electricity bills. Jiang He didn't think it was a bad habit. Standing up, she stomped her foot lightly. But I can feel the subway moving right below. It's incredible. Yeah, subways are pretty amazing. Wait till I take you on a plane. That'll blow your mind. The subway, with its intricate network and seamless operation underground, was a marvel of modern ingenuity. Su Qing glanced at Jiang He, amused by her wide-eyed wonder. This little old lady herself was a marvel in his eyes. It's the crystallization of thousands of years of wisdom. Anyway, I'm off to shower. This hospital smell is unbearable. Finishing his work, Su Qing closed his laptop and headed to the bathroom. When he emerged, freshly showered and dressed in pajamas, he didn't plan on leaving the house for the evening. Staying in mint, lounging in comfortable clothes, often spending the whole day in his pajamas while tinkering with his computer, something Jiang he had learned to imitate perfectly. Walking into the living room, Su Qing spotted Jiang He's workbook. He immediately realized why she had gone to the subway. It was an excuse to procrastinate. Taking a break now and then is fine, but you can't give up. Understand? I'm not giving up. I could finish this in one day if I wanted to. Then let's see you do one. No way. If I finish it, you'll just buy another one. You said this was supposed to last a month. Su Qing had to admit, she made a fair point. We're having chicken soup tonight, Jiang he said. She'd skipped studying to explore the subway and had picked up half a chicken on her way home, putting her in an excellent mood as she bustled in the kitchen, trying to make the soup both tasty and nourishing. Her long, slender legs and slim waist moved gracefully as she worked in fitted jeans, catching Su Qing's eye. For a moment, he was tempted to do something, but he remembered the upcoming room exchange plan and held himself back. While checking over the earlier exercises in her workbook, Su Qing confirmed she had grasped the concepts. Satisfied, he returned the workbook to its place. Take Wintermelon out of the kitchen, Jiang he called, shooing the curious cat out. Wintermelon, come here. Su Qing beckoned, and after a moment's hesitation, the cat chose him over the enticing smell of food. How do you get him to listen to you? Jiang he asked from the kitchen doorway. While Wintermelon would sometimes respond to her, it mostly depended on the cat's mood. Cats are weird creatures, but here's the trick. If you lick them once, they'll stare at you in shock. Lick them again, and they'll submit. Jiang he slowly typed a mental question mark. It's cat communication. Mother cats lick their kittens to show their family. The kittens don't lick the adults, it's a hierarchy. If a cat licks you, it's claiming you as its own and will protect you. If you reverse it, Su Qing lifted Wintermelon's head toward her. Want to try? That's disgusting. Yeah, especially since I haven't showered him yet. Su Qing grimaced and set the cat aside, then returned to his computer to work. Last time, Su Qing had been inspired by a song to envision a grand historical drama. Lately, he had been binge-watching films in a similar vein, collecting material for a new project. Instead of creating a typical wuxia montage, this time, he was working on a custom historical-style music video. The song's opening lyrics were, "In the forest, under the umbrella, you and I strolled hand in hand. A hermit startled the birds from the bamboo. Our duel decided with a single strike." The first 4 lines, combined with the prelude, stretched into a 34-second sequence. The original visual was of a man and woman walking together under an umbrella. But while searching for clips, Su Qing found a perfect scene featuring a lone figure under an umbrella. The aesthetic matched beautifully, so he made the edit. Just like that, the tone shifted. Returning home, you smiled and brewed spring tea by the stream. A stone falls on the board, rain drips on the tiles. Years pass, but the sweetness in my heart remains unchanged. The lyrics depicted a man and woman's journey, but Su Qing chose footage of a solitary man brewing tea, making 2 cups for no one but himself. Finding this segment had taken the longest. It wasn't in any film, but he eventually discovered it in a drama. The disjointed and fleeting melody paired with Su Qing's editing brought a poignant tone to the story. In the kitchen, Jiang he diced vegetables skillfully as the pressure cooker hissed. Wintermelon lounged near the fan, squinting in comfort. Video editing was exhausting work. A simple montage was one thing, but weaving 10 or more clips from various films into a coherent new story took immense effort. Su Qing didn't want to half-ass it. This was why he had resisted getting a side job to satisfy his parents. He wanted the time to craft something meaningful. Dinner's ready, Jiang he announced, carrying the dishes out while Su Qing remained focused on his screen. Just a moment. Almost done. What are you working on? Jiang he asked, not rushing to serve his soup. Instead, she sat beside him. A grand historical drama. Oh, she didn't fully understand, but sensed it was something impressive. Listen to this song. Doesn't the story feel clear? Su Qing asked. But the way I'm editing it, it becomes a completely different story. One filled with nostalgia. The video was far from finished, but the outline was clear. This woman died a long time ago, right? Jiang he asked, watching the video. It's all his imagination. Su Qing saved his progress, leaned back, and stretched. Isn't that like that video where I was afraid you'd hit me? What's the point of this out-of-context editing? The charm lies in piecing together countless fragments into a new, complete story. I don't like this one, Jiang he declared. The visuals soured the song's original sentiment. What was once a man and woman adventuring together now became a lonely man reliving their life alone. But some people will like it. Su Qing chuckled, washed his hands, and served dinner. Though the video was only a third done, he quickly ate and returned to work after the meal, letting Jiang he have the evening off from studying. Enjoying something and turning it into a career is hard. Often, the fun disappears when it becomes work, so I've always told you not to rush. Do you still like gaming? He asked, as Jiang he rested her head on his shoulder, watching him work. Yes. Then keep working on it. I'm looking forward to seeing you hit 1,600 points. How's the music from last night? I think it's working well. What do you mean, I think? When I started fighting in the game, I stopped paying attention. Then you didn't come back, so I didn't check the data. But I got a lot of gifts. Why are you touching my stomach? Su Qing glanced down. At some point, Jiang He's small hand had wandered over, absent-mindedly tracing circles on his stomach. Nearly a year of care had softened Jiang He's hands. Though they were still not as smooth and delicate as those of modern girls, the calluses had faded significantly. Her touch on his stomach was both warm and ticklish. I didn't ask you why you touched my feet. You didn't? Nope. Jiang He thought for a moment before pushing his head back toward the computer. Too much going on. These days have been busy. While Qin Hao had leaped into action with his heroic rescue, Su Qing and Wang Zijuan had accompanied him to the hospital every day instead of leaving him there with just Qin Maokai. They kept him company during the day, while Su Qing worked hard at night to keep up with his video updates. Su Qing continued working on his video while Jiang He sat beside him, idly fiddling with her fingers, sometimes letting them stray upward. Second boss, I've really grown up. For the first time since I can remember, I've dared to touch a man like this. You should soak your hands in warm water more often, especially the right one. When I went to register earlier, they looked at my hands. You can still get away with doing rough work, but it's better to take care of them to avoid problems. I know. I've been using hand cream. Did you buy that hand cream we looked up last time? I did. Really? Su Qing caught a hint of guilt in her tone and turned to look at her. You didn't skip it because it was too expensive, did you? Of course not. I really bought it. All right. Once the video was nearly done, Su Qing went to check Jiang He's computer. He was surprised to see how much support she'd received. So many gifts, even more than he had expected, including over 10 Grand Captain memberships. Grand Captain was a kind of subscription similar to a monthly pass, with tiers. Captain at 199 yen, Commander at 1,999 yen, and Admiral at 19,999 yen. Each lasted only a month. Although all 10 were the lowest tier captains, each yielded 99.5 yen after deductions, meaning a stable income of over 1,000 yen a month. A Omicron Betas. An hour a day, 30 hours a month, earning over 1,000 yen, about 30 yen per hour. Impressive. As expected, nostalgia sold well. Su Qing marveled. This little old lady really had potential. Though his guidance played a role, her skill at gaming was also a significant factor. Really? That much? Jiang He leaning in was also surprised. It feels kind of easy. Well, it seems easy at first, but when you think about it, it's actually pretty tough, Su Qing replied, scrolling through the comments. The initial challenge was building popularity. Then, during your PvP battles, your skill shone through. Playing in ragged gear and reaching 1,500 points isn't something just anyone can do. Plus, all that experience grinding accounts before this, understanding the skills and mechanics of most classes, made it easier for you to perform well in duels. Add to that the nostalgic wings you wore, which triggered memories for many, prompting them to impulsively subscribe as Grand Captains. It really feels easy to me. Jiang, he was still basking in the joy of her 1,000 yen earnings. With the recent devaluation of in-game currency, she would have had to grind endlessly to make that much. Easy? Like how it's easy for you, she added with a triumphant smirk. Su Qing only needed to spend an hour or two a day editing videos to earn money, leaving the rest of his time free to do whatever he wanted. You can't afford to think like that, Su Qing said, shaking his head. Nothing's truly easy. Doesn't saying that make your conscience hurt? I'm glad you've learned to roast me, but no, it doesn't hurt. You only see me lounging around as if I'm doing nothing, but editing videos takes up 90% of my time, just hunting for material. Su Qing pointed to his computer. I spend more time holding this than I do holding you. That's where the real work goes. It's actually exhausting. Compared to Su Qing's bouncing movements, Jiang, he seemed to almost fly, lightly and nimbly hopping up to hang there. Then, mimicking Su Qing's style, she brushed her hair back, perfectly replicating his gestures. Cool. Su Qing snapped a few photos, then jogged off to retrieve the basketball and handed it back to Zhao Yu. With a basket of groceries in hand, he walked home with Jiang He. With these skills in basketball and soccer, the national team might have hope. If only Jiang He were a woman. Ever thought about opening a martial arts school? There's so much fake kung fu these days. If you taught the real stuff, you'd definitely be packed. Teach kung fu? Jiang He asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, not now, but maybe later. Have you ever thought about it? It's such a shame for real Chinese martial arts to be lost. Su Qing's mind wandered to Lin Chong, the legendary martial arts instructor of the 80,000 Imperial Guards. Setting aside all the chaotic restrictions and challenges, if Jiang He rejoined the sports world as a coach, whether for long-distance running, sprinting, weightlifting, or ball games, she could claim a grand slam. But then they'd likely introduce rules banning Chinese kung fu from competitions. Otherwise, the Olympics might be over. That said, genuine traditional martial arts still had practitioners among the masses, like those who could pierce bamboo with a soft sword. Such skills, however, couldn't be taught casually. Almost forgot. Kung Fu is meant for defeating enemies, not for casual teaching, Su Qing remarked, snapping out of his thoughts. If everyone learned martial arts like at the end of Shaolin soccer, society would be in chaos. Not everyone can stay as laid back as me. Han Fizi had warned long ago. Martial heroes violate the law by using their skills. Such figures, often arrogant and convinced of their invincibility, would rely on some powerful faction to act unlawfully. Others, riding on their fame in the martial world, would form gangs of followers and enforcers, ultimately disrupting societal order. Jiang He showed little interest in opening a school, her mind still preoccupied with completing her self-media business loop. She absently twirled a long, new red string around her fingers, having wound it multiple times. Back home, she unpacked the groceries, but instead of cooking right away, she disappeared into her room. When she emerged, she held the crescent-shaped jade pendant she had brought with her upon arrival. The original short string had been replaced with a long red string, which she handed to Su Qing. I saw someone selling this string outside for 50 cents, so I bought one. You can wear it around your neck. You're giving it to me? Su Qing was surprised. Does this count as a token of love? It doesn't. Watching Su Qing hang the pendant around his neck, Jiang He turned and walked away. Initially, she had planned for him to wear it on his waist, but after observing others, she realized no one wore such items on their waist anymore. At most, people used them to hang keys. Don't lose it, she called back. I won't. This must mean a lot to you, right? Are you sure you're okay giving it to me? Su Qing examined the jade pendant, turning it over and over. He wasn't knowledgeable about such things and couldn't tell its quality, but the smooth texture felt nice. If I'm giving it to you, then it's yours. Feels like it carries some special meaning. It doesn't, Jiang He denied calmly. She had worn it since childhood. Her second mother had said that if she ever met a good match, she could give it as a token of affection. If not, and it was just someone from their clan, it wasn't worth giving away. In that case, she could keep it tucked away for emergencies or pawn it for some money. Pawn it? That was unnecessary now. When she first arrived, she had considered it, but Su Qing hadn't asked for it. So now that she was giving it to him, well, it was just as now, simple as that. Thinking along these lines, Jiang he pulled a yogurt from the fridge, poked in a straw, and sipped. Previously, Su Qing had taught her to peel back the lid, but after buying one herself, she discovered it came with a straw, making it easier to finish the thicker layer at the bottom. What are you still staring at? Jiang he noticed Su Qing was still intently examining the pendant. I'm checking if there's any tiny engraving on it, like to my daughter Jiang he or something. There's nothing. Yep, I've already noticed that. Jiang he took 2 hard sips, the yogurt container making a squeaky noise as it emptied. She then tilted the box in her hand and sat at her computer desk. Bored, Su Qing tucked the pendant under his shirt, keeping it close, and sat down at a small table beside her, casually rubbing her leg as he watched her play games. Is there any way to get those outfits in the game besides spending money? Jiang Yi's character still had the default look, with no fancy costumes. Among all the characters, hers was one of the few wearing a silly Christmas hat from last year's event. After seeing players in the duel arena slashing around like maniacs, she had only recently begun paying attention to character stats. Before, she just equipped whatever the game provided and smashed through levels. Jiang he ignored Su Qing's leg padding and only remembered her shoes after a moment. Deciding it didn't matter, she let him rest her leg on his lap, leaning sideways in her chair as she controlled her character roaming the land of Arad. Most costumes have to be bought. Sometimes events will give out a piece or two, like that hat of yours. People only saw the glamorous side of successful content creators. Aside from the lucky few who went viral, most worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Stress, burnout, and hair loss were common. Su Qing considered himself lucky since he genuinely enjoyed what he did, easing the pressure and mental fatigue. Now, you should think about why you earned this 1,000 yen. Without all those hours spent grinding in the past, how could you have such a deep understanding of different classes to dominate like you do? And without me behind the scenes, could you maintain this momentum? If you don't understand why you're earning money, it might disappear before you realize it. Don't think making money is this easy. Jiang he reflected on his words and realized she didn't fully understand why she had made that money. Initially, she just wanted to practice to prepare for selling pickled vegetables and dried sweet potatoes or teaching cooking. I'll make sure to hold on to this 1,000 yen. I'm teaching a Tang Dynasty heroine how to live independently. No need to look at me like that, Su Qing said, ruffling her hair and leaving it messy. Should I start calling you Teacher Su? Since it's so hot, how about letting the teacher enjoy your air conditioning? No way. June's heat had arrived in full force. Even with the fan running constantly in the living room, the windows couldn't be opened. Living on the first floor meant the mosquitoes would carry them off at night. Jiang Yi's room had air conditioning, but Su Qing's room only had mosquito coils and a heavy blanket to keep the bugs away. Leaving Jiang Yi to ponder her gaming journey, Su Qing stepped aside to take a phone call. Zhou Suji and her husband finally called, asking about Qin Hao's hospitalization and whether Su Qing had been hurt in the incident. It's not like I caused trouble. You didn't see it. Haozi suddenly shouted, "Freeze! Police!" Scared the hell out of me. Such heroic spirit. No, there are protocols. Sometimes they need to act discreetly. Other times, they have to announce their identity. It's not about being reckless. It's his duty. If he pretended not to see, he wouldn't be Qin Hao, and he wouldn't have chosen this job. Yeah, exactly. I'm fine. I took that guy down myself. Too bad it doesn't count as righteous action, or I'd get a banner to hang in your living room for you to admire every day. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Su Qing hung up with a long sigh. He was relieved it was him and Qin Hao in the situation. Otherwise, Qin Wenbin and Qin Maokai would be gloating. If it had been Qin Hao's mom involved, she'd have turned him into a cautious couch potato by now. What an unpredictable life. Su Qing glanced over at Jiang Yi, who was playing with Wintermelon's ears. He wondered how this fierce heroine would raise a kid someday. Later that night, Jiang Yi earned another 30 yen, equivalent to half a chicken, as she proudly announced. Su Qing calculated that with other tips, She had made around 80 yen that day. Not bad. Around 2,400 yen a month, she said, her eyes lighting up at the thought. That's just enough to live in Jiang City. Sweeping the streets earns about the same. No need to act like you hit the jackpot. But it's just an hour of work, and that hour includes my help, so it's really both of ours. Split that, and it's 1,200 yen each. Gathering his chainmail and tools, Su Qing started preparing for his next project, while Jiang, he freshened up. As she returned, he casually grabbed her legs to massage them. Sitting on the subway all day must have been tiring. Ever heard of Let the Bullets Fly? It's an interesting movie, he said, dimming the lights and settling next to her with a bottle of cola and her sweet potato chips. You might not understand it. It's full of witty lines. But hey, as long as you enjoy it. I'm not an illiterate, Jiang, he protested. Modern fifth-grade homework was no longer a problem for her. I know what bullets are. They're like the projectiles fired from guns, way more powerful than hidden weapons. Smart for an illiterate from Kaiyuan. As the movie began, their playful banter faded. The glow of the computer screen illuminated their faces as Su Qing continued massaging Jiang He's legs. She shifted slightly, feeling a strange tension in the air. Su Qing's hand brushed against her ankle. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met before they quickly looked away, both pretending nothing had happened. Jiang He bit her lip and shifted her leg again, feeling his grip subtly tighten. The atmosphere grew heavier, as if an unspoken understanding had formed. On the screen, Zhang Matzi galloped on horseback, guns blazing, but neither of them was paying attention. This was your room to begin with. I was just borrowing it. No, the storeroom is my room. I just came over to enjoy the air conditioning, absolutely nothing else on my mind. Su Qing raised his hand in the dark, swearing an oath. Do you think I believe that crap? Somehow, they ended up sleeping on the same bed. Jiang He lay awake in the dark, her big eyes staring at the slivers of moonlight by the window. Tricked. Totally tricked. You had bad intentions from the start when you switched rooms, she thought, having figured out Su Qing's scheme. A classic self-sacrifice ploy. If he hadn't insisted on switching rooms with those ridiculous excuses, she would have kicked him off the storeroom bed without hesitation. No way he would have moved over. But now, with the room swap complete, Su Qing had turned it into him being desperate to move in, and she had no way to go back. The moment she tried, he'd pull some shameless stunt again. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She needed to beat him up. What happened to staying pure? At first, they were just housemates, nothing but a temporary living arrangement. Now, somehow, that had turned into sharing a bed. Jiang He sensed something was very wrong. She turned her head in the dark, stealing a glance at Su Qing, then clutched her small blanket tighter, curling her feet together. Yang, I've dragged my benefactor into bed with me. We haven't done anything. My conscience is clear. We're just a little close, that's all. Didn't even touch each other. Compared to actual couples, we're practically pure as white paper, all right? Su Qing argued. Back then, Johnny mumbled. Stop with the we. I'm staying right here, being a perfect gentleman. The sword's here too. You can move over a little. Otherwise, you might fall off in the middle of the night. I won't. Jiang He flipped over, glaring at him. Right now, it's just sharing a bed. Give it a few days, and you'll definitely try to take things further. Sooner or later, you'll end up touching me. A with gray Omicron Thailand body, yes. Su Qing grinned. Well, since you already said sooner or later, does it really matter if it's sooner or later? Give me your hand. Su Qing was overjoyed. You want my A painful yelp filled the room. Jiang He, now satisfied, snuggled back under her blanket. If it's going to happen sooner or later, I might as well strike first. Su Qing clutched his hand. So, does that mean I can touch you now? If you try, I'll kick you off the bed. So he just got smacked for nothing? The room fell back into silence. The only sounds were the faint hum of the air conditioner and their soft, rhythmic breathing. After Su Qing flipped over for the 6th time, Jiang He couldn't hold back anymore. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't. The bed smelled nice. It was weird. Same shampoo, same body wash, but whenever he slept, his scent faded. Meanwhile, Jiang He's always lingered. Can I hold your hand? Su Qing asked, lying on his side, staring at her back. Why? Holding hands doesn't hurt anyone. After a brief pause, Su Qing felt her small hand slip into his. He squeezed it, kneading it gently before planting a light kiss on her fingertips. He froze. Did you secretly use my DeBeo lotion? I did not. Jiang He yanked her hand back. It's obviously the smell of DeBeo. Su Qing sniffed his fingers, convinced. Didn't you say you bought a new hand cream? I did. And it smells like DeBeo. Liar. Go to sleep. Jiang He buried herself under the blanket, refusing to continue the conversation. He had a nose like a damn dog. Su Qing, still lying at the edge of the bed, kept watching her. He had zero sleepiness left. The feeling of getting what he wanted was too satisfying. Even if he didn't touch her, just watching her sleep was enough. Lady night. Jiang He seemed to have dozed off. Good night. Su Qing chuckled softly and closed his eyes. Strange patterns of light flickered behind his eyelids. He focused on them, watching them shift and change. At some point, his hand was tentatively touched, then held. He cracked an eye open. The dark room was still, but Jiang He was right there, on the other side of the bed. Sleep crept in without warning. When he opened his eyes again, daylight had already filled the room. Su Qing blinked in a daze, taking a moment to recall what happened last night. Right. He had slept with Jiang He. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The bed beside him was already empty. Her pillow and blanket were neatly folded at the head of the bed, while in his arms, he was hugging the sword that had been left in the middle. From the living room, the sound of soft footsteps echoed. Su Qing opened the door and peeked out. Jiang He, holding a yogurt drink between her lips, walked from the fridge to her computer. You're up? She averted her gaze, sipping her yogurt through the straw. Yeah. Su Qing glanced down at the sword in his arms. You're not practicing today? Not today. Oh. Nodding, Su Qing leaned the sword against the wall and caught sight of a covered breakfast on the table. He headed to the bathroom to wash up. On the sink, Jiang He's hand cream sat beside the faucet. He recalled last night's conversation, frowned, and picked it up. There was still plenty left inside. Was she being stingy with it? Su Qing unscrewed the cap and took a sniff. DeBeo. After using it for years, he was absolutely sure. In the living room, Jiang He was deep in a game, struggling to deal with an enemy hunter as her priest character got pounded. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Su Qing walking over with her hand cream. Care to explain why this smells exactly like DeBeo? Jiang He's eyes darted. Didn't you say you bought a new one? Su Qing squeezed out a bit, rubbed it between his fingers, and confirmed this was unmistakably DeBeo. Jiang He couldn't possibly deny it. Could she? This is the new one. DeBeo scented. You think I'm an idiot? So you bought a huge bag of DeBeo for a few bucks, refilled this bottle, and now it's magically not DeBeo anymore. How did you know? Jiang He gasped, caught red-handed. What other explanation could there be? Expressionless, Su Qing rubbed the lotion into his hands, placed the bottle aside, and pulled out his phone. For the sake of saving a few bucks, she actually did this. I ordered you a real one. It'll arrive in a few days. That's expensive. Jiang He looked pained. It lasts months, so it's cheap in the long run. Su Qing wasn't sure what made it better than DeBeo, but Jiang He's hands had become noticeably softer. As usual, breakfast was porridge with pickled vegetables. After finishing, Su Qing didn't start training. Instead, he told Jiang He to focus on her studies while he moved his things from the storeroom into the master bedroom closet, hanging his clothes beside hers. Jiang He sat on the couch, pin tapping against her forehead, watching him go back and forth. So, we're officially living together now? Yup. Jiang He lowered her head, muttering under her breath. What are you mumbling about? If you ever do something to betray me, I will stab you through the heart. Wait, were you not serious before? No room for negotiation. I stopped leaving room for negotiation a long time ago. Su Qing moved back into his familiar master bedroom. On the large bed, 2 sets of pillows and blankets were neatly arranged. The bedside table was cluttered with Jiang He's hair ties, charger, and other random items. In the corner, the clothes rack held several pairs of white panties and bras, filling the room with a distinctly feminine touch. Su Qing suddenly realized he had been careless. Moving in so abruptly might lead to a lot of awkward situations, and he had zero experience in this area. He had never lived with anyone before. Jiang He, however, seemed completely oblivious. Last night, she had simply turned off the lights and thrown Su Qing onto the bed, saving them both a lot of hassle. In the morning, Jiang He spent the entire early hours playing with her hair while holding a book. This, a rod of 1 foot, take half of it daily, and it will never be exhausted for all eternity? How is that even possible? If you only take half each time, it gets smaller and smaller. The remaining half also keeps shrinking, so of course, you can never take it all. Su Qing hadn't expected her to get stuck on this. But eventually, it has to be gone, right? How can you take it all if you only ever take half? When it becomes really, really tiny, Jiang He trailed off mid-sentence. Even if it became incredibly small, as long as it could still be divided. In real life, this concept doesn't quite hold up, but in pure mathematical theory, it works. If you keep having something dozens of times, it might become invisible to the naked eye, but as long as you can take half, something will always remain. Jiang He seemed deep in thought at Su Qing's explanation, infinitely approaching zero, but never actually reaching it. No matter how small it gets, it can always get smaller. It can infinitely approach zero, but it will never be zero. Theory is theory, and real life is real life. In practical applications, this is difficult to achieve, but mathematically, it's flawless. Su Qing leaned over to take a look. It was a fun problem in her workbook, and it really was quite interesting. Jiang He seemed to be developing an interest in studying. Can I play games now? She closed the book. All right. He took back what he just thought. After lunch, Su Qing went out to visit Qin Hao at the hospital. After spending half a month there, Qin Hao still wasn't fully recovered, but today he was finally being discharged to continue his recovery at home. Wang Zijuan drove over to pick him up, bringing along a few flamboyant bouquets of flowers. A grand celebration for our hero's return home. You're just making a scene. Qin Hao sneered at the flowers. Why would a grown man need flowers? The girl I tried to give them to didn't want them, so I figured I'd bring them here. Stick them in a vase, they'll last over a week. Wang Zijuan's explanation made Qin Hao even more annoyed. He pulled a flower from the bouquet and stuck it behind Wang Zijuan's ear. Don't move, let me take a pic. Su Qing snapped a photo of Wang Zijuan with the flower, then immediately sent it to Qin Hao. The three of them laughed and joked as they got into the car, heading straight for Qin Hao's house. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Hao pulled a newspaper out of his bag. It with ring above new beta. We made the news. And so did this guy. What the hell? Why didn't anyone tell me? Su Qing was stunned. He grabbed the newspaper, flipping through it eagerly. The article had blurred out images and used fake names, but the three of them could still recognize themselves in the pictures. The only one missing was the girl, who had been in the alley at the time and wasn't captured on camera. Never thought I'd make the news one day. Damn, didn't you guys say I'd end up in the news sooner or later? Well, here we are. Su Qing smugly shook the newspaper. I'm taking this home, framing it, and hanging it in my dad's study so he can see it every day. What we actually said was that you'd end up on legal report, Qin Hao scoffed. Wang Zijuan glanced at the rear-view mirror eagerly. Am I in it? Am I in it? Focus on driving. All you do is yell. I was calling for help. Otherwise, how are you two supposed to hold that guy down? I'm weak as hell. One stab and I'd be dead. Thinking back to that night, Wang Zijuan still felt a chill. He hadn't even processed what was happening when Su Qing and Qin Hao had already jumped in. The next thing he knew, Qin Hao was clutching his stomach, bleeding like crazy. The way it had looked like he was about to die. I'm just saying, Howsy, you're way too reckless. Maybe you should transfer to a desk job or something. I actually want to switch to criminal investigations. F******. You really won't be satisfied until you get stabbed a few more times, huh? Wang Zijuan couldn't understand how this musclehead thought. Was his brain also made of muscle? So, how was your half-month hospital stay? Su Qing folded up the newspaper, stuffing it into his pocket, clearly not planning to return it. Comfy. Uh, slow down. Qin Hao winced as Wang Zijuan suddenly tapped the brakes. Didn't you just say you were comfy? Wang Zijuan smirked. It's a painfully enjoyable experience, you know? I spent every day hoping to come across something exciting outside, so I could clutch my waist and yell, "Police! Don't move!" It's badass. Even though I didn't have a gun, at least I got to feel cool. Not to mention, when that woman came to thank me, the sense of achievement was incredible. If it weren't for me, well, if it weren't for us passing by, she would have lost all her earnings for the day, and who knows what else could have happened to her. Qin Hao leaned back, eyes closed, clearly pleased with himself. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead. Su Qing patted his shoulder. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to show off. Wang Zijuan quickly claimed credit. If he hadn't suggested going to the internet cafe, none of this would have happened. So basically, you're the jinx. Su Qing pointed to the front seat, then turned to Qin Hao. Look, you and him together are the real bad luck combo. It's got nothing to do with me. Next time you go wandering around, bring him instead. Qin Hao had always thought Su Qing's jinxing words only worked when they were together. But now, the truth was clear. Wang Zijuan was the real unlucky one. He looked perpetually tired, like he hadn't slept enough. You know, Qin Hao chuckled, eyes still shut. The three of us together? Something will happen. A chill ran down Wang Zijuan's spine. He could feel the curse settling in. Shut up. Don't jinx it. I'm driving. Damn it. You won't end up back in the hospital, so we can all share a room again. This is reverse jinxing. The more we say nothing will happen, the more likely something will. I'm just ensuring your safety. Dude, just shut up. Despite all the banter, they arrived safely at Qin Hao's place. As they helped him out of the car, Qin Maokai waved a broom around them symbolically, sweeping away any bad luck before letting them inside. In the living room stood a solid wooden coat rack, from which hung a suit of armor that Qin Maokai was making. Not only was it a size bigger than Su Qing's, but even the iron rings were larger, making it look incredibly imposing. However, it was only a third complete. There weren't even any sleeves yet. Wang Zijuan was stunned. Are you guys bored, or are you actually preparing for war? What is this, the Renaissance? If you wear this while working cases, no one can hurt you. I'll be done with mine soon. We'll see how effective it is, Su Qing said excitedly. Men really had a natural fascination with things like armor. They were completely hooked. After hanging out at Qin Hao's place for over an hour, Su Qing finally left. At the entrance, Wang Zijuan twirled his car keys. Not getting in? You go ahead. I'm heading home. Su Qing waved him off and jogged upstairs, pulling the newspaper out of his pocket and smoothing it out. He pushed open the door. Mom, where's Dad? In the study. What are you doing here? Just dropping by. Su Qing strolled into the study. Seeing the sly look on his son's face, Su Wenbin frowned. This couldn't be anything good. Check this out. What is it? Su Wenbin adjusted his glasses, picking up the newspaper from the table. Su Qing said nothing, reclining in the chair dramatically. So, who's the real slacker now? The sky gradually darkened as Jiang, he returned with 2 fishing rods and a large goose. The goose was still alive, its beady little eyes fixed on Su Qing in the living room. Su Qing's head filled with question marks. Why does it smell so bad? Jiang, he wrinkled her nose, set the fishing rods aside, and walked over with the goose in one hand. Then, she spotted the durian in Su Qing's hands and the suspicious residue at the corner of his mouth. Her expression suddenly became very complicated. Why are you carrying a goose? What were you doing all afternoon? Don't tell me. A theory had already formed in Su Qing's mind. Fishing. Failed. Snatched someone's goose instead. Jiang, he was a seasoned angler by now. I bought it. Jiang, he glanced down at the goose, then at the clock in the living room. Feeling slightly disgusted, she covered her nose and mumbled, Next time, I'll come back earlier to cook. It's not late now either. I saved you something good. Su Qing pushed the half-eaten durian toward her. Jiang He's expression changed drastically, and she took several steps back. Su Qing licked his lips and explained, This is called durian. It's like stinky tofu. Stop eating that. It took a great deal of effort to convince her that he wasn't eating literal sh*t, But Su Qing still couldn't get Jiang to take a bite. He failed to scam a house today, but he did manage to snatch a durian from Su Wenbin and the others. He had originally planned for Jiang to enjoy it with him. Too bad. Su Qing had no choice but to finish it alone. You really didn't just grab this from somewhere? Even if it's free range, someone still owns it. You should put it back. Jiang was already boiling water, preparing to cook the goose. The poor bird had no idea what was happening, staring wide-eyed at Wintermelon the cat. I bought it. Some old lady at the market was selling it. It looked so pitiful, nobody wanted it, so I bought it. What about the fish you caught? Su Qing was skeptical. An angler coming home empty-handed, but carrying a goose was highly suspicious. I caught a few and gave them to Ping Ping. Ping Ping, the yogurt girl. I went fishing with her, and she didn't catch a single one, so I gave her all mine. Jiang called from the kitchen. How generous of you. That explained why she came back with 2 fishing rods. Su Qing now believed she hadn't stolen the goose. If she had, she'd have been grinning ear to ear, bragging about her trophy from hunting in the wild the moment she stepped inside. It was just a few, not enough for us to eat anyway. She lives alone, so it's just enough for one fried meal. Jiang rolled up her sleeves and lifted the goose from the floor. Wait, are you going to kill it? Su Qing asked. What else? Jiang looked at him strangely, holding up the goose by the neck. You planning to bite it to death? Fine. I was just wondering why, if you wanted to eat goose, you didn't just buy a roasted one. There was a roast goose shop just a street away, its golden, glistening birds hanging in the window, available by the half or whole. I was going to buy a duck at first. Then I saw this one and remembered how you got chased by a goose when you were little. Cry your eyes out. My mom exaggerated. I was chased, but I didn't cry. Su Qing corrected her seriously. Well, I suddenly felt like eating goose. Jiang pinched its wing and suddenly shoved it toward Su Qing's face, amused when he instinctively leaned back. Then, she dragged it into the kitchen. Su Qing followed, leaning against the doorframe to watch. Honestly, if it were up to him, he wouldn't even know how to handle it. He'd probably just snap its neck and then look up instructions on Baidu. Jiang, on the other hand, seemed experienced. She placed a bowl on the counter, gripped the goose's wing with her left hand, hooked one leg with her pinky, then used her index finger and thumb to secure its neck, all with one hand, effortlessly positioning it for slaughter. Need help? Before Su Qing could finish, Jiang grabbed a cleaver and made a swift cut across the goose's throat. Blood gushed into the bowl as she pulled the head to the side. Help with what? Jiang glanced at him. Nothing. Just be careful. Su Qing watched as the goose struggled violently. Poor thing. This is brutal. Shaking his head, he sighed. Technically, I should be the one cutting while you stand at the door, clenching your fists and looking away. You want to do it? Jiang gestured toward the goose, blood still dripping. Forget it. Su Qing waved her off, admitting defeat. Jiang was clearly leagues ahead of him when it came to handling live poultry. She'd probably hunted wild chickens and ducks for fun before, her darts flying like bullets. He pulled out his phone to check Baidu and then reminded her, don't throw out the blood. Traditional Chinese medicine says goose blood is neutral in nature, salty, and non-toxic. It benefits the heart, liver, and stomach, detoxifies, softens masses, improves circulation, boosts energy, and even helps prevent cancer. You're the brutal one, Jiang muttered under her breath. Once enough blood had been drained, she called Su Qing over to pour hot water into a tub. Then, she dumped the goose in to loosen its feathers. Plucking a goose wasn't like plucking a chicken. It was much bigger. They wouldn't be able to eat it all in one sitting. Jiang only used half, cutting it into chunks and blanching them. Then, following an online recipe, she heated oil, caramelized some sugar, and added ginger, pepper, star anise, cooking wine, and other seasonings. The fragrant aroma of braised goose filled the kitchen. Freshly slaughtered poultry had a different texture from frozen meat. The flavors absorbed better. Even Su Qing, who had earlier called the process brutal, now had tears streaming from his mouth instead of his eyes. This is your first time making this. Cooking is all the same. Control the heat and seasonings. Jiang He began sharing her cooking insights, but Su Qing was already slurping up a piece of goose, spitting out a clean bone. Good, right? Jiang He grinned. Delicious. Su Qing sighed in satisfaction. Even if Jiang He ended up turning into a chubby woman one day, with cooking skills like this, it would still be worth it. How much was it? 17 per jean. This one was over 6 jean, but she gave me a discount and charged me for exactly 6. I paid 100. Not bad, pretty reasonable. Jiang He wasn't stingy when it came to food. She might hesitate to buy expensive hand cream, but when it came to meat, poultry, and seafood, she wouldn't think twice. To her, the most important thing in life was eating, filling the belly with as many delicious things as possible. Skincare? That was at the bottom of the list. If not for Su Qing's obsession with kneading her hands, it wouldn't even rank 4th or 5th. Lost in thought, Jiang He picked out a goose foot and placed it in Su Qing's bowl. You like feet, right? Here, eat up. Su Qing felt utterly speechless. The two of them devoured half the goose, leaving only a pile of bones. Even Wintermelon got a small taste, just a tiny bit, since it wasn't good for pets to eat too much salty food, but an occasional bite wouldn't hurt. Just then, Jiang He's phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Ping Ping, previously Gong Ping, but now upgraded to a cutesy double-syllable nickname. That old lady must have taught her. Su Qing was not happy because he saw that his contact name had been saved as Qing Qing. It looks like they coated it in flour. Next time, we should try eating it this way too. Jiang He tapped on the photo she had received, zooming in with her fingers. It was a plate of small fish fried to a golden crisp. In the past, she'd been misled by Su Qing and always used these little fish for soup. She had never tried frying them before. What's with the Qing Qing thing? Su Qing asked. That's you. I know that. But don't you think it sounds kind of girly? You look like a girl? Jiang He asked in mock surprise, scanning him up and down. I'm talking about the name. Don't play dumb. Qing Qing, doesn't it sound nice? Give me your phone. Su Qing beckoned with his hand. Taking the phone, he rapidly typed away and changed the contact name. Husband. Jiang He took back her phone, stared at it silently. There. That's better. Su Qing stretched lazily, picked up Wintermelon, and plopped onto the couch. He was just about to finish weaving the last section of the basket. Just a little more, and this craft project would be done. Jiang He looked down at her phone, tapping away. She stole a glance at Su Qing, then quickly looked back down. So, he was her husband now? Her heart pounded. Those two words carried a strange kind of power, an indescribable feeling. Actually, husband looks kind of weird on WeChat. Come here, I'll change it, Aga. Before Su Qing could finish, Jiang He bolted for her room. Thud, thud, thud. When she came back out, she no longer had her phone in hand. She spread her palms and said calmly, battery died. Then, she sat down at the computer and started playing a game. As long as you're happy. Su Qing sighed and gave up on changing it again, focusing instead on helping Jiang He finish the basket. Now that they lived together, the basket wasn't just for Jiang He. He could use it to store his power bank, bus card, and other small things. Keeping on the windowsill meant he could just grab whatever he needed, and if he didn't need anything, he could just leave it in the basket. No more digging around last minute. A woman was robbed at knife point during the arrest. Thankfully, a helpful citizen intervened. My grandpa's grandpa, way back in the day, was Su Chu. This is called Tiger Madman Fist. First train the waist, power starts from the ground, flows through the legs, reaches the shoulders, elbows, and wrists. All martial arts, no matter how they change, follow the same fundamental principles. Hearing the choppy meme-like audio, Su Qing frowned. This wasn't the same video as before. What are you watching? You made the front page. Jiang He didn't even turn around, watching with great interest. Front page. Su Qing set down his things and leaned over to check. Holy sh**t. A brand new edit. Even gifs from the news had been spliced in. His Twin Peaks Strike the Ears move was in there too. It's not exactly divine martial arts, just Tiger Madman Fist. You must combine waist and stance when training. Standing punishment? Doesn't exist. Jiang He, too weak. If I say east, she wouldn't dare go west. This is called the family hierarchy. Wife, give me a kiss. Jiang, get lost. Arguing? We just fight directly. First train the waist. Power starts from the ground, flows through the legs, reaches the shoulders, elbows, and wrists. The F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Su Qing didn't know whether to be impressed by how accurately it was edited or to be annoyed. There he was pulling off Twin Peaks strike the ears, getting punished to stand still, looking like a proper martial arts master, only for Jiang to call him too weak with a deadpan face. How did this even get on the front page? Su Qing clicked around with the mouse. It was already there when I opened the app. Jiang was thoroughly enjoying herself. It's funny. You look so strong outside, but when you get home, you're just weak. It's not look like, that's exactly how it is. It's over. My lifelong reputation is ruined. Su Qing ruffled his hair. His phone started blowing up with notifications. He glanced at the screen. Wang Zijuan, ha 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 ha. Wang Zijuan, video share. In another group chat, over 99 plus messages had already flooded in. Most of them were just screenshots of him being too weak. Qin Hao was homeboard and had sent the most messages. Looks like Su Qing clicked on Jiang profile. The view count on her old livestream recordings had skyrocketed. We might have gone viral. Ooh, Jiang asked. Okay, fine. I might have gone viral. Su Qing checked his main account. His video on making chainmail had also gained a ton of views. Local martial artist. Tiger Madman Fist. Likes messing with armor. A good Samaritan. Helps fight crime while out for a stroll. This was his new public image. Luck was called luck because you never knew when it would strike or in what form. This is a good thing, right? Jiang guessed. It didn't seem like there was any downside. More views meant more exposure, which meant Su Qing would be more famous. I guess. Su Qing scratched his head. For now, yeah, it's a good thing. A martial arts master who takes down armed criminals outside, but gets completely bossed around at home. That was the narrative this meme edit was pushing, and clearly the internet was eating it up. But I'm a little worried. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZ. His phone vibrated nonstop. Su Qing spread his hands. There it is. That's what I was worried about. What the hell is this Tiger Madman Fist? As soon as he answered the call, Su Wenbin got straight to the point. It's just a joke. I told you earlier, I've been practicing a bit. If I hadn't, I would have ended up in the hospital like Housie that day. Then what's the deal with you two? I thought you were making videos, but she's doing some kind of, what was it? Su Wenbin struggled to recall the long list of technical jargon Jiang he had mentioned before. Su Qing, using a very large-scale integrated circuit microprocessor system to connect to a modem, which links to a server, enabling high-speed information exchange with other network users. He rattled it off like a stand-up routine. Su Wenbin's head hurt. Don't give me that tech babble. What the hell is it? We're just bored at home, playing games and stuff. And then you know how it is. No, my ass. Basically, we play games, practice martial arts, make armor, and earn a bit of pocket money. That video was fake, just taken out of context. No way I actually get bullied. Who cares if you get bullied? That's not the point. I'm asking about this whole whatever the hell you're doing. Su Qing motioned for Jiang to keep playing, then sat down to explain properly. Dad, I might actually be blowing up. Just wait till I make a few million, and you'll be the father of a rich man. His tone suddenly turned smug. Don't give me that crap. You're doing what? Streaming. Yep. Seeing that he couldn't dodge the question anymore, Su Qing admitted it cleanly. Still trying to deny. Wait, what did you just say? We're live streaming martial arts and armor making. Oh. Su Wenbin paused for a few seconds. Yeah, okay then. Yep, that's right. All right. A brief silence. Then, okay, I'm hanging up now. You probably hadn't figured out how to say it yet. Su Wenbin impulsively called after seeing the video, ready to have a good argument with him. There was no room for excuses, but Su Wenbin admitted it too quickly, leaving him struggling to catch up. Su Qing stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Based on what he knew about his dad, this was probably the truth. So impatient, not steady at all. What did he say? Jiang asked. We just exchanged a few words. Do your parents not like this? She hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously. A grown man being told by his girlfriend that he's too weak. No one would take that well. Su Qing nodded slightly. You could say that. What should we do then? What do you mean? What should we do? I mean, is there a way to get this deleted? Jiang, he pointed at the newly uploaded ghostly meme video on the computer screen. No need to delete it. And even if we wanted to, it'd be a hassle. Remember that guy who liked singing, dancing, and playing basketball? Even sending a lawyer's letter didn't help. Then your parents. They're our parents. Jiang, he froze for a second, looked at Su Qing's relaxed expression, and after thinking for a moment, chose to remain silent. The video's already out. Gotta take advantage of it while it's trending, or else it'd be a waste, wouldn't it? Su Qing checked the time. Instead of going back to Jiang, he sighed a mess with her legs. He picked up his laptop and started working on a video he had edited a few days ago. Although most of his content had a traditional aesthetic, it wasn't just about romance, wedding nights, or self-made music videos. Keeping the same style over time could get visually exhausting. So this time, he went for a critique video. Ran BS. Critique videos generally got higher engagement than regular ones, as they sparked curiosity. But Su Qing usually avoided making them. After all, every show had flaws. Nitpicking just for the sake of nitpicking wasn't something he liked. He only made critique videos when something truly irritated him to the point that he couldn't hold back. For instance, a so-called martial arts drama that was, in reality, just an idle show. If they had marketed it as a historical romance drama, he wouldn't have even clicked on it. But after hyping it up as a wuxia show, what did viewers get? A male lead who could only sing and dance, but couldn't act. A female lead with decent acting skills, but who phoned it in due to off-screen controversies, and a production filled with overuse of green screens, excessive filters, and blatant stunt doubles. Even the best action directors and original material couldn't save this mess of a drama. Can you lower the volume and not talk for a bit? Su Qing turned on his mic and reminded Jiang he before clearing his throat. May you glimpse the light before the cold steel dulls its edge. After over half an hour, he finished recording the voiceover and used audio editing software to adjust it into a fast-paced comedic style. Satisfied, he finally wrapped up his work. Turning his head, he saw Jiang, he resting her chin on her hand, staring at him. Take advantage of it while it's trending. Seeing Su Qing wave a hand in front of her face, Jiang, he casually looked away and changed the topic. Yeah, I'll funnel some traffic from your live stream over to my channel. Then, I'll ride the current trends like the video I just made. That drama is really popular right now, and fans of the original work and the actors are arguing like crazy. Might as well grab some attention. But you just said it's awful. It is awful. If they had just called it a female-led historical romance drama, I wouldn't have bothered watching it. This is false advertising. It tricked me into watching it and burned my eyes. Won't people criticize you? I'm just stating facts. If I were afraid of criticism, it'd mean I subconsciously doubted my own argument. If someone insists that 2 + 2 = 5, all I can do is pity them. Su Qing shook his head. Instead of putting away his laptop, he pulled out an almost finished suit of armor and recorded another update video for his page. This armor tutorial series had a small but steady audience. Some viewers from Jiang He's livestream had even followed the link to his videos, and those who weren't satisfied with just watching the videos came to his livestream to see him craft armor in real time. By the time his livestream started, Su Qing resumed working on his iron basket while monitoring the chat. Jiang He, on the other hand, continued grinding for 1,600 points with her female, ghost swordsman character. Su Wenbin was probably watching too. The thought made Su Qing tighten his grip, and the iron ring in his hands immediately warped out of shape. Hey, everyone, this basket is almost done. Should be finished today. Originally, I planned to use it as a storage box, and well, I still do. He shook the basket in his hand and casually chatted away. Saw a ghost meme on the front page today. Totally caught me off guard. Who ambushed me? Care to step forward and explain yourself? The chat instantly flooded with haha, with some viewers asking for a link to the meme. Hu de Tong Shu. Rare footage of an early human taming the legendary tiger stance fist master. Was it you? Su Qing eyed the familiar username. Wasn't this the same guy who kept jumping around in his stream on day one? Who did Tong Shu? Nope. How could it be me? Well, it doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. No point hiding it. I am, in fact, an unknown inheritor of the tiger stance fist technique, training in the harshest winters and hottest summers. All right, I'll stop. But seriously, from the video alone, you can tell I'm skilled. Who among you can stand still for an hour? No one. His stream's viewership kept climbing. In just 10 minutes, it had already surpassed his usual midstream numbers from yesterday. The number of gifts had increased too. Turns out, watching an enthusiastic local citizen craft armor and practice martial arts had its appeal. His background had ended up stealing the show. For those curious about the chainmail hanging behind me, there's a full tutorial on my Lazy Lord Qing channel. It's just something I made for fun, to wear around the house or use as decoration. Honestly, I've loved martial arts ever since I was a kid, and most of my videos are wuxia related. Su Qing kept rambling while finishing the basket, turning it 360 degrees to show it off, then placing it on his desk. He stepped back to his bookshelf and struck a martial arts stance, remaining completely still for the last half hour of the stream. A wooden dummy, Zhong Kuei, a ghostly girl. This scene repeated itself. The chat went quiet as well, with viewers entertaining themselves by spamming random messages. What kind of weird-ass dark arts is this? Su Wenbin stared at the screen, a disgusted expression on his face as he watched Su Qing stand there motionless. That's it. This is the so-called tiger stance fist? What the hell is this? Su Wenbin could swear on his life. There was absolutely no relation between the Su family and Su Chu. So where the hell did this kid learn this nonsense from? Hey, Howzy, do you know what kind of martial arts Xingzi is practicing? He sent Qin Hao a voice message. Qin Hao, still recovering at home, replied almost instantly. Yeah, it's Tiger Fist. Looks legit. Uncle, are you sure your family isn't descended from Su Chu? While you're at it, can you check if my ancestors were related to Qin Xiong? Qin Xiong. Yeah, I think it's possible. Hear me out. And so began a 60-second voice note full of rapid-fire nonsense, making Su Wenbin's head throb. At 8 p.m., Su Qing finally ended his practice and exhaled. Are you sure this is okay? Jiang he closed the livestream window and turned to look at him. What do you mean? The martial arts thing. I've already registered it. As long as I don't hurt anyone, there's no problem. It's not like I'm on your level, breaking trees with a single hit. Any professionally trained fighter could still take me down. Su Qing lowered his head and flexed his fists, assessing his own strength. Jiang he was right. He lacked real combat experience, awareness of distance, muscle memory, and the ability to take hits. He wasn't much different from a regular guy, aside from having a bit more endurance and knowing a few moves. He had even overestimated himself before, thinking he could take on 4 or 5 people. Unless he used the trick Jiang he taught him, taking out one person first to scare the rest, he wouldn't stand chance. It's just for staying in shape, Su Qing concluded, glancing at the long sword leaning against the wall. Using a sword would probably make him a little better at self-defense. We seem to have a lot of people watching us now, Jiang he muttered, clicking around with her mouse while chatting with Ping Ping, who was helping moderate the stream. Their viewership had been growing steadily, and a few more captains had joined their membership program. Su Qing found it amusing. What had started as him casually messing around with Jiang, he had led to her reaching 1,500 points in the duel arena despite having no good equipment, and now he had his own viral meme video. Both of them had become interesting to watch, slowly building an audience. In just 3 months, they had become small-time streamers, with Jiang his channel driving traffic to Su Qing's content. Next month, she planned to exchange her dual arena points for exclusive gladiator gear and take a shot at reaching 1,600 points. Let's work hard. We got this. Su Qing put the iron basket away in the bedroom, then came back and plopped onto the couch, hugging his laptop again. Jiang he played 2 games of Hearthstone, but soon got restless. She spun around in her chair before finally giving up and coming over to the couch, squeezing in next to him to see what he was doing. Why aren't you playing games? I don't feel like it, Jiang he said. Normally, Su Qing would be over there pestering her, playing games or watching videos together. But today, he was completely focused on his work, which made her feel guilty for just gaming. Watching you work so hard makes me feel weird just playing games. Oh, I get it. It's like back in school when one person in the dorm was always studying, making everyone else feel guilty. Su Qing nodded. So you came over to tempt me into playing with you? What tempt? That sounds so bad. Jiang he shot him a glare. Then you're here to study with me? Su Qing thought for a moment, then pulled a workbook out from under the table. Here, go ahead. Jiang he glanced at the workbook, then at his laptop, then silently shoved the workbook back under the table. She walked over to the bookshelf, grabbed a novel, and returned to the couch, lying down with her feet resting in Su Qing's lap. You know, you could do this when we sleep too. Why do you push me away as soon as we get in bed? It's just different. How is it different? We can cuddle on the couch, but not in bed? What's the logic behind that? What's the logic behind that? Jiang, he felt like she was getting trapped in his words. It was the same, but it just felt different. Cuddling on the couch was fine. But in bed, on the couch, it's affectionate. In bed, it's lewd. She declared. Su Qing was stunned. He hadn't expected her to dodge his trap this time. Just hugging isn't lewd. Doing other things would be. Oomph. Jiang, he held her book up, ignoring him. Su Qing kept one hand on his mouse and absent-mindedly ran his other hand over her legs and feet. This kind of life was perfect. People should be content. He used to have to rack his brain for an excuse just to touch her. Now, she willingly snuggled up next to him. He had to be grateful. As he worked on his video, his attention kept wandering because of Jiang He. His thoughts were all over the place. Are you seriously just going to keep holding my leg? Jiang He felt something different, so she used her book to hide her face and asked in a small voice. Su Qing couldn't see her expression. He glanced down at her fair-skinned legs, feeling a little parched. No, this is just a natural reaction. I'm not a pervert. Then last time was last time. Occasionally taking care of it is fine, but I have to practice self-control. Su Qing hesitated. Right now, I'm working. Please stop moving. Even if he was inexperienced, he still had his dignity. Oh, Jiang he peeked at him from behind her book and quieted down. Why aren't you playing games anymore? Su Qing changed the topic. I already told you. Watching you work while I just play games makes me feel like a lazy bum. I feel like you're calling me out. Lazy bum is one thing, but what's with lazy bum waste? Jiang he thought about it and realized he had a point. Then how about you go work in the bedroom? That way, I won't see you working, and I won't feel guilty playing games. Wow, you're a genius. Su Qing gave her a look and firmly squeezed her foot. Give up. I'm staying right here, so you'll feel guilty and start studying. A slacker's shame should be fully utilized. It couldn't go to waste. Playing games all day was bad. If she turned into a full-on gaming addict, it'd be over. To survive in this world, you need to raise your intelligence. If you don't study and just play games, do you know what'll happen? What? You'll become a gaming addict, constantly switching from one game to another until nothing excites you anymore. Eventually, you'll get into social games, fall into online relationships, and run off with some random guy. That's impossible. Jiang he instantly denied it. Yeah, only dumb women do that. You're not smart, but you're not that dumb. So instead, you'll just become a gaming addict who knows nothing else, turning into a woman who only plays games, cooks, does laundry, and has kids for me. I'm already making money. Jiang he reminded him. I don't just play games. All money made by luck will eventually be lost by ability. You can't earn more than your level of understanding. Su Qing shook his head. Do you really think that money was yours? Sigh. Jiang he sighed, resigned, and pulled the workbook back out. The sight of Xiao Ming and the math problems made her head hurt. Or maybe, she hesitated, maybe I should just be a dumb woman who only cooks, does laundry, has kids, and plays games. Lady Knight, please have some self-respect. When a person is truly desperate, they could do anything. Except math. 9 years of compulsory education had dulled the innocence in Jiang He's eyes. For an ancient person to deal with Xiao Ming's bizarre and roundabout math problems every day, it was enough to give anyone a headache. Su Qing only planned for her to study up to middle school for now. High school could wait until she developed an interest. If she wanted to learn, great. If not, no big deal. After all, the 9-year compulsory education was about ensuring a basic livelihood, while high school was more about preparing for college. Ever since that one time during a live stream when she casually typed out, "A warrior as swift as the wind," Jiang had been gaining more and more fans. Some people even clipped that moment and edited it together with clips of her dominating opponents in the duel arena. Although the game itself wasn't that popular and only had a niche audience, in the grand scheme of things, their quirky little livestream room was barely a blip on the radar. But within the DNF, Dungeon and Fighter, game section, they were starting to gain some traction. Her female Ghostblade, equipped with only a single wing, a pair of event shoes, and a Christmas hat, wielding a fake purple tier weapon, was practically unstoppable below 1,300 rating. She had stormed her way past 1,400, and now, at 1,500 points, her progress was slowing. Now that they had a decent foundation of popularity, things were getting interesting. Not to mention the freeloading troublemaker sitting next to her, always pulling off some ridiculous antics. Su Qing's meme edits had even started hitting the front page. Was this one of those unintentional successes? Su Qing found himself contemplating. This had disrupted his plans, or rather, his sense of control over life. Originally, every day was easygoing, everything predictable, life in an ideal state where he could do whatever he felt like. Even though this hadn't really changed anything yet, he knew that if he didn't take action, he might regret it in the future. If he wanted to seize this opportunity, he had to put in some effort. From this point on, his life would deviate from its previously steady course. Being carefree didn't mean drifting aimlessly. He always had a rough plan for the future, but now it was time to rethink things. He glanced at Jianghe. The Lady Knight wasn't thinking that deeply. As long as she had food, warm clothes, and the occasional opportunity to mess with Su Qing, life was great. No matter what, now that their momentum was building, they had to strike while the iron was hot. Pumping out a few more high-quality videos would yield twice the results with half the effort. First, he needed to turn this opportunity into real profit. Then he'd think about the rest. Su Qing absent-mindedly played with Jiang He's small foot, using his free hand to click around on the computer. Meanwhile, Jiang He was completely absorbed in her novel. Late into the night, Su Wenbin was still awake, struggling to find the right words. Su Qing's guess had been spot on. The call earlier had been a spur-of-the-moment impulse. Su Wenbin had initially planned to catch Su Qing red-handed, expose the fact that he had been secretly live-streaming, and then lecture him hard when he inevitably tried to argue his way out. But Su Qing had admitted everything without hesitation. Now, Su Wenbin didn't even know how to lecture him. Outrageous. It was like those two elderly ladies who lived across the street, who had spent half their lives arguing. Then one day, just as one of them was about to start an argument, the other simply agreed, nodding quietly in acknowledgement. Newbie. The sheer frustration. Su Qing wasn't rambling nonsense or making excuses. How bizarre. What are you staring at your phone for? Zhou Suji gently blew on her cup of honey water before taking a sip, glancing at Su Wenbin, who was lost in thought. Su Wenbin snapped back to reality and shook his head. Nothing. What did Su Qing come over for today? Just to show off about being in the newspaper? The newspaper was still spread out on the table. Su Qing had originally wanted to frame it and hang it in the study, but Su Wenbin had chased him away. On his way out, Su Qing had even taken a durian with him. He said if we give him the old house, he'll get married and give us a grandchild. That's great. Zhou Suji's eyes lit up. She scooted closer, nudging him with her shoulder. Then just give it to him. Don't be ridiculous. He's still too young to be a dad. You were about the same age when I got pregnant. That's different. How is it different? Su Wenbin thought for a moment, then unlocked his phone and pulled up a meme. Me versus my parents at my age. Parents at 25. Flex biceps built like a bodybuilder. Baby bottle raising 1 to 2 children. Fire full of energy. Classical building serving their country. Alarm clock waking up at 5 a.m. Me at 25. Skull a complete mess. Dizzy face, I'm dying. Sleeping face, so tired. Yawning face, why am I so exhausted? Loudly crying face, I don't want to move. A perfect representation. Zhou Suji nearly spat out her honey water, quickly grabbing a tissue to wipe her mouth. Since when did you know how to find stuff like this? Where'd you get it? This is hilarious. Oomph. Su Wenbin glanced at her phone screen, which showed a meme of a Cheers for Friendship toast, and scoffed. Young people these days, all they do is mess around online. But honestly, this was kind of fun. Just browsing online, you'll find tons of these. Even that kid posts them sometimes. Wait, what's this? Su Wenbin clicked on Lazy Lord Qing's profile and noticed a newly uploaded video. As soon as he hit play, Su Qing's processed voice filled the room. May you catch a glimpse of the dawn before the cold iron dulls its edge. I usually don't like to nitpick, but the skin's smoothing effect makes her look like a ghost. Just look at the female lead's deathly pale face compared to the others around her. Completely different art styles, don't you think? And this is supposed to be a wuxia film? Wuxia? This is an insult. My dad's belt whooping me was more wuxia than this. Su Wenbin's eyebrow twitched. Was I really that harsh when I used a belt on him? I don't remember, but I do remember him crying a lot. Why did your dad hit you with a belt? Jiang, he had just come back from a shower when she overheard Su Qing watching his own video, catching that exact moment in the playback. Oh, tons of reasons, Su Qing said casually. Like setting off firecrackers next to Qin Hao, making him reek of dog crap, or skewering all the fish from our fish tank for a barbecue. He scrolled through the video analytics, just 3 hours since posting, and it already had tens of thousands of views. Bingo. Jackpot. He had caught on to a trending topic at just the right time, requesting a belt-whipping video. Low physical damage, but high emotional trauma. True, even chaotic beatdowns look more intense than this lame dual choreography. A flood of bullet comments filled the screen. In just 3 hours, his follower count had jumped by thousands, with a 10-to-1 share-to-comment ratio. Unexpectedly popular. Let's go to bed. After skimming through some comments, Su Qing ignored the ones disagreeing with him. If someone wanted to nitpick, every show had its flaws. But calling this faithful to the source material or visually stunning? He just felt sorry for those people. Shutting off the computer, the two of them headed to the bedroom together. Jiang, he sat on the bed, shifting uncomfortably. She had just washed some of her small clothes while showering and, out of habit, had wanted to hang them in the bedroom. Then she realized Su Qing was here too. So, she ended up hanging everything in the storeroom instead. Where's your dart? For what? Put it in here. All the little things you don't need right now, like your nail clippers, ear pick, and even this bus card. Put them all in here. That way, everything looks neat and tidy. Su Qing was by the windowsill, arranging an iron basket. He had made it himself, and since it was there, it had to be useful. Storing little things in it made the space feel more organized, more like a home. This basket isn't meant for grocery shopping. It's for storage. And this bus card, you can carry it when you go out. That way, you don't have to scan your phone every time. Hearing this, Jiang, he sorted through her things and tossed all the small items inside. Even her small plush bear ended up in the basket, only leaving the big bear on the bed. It'd look a lot more orderly now. I think this sword is pretty useless. If you roll over in your sleep, it's just going to poke you. Having tidied up, Su Qing leaned back on the bed, stretching out comfortably. Then he reached for the giant plush bear he had won at the amusement park and placed it in the middle. This way, you won't have to sleep so far away from me, right? This works. Jiang, he nodded in approval. Su Qing felt quite proud of his own cleverness. You can snuggle the bear, and I'll snuggle the bear. This way, we don't have to touch each other. The bed was big enough for the two of them, even with the giant plushie in the middle. Seeing Jiang, he's freshly washed face, soft and dewy, Su Qing restrained his impulses. He had to be patient. No rushing things. He had been planning for this since winter. Now, finally, they were living together. Patience was the most important quality of a seasoned farmer. I'm turning off the lights. Jiang, he reached for the light switch. You always sleep in total darkness? Actually, there's a small night light. I don't need it, she said. Night lights are useful. They prevent it from being too dark. If you need to get up in the middle of the night, or for other things, it's convenient. Other things? Jiang He suddenly became suspicious. What other things? Nothing. I was just talking about the nightlight. It's a very practical feature. I was just asking if you wanted it on. Su Qing explained. Most people leave one on when they sleep. I used to as well. Liar. You never used one. Fine. Not when I was alone. Wait, hold on. Su Qing frowned and turned to look at Jiang He. What? Jiang He instinctively tensed up under his gaze. How do you know I never used one? I guessed. You guessed. Su Qing didn't believe her at all. This is the curse of knowledge. I can't explain how I know. Jiang He spoke seriously, then swiftly flicked the light switch, plunging the room into darkness. She pulled up her blanket, reaching out to feel the big bear in the middle. Go to sleep. Su Qing didn't move. Something wasn't right. Now that I think about it, last time, I vaguely remember feeling something in my room late at night. It wasn't me. It was definitely her. You snuck into my room in the middle of the night. What were you trying to do? He asked. I did not sneak in. That's a lie. I always let you know when I enter your room, but you sneaking into mine in the middle of the night to do who knows what. I didn't. Jiang He was furious. I was just checking if you were warm enough. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The room fell silent. Across the giant plush bear, it felt like they could hear each other breathing. After a while, Jiang He rolled over, staring at Su Qing's silhouette in the darkness. Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you say we're sleeping? Oh, then let's sleep. Jiang He lay back down. She blinked. She wasn't sleepy at all. She slowed her breathing, trying to listen to Su Qing's movements. Damn it, Jiang He. You got caught sneaking into his room. Be more careful next time. Actually, I've been planning this since winter. Su Qing suddenly spoke. Planning what? Jiang He blinked. Switching rooms. Summer is too hot. You definitely wouldn't have agreed to move out of the storm. So I switched with you first. Then, by the time summer came, I moved in here. By then, you wouldn't object. Oh, Jiang He responded flatly. She had already figured it out. We're finally sleeping in the same bed. Good night, Lady Night. Su Qing chuckled softly, fingertips tracing the plastic gem on the plush bear's nose. Want to hold hands? Nope. Good night. Jiang He turned over, facing the window. So, now they were sleeping together. If Su Qing suddenly pounced on her in the middle of the night, how should she beat him up? Should she make him wear chainmail first? Or maybe... No, he wouldn't dare. That guy wouldn't pounce on her. Even if he did, she could easily pin him down. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly felt something brush against her foot. What are you doing? She asked. You're the one who crossed over and touched me. Su Qing shifted slightly, lightly bumping his foot against hers. Did I? Jiang He muttered, stretching out her legs. That way, she wouldn't accidentally cross into his space again. Oomph. It was just a little bit over the line. She turned over again and stretched her foot towards Su Qing's side. Her toes brushed against his leg. No reaction. She lightly nudged him again. Are you seducing me? Su Qing's voice sounded amused in the darkness. Who's seducing you? Jiang He yanked her foot back immediately. She stared at the ceiling, feeling wide awake. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she suddenly felt Su Qing's foot gently bump against hers. Her eyes snapped open. What are you trying to do? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Be careful, or I'll kick you off the bed. So you're allowed to touch me, but I can't touch you? What kind of double standard is this? It was an accident, Jiang He retorted. Then my foot just accidentally bumped into yours too. Before she could argue, Su Qing's foot ended up trapped between hers. Neither of them moved. By the way, do you know how snakes mate? Su Qing suddenly asked. What? Jiang He was still idly rubbing her foot against his. When snakes want to have babies, they tangle their tails together, kind of like how our feet are now. Jiang He froze. Her toes curled up. Then she quickly reacted. We're not snakes. Exactly. So we won't have babies. You can just give me your hand instead. I sleep better when I'm holding something. Then how did you sleep before? Jiang He didn't buy it. I used to hug your straw shoes at night. Why do you think I always kept them by my bed? You pervert. Jiang He finally exploded. But in the end, she still reached out her hand. Su Qing took it, pressing a light kiss onto the back of her hand. At least he likes my hand more than my shoes. Jiang thought to herself. With the big plush bear between them, their feet pressed together. Jiang listened to Su Qing's gradually steady breathing, then suddenly turned her head to look out the window. The summer moon was always so bright and clear, its soft glow filtering through the frosted edges of the window sticker. A year ago, she had been in the storeroom, facing this entirely unfamiliar era, feeling lost about the future. She carefully withdrew her hand from Su Qing's palm, groping through the darkness until she placed it on his stomach, slowly moving it around. Morning. Su Qing opened his eyes to find Jiang sitting cross-legged beside him, hands resting on her knees, back straight as a rod, staring at him unblinkingly, as if she were practicing some kind of cult ritual. How long have you been sitting there? He casually grabbed his phone from the bedside table to check the time. Just past 8. A little while. Is there something interesting to look at? Jiang shifted her gaze slightly. Did you have a dream? Su Qing pulled the thin blanket that had been kicked aside back over himself. I didn't dream. This is just what being young is like. Oh, you mind stepping out? I need to change. Jiang was already fully dressed, clearly having washed up before coming back to sit on the bed. Had she been curious enough to poke at him while he was sleeping? Su Qing suddenly sensed danger. This little curiosity monster was right beside him. Who knew what strange thing she might do? Wait, where did you change your clothes? Just as Jiang reached the door, he called out, that whole set of pajamas. Seems like I missed something major. None of your business. Bang. Jiang shut the door. The big plush bear was still lying in the middle of the bed, the gem on its nose glinting. Su Qing sat there for a moment, stretching lazily with a satisfied expression before finally changing out of his pajamas. Sharing a bed wasn't as awkward as he had imagined. As for Jiang, observing him in his sleep, if he didn't know about it, then it didn't count. Next time, I'll wake up earlier and observe her. Breakfast was already prepared. While Su Qing was changing, Jiang had taken it out of the pot and was now sitting at the table, slowly eating a steamed bean bun while waiting for him to wash up. Omicron. The buns weren't homemade but store-bought. Too much hassle to make from scratch. Jiang had carefully considered this and concluded that it wasn't worth the effort. If it were the past, she would have excitedly kneaded dough and steamed them herself. But now she had learned to let money handle some things. Because her time was worth more now than when she first arrived. Back then, she knew nothing, so anything she did was a waste of time. Saving effort meant saving money. Now, her time had gained value. This was the benefit of investing in her own knowledge. So that's why so many women choose to work or start businesses instead of staying home, cooking, and raising kids, right? Jiang shared her observation with Su Qing, surprising him. That makes sense. In life, there's always an optimal allocation of resources. If you could earn in a month what we'd spend a year, I definitely wouldn't make you stay home raising kids while I went out earning peanuts. That'd be stupid. Su Qing took a bite of the bun, soft and well-fermented. But that would also make me look like a freeloader, which is why women generally prefer men who earn more than them, so they can focus on home life without judgment. So, if I end up earning more than you, you'd be willing to be a stay-at-home dad, cooking, cleaning, taking care of kids, and playing games every day? Jiang's eyes lit up. Yeah, want to have a kid? Su Qing asked. No way. Then keep dreaming. You can't even study properly, and you want to turn me into some, what was it? A brainless stay-at-home dad? Ridiculous. Su Qing scoffed at her unrealistic dream, if it could even be called a dream. After breakfast, he opened his computer to check the video he had uploaded the night before. Overnight, it had already gained over 200,000 views, and the numbers were still climbing. 1,000 views earned about 3 yuan, and the increased engagement would boost his other videos and gain more followers. A quick calculation, and Su Qing felt like his golden era had arrived. Comments flooded in. No arguments here. Lord Qing really knows Kung Fu. That palm strike on the street was peak wuxia. A martial arts enthusiast's frustration with idol dramas disguised as wuxia, an essay. His follower count was skyrocketing, thanks to both trending topics and meme edits bringing in views. I'm heading out. Jiang slung her bag over her shoulder, taking out some potatoes, as she called out before leaving. After a year here with no way back, she had accepted that she probably never would. Once in a few millennia, this kind of thing didn't just happen twice. As long as she carried the corn Su Qing packed for her, she'd be fine. Fishing again? Su Qing noticed her picking up the fishing rod. Yep. Wanting to come with you? Jiang He hesitated. We only have 2 rods. I'll tell Ping Ping to get her own. She pulled out her phone. Never mind then. I'll stay home and work. Hearing that that woman would be there, Su Qing lost interest. Fishing alone with Jiang, he was nice and relaxing. Adding a third person ruined the vibe. You sure? Yeah, you two have fun. Jiang He walked back and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before eyeing the bookshelf, estimating that the novel she had been reading would fit in her bag. She stuffed it inside. I'm off. Outside, the morning chill still lingered as the sun gradually warmed the air. The early commuters had already disappeared, leaving the residential complex quiet. This kind of life was as low profile as it got. If Wang Mang hadn't been so ambitious, maybe the world wouldn't have rejected him. If he had just been a carefree rich man, eating and drinking every day, perhaps nothing would have happened to him. Jiang He let her mind wander. Su Qing had mentioned Wang Mang before, saying she might be the second person to have glitched into history. Since she was essentially a bug, the idea that Wang Mang had also been a time traveler seemed even more plausible. Bugs needed to stay hidden, otherwise they got patched. Gong Ping was already waiting at the complex gate, dressed in pink summerwear with a string of something on her wrist, holding the small red bucket Jiang he had lent her yesterday. She looked around absently. Seeing Jiang He step out in a baseball cap, she took a few steps back to meet her so they could walk together. Walking again? What else? Ugh, so exhausting. Let's rent a bike. Gong Ping pointed at the row of yellow rental bikes. Su Qing doesn't really like me riding those. They had ridden together once before. Jiang He thought for a moment. As long as she kept her strength in check, it should be fine. Glancing at Gong Ping's skirt, then at her own casual pants, she reminded her, your skirt might get blown up. I'll sit on it. Gong Ping unlocked a bike and tucked the hem of her skirt under her. And so, another ordinary day began. Jiang He walked back over, planted a quick kiss on Su Qing's cheek, then turned her gaze to the bookshelf. She measured her bag against the book she had been reading last night. It fit perfectly, so she stuffed it inside. I'm heading out. Outside, the temperature had just started to rise, but the morning chill still lingered. The early commuters were already gone, leaving the residential complex quiet. This kind of life was as low profile as it got. If Wang Mang hadn't been so ambitious, maybe the world wouldn't have rejected him. If he had just been a carefree rich man, eating and drinking every day, perhaps nothing would have happened to him. Jiang He let her mind wander. Su Qing had mentioned Wang Mang before, saying she might be the second person to have glitched into history. Since she was essentially a bug, the idea that Wang Mang had also been a time traveler seemed even more plausible. Bugs needed to stay hidden, otherwise they got patched. At the complex gate, Gong Ping was already waiting, dressed in a pink summer outfit, a string of something wrapped around her wrist, holding the small red bucket Jiang he had lent her yesterday. She stood around idly, glancing at her surroundings. Seeing Jiang He step out in a baseball cap, she took a few steps back to meet her so they could walk together. Walking again? What else? Ugh, so exhausting. Let's rent a bike. Gong Ping pointed at the row of yellow rental bikes. Su Qing doesn't really like me riding those. They had ridden together once before. Jiang He thought for a moment. Su Qing was probably worried she'd take off on the bike. As long as she kept her strength in check, it should be fine. She glanced at Gong Ping's skirt, then at her own casual pants, and reminded her, your skirt might get blown up. I'll just sit on it. Gong Ping unlocked a bike and tucked the hem of her skirt underneath herself, balancing with one foot on the ground as she waited for Jiang He. The surname Gong was rare. In Jiang He's mind, someone with that name should be gentle and refined. When they first met, Gong Ping had seemed that way too. Long hair, smiling eyes, until she opened her mouth, completely shattering that image. Yesterday, while fishing, she had sat cross-legged on a tiny stool in a skirt with the river wind blowing straight at her. Just watching her made Jiang He feel cold. As they pedaled leisurely towards the riverbank, looking like two friends on a casual outing, Gong Ping suddenly asked, "You really listen to Su Qing, huh?" "Yeah, not listening to him would be a disaster." Jiang He was doing her best to resist the urge to speed up. The feeling of zooming along on a bike, the wind rushing past, it was so tempting. But after Su Qing made her watch a few car accident videos, she never dared to ride fast again. Sure, she could probably jump off and dodge if needed, but crashing into someone else's car would cost money. Worse, it might expose her abilities. A disaster? Gong Ping frowned. "You mean like does he hit you?" "Huh? Of course not." Jiang He looked puzzled. "How could he possibly hit me?" "But that guy knows martial arts, right? You should be careful." Gong Ping remembered Su Qing mentioning in his live streams that he and Jiang He didn't argue. They fought. With Jiang He's tiny frame, wouldn't she be sent flying with a single punch? Those criminals on the news had been knocked out with just one slap. "He wouldn't hit me." Jiang He shook her head. "Besides, he wouldn't even win." "Then what do you mean by not listening to him would be a disaster?" Oh, Gong Ping suddenly smirked, her expression turning a little knowing. "I get it." Jiang He was confused. "Get what?" "Nothing." Jiang He thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out what she meant. Did she guess that Su Qing couldn't actually beat her? From Su Qing's place to the riverbank, she and Su Qing always walked, never in a hurry. Along the way was an old vending machine with a small dent on the casing, one that Jiang He had smacked with her palm before. Gong Ping, on the other hand, hated long walks. She was a homebody who only liked lying around. "You want something to drink?" Stopping in front of the vending machine, Gong Ping turned to ask Jiang He. "This machine gets stuck a lot. Last time, we lost several bottles to it." Jiang He warned her. "Come on, we can't be that unlucky." Ignoring the warning, Gong Ping tapped the screen, selected a herbal tea, and scanned the QR code. Clunk! She opened the bottom compartment to grab her drink. Nothing. Peering through the glass, she saw 2 bottles stuck inside. "There's another one in there. If I shake it loose, I'll get an extra drink profit." Gong Ping was thrilled, turning back excitedly. Jiang He hesitated, looking a bit conflicted. Clunk! Another one got stuck. "I think you should call for a refund." Jiang He offered a reasonable suggestion. This machine was definitely rigged. It always jammed. She suspected the owner did it on purpose, scamming people in a hurry who wouldn't bother getting their money back. "But I'm thirsty." Gong Ping angrily kicked the vending machine. If Su Qing were here, he could probably shake them loose with one kick, huh? Jiang He hesitated. Probably. If she kicked it, the drinks would definitely come loose. But she wasn't with Su Qing right now. If she was with him, she wouldn't have hesitated at all. "I'll try one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll ask for a refund." Gong Ping bought a cola, hoping it would knock the others down. Clunk! The cola rolled out smoothly. The stuck ones remained stuck. "This one's yours." "I'll try again." Gong Ping handed her the cola. "I already have water." Jiang He lifted her large thermos, showing off the boiled water inside. "Fine, whatever." Gong Ping took a sip of her drink while calling for a refund. "Look at this dent. Someone must have tried smashing it with a hammer after getting their drink stuck." She examined the machine while waiting for the call to go through. "If I told you Su Qing did that with one punch, would you believe me?" Jiang He asked. Gong Ping blinked. "Just one punch, bam." And all the drinks fell out. Jiang He demonstrated the motion, watching Gong Ping's reaction closely. "That's strong. Terrifying, right?" "Super terrifying. If he punched you, wouldn't you just fly away?" "Yeah, I'd definitely go flying." Jiang He nodded seriously. "People who practice martial arts are always so violent," Gong Ping muttered, still amazed by the dent. That criminal on the news, the one who got knocked out with a single slap, was he brain damaged now? At the riverbank, there weren't many fishermen this early, so they easily found a shaded spot near the bridge. If they had come in the afternoon, the shaded spots would have been taken, forcing them to walk much farther. Jiang He pulled out her small folding stool, while the bait and fishing rods were in Gong Ping's red bucket. The river breeze was cool and refreshing. "You guys are getting popular," Gong Ping said while opening her fishing gear. Yesterday's live stream had so many viewers. I bet tonight's going to be even bigger. Hopefully, everyone's tuning in to watch Su Qing practice. Jiang he set up her fishing rod, brushed back a stray strand of hair, then pulled a book from her bag. From her pocket, she also took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes and handed some to Gong Ping. Gong Ping gave her a weird look. Ever since she met Jiang, she felt like the girl was some kind of magic pouch, always pulling random things out of nowhere. Last time, she even pulled out a potato. Who the hell carries a potato around? Some people looked quiet and reserved, sitting by the river in a baseball cap, fishing peacefully, but in reality, they were walking treasure chests. You and Su Qing must be fun together, Gong Ping remarked, chewing on the dried sweet potato. Why do you say that? Because you're fun. And he seems fun too. Jiang he thought about it, then nodded slightly, a small smile tugging at her lips. Yeah, he's pretty great.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.